Welcome to the Excel full course. Microsoft Excel is a must-have tool for organizing, analyzing, and visualizing data. Whether you are managing personal project or making business decisions, Excel's powerful features can simplify your work and boost productivity. In this course, we will cover everything you need to know about Excel. You will learn the basics, explore advanced formulas and functions, and discover. We will dive into tools like Power Query for data transformation and even show you how to create dynamic dashboards. Whether you are a beginner or looking to sharpen your Excel skills, this course will give you the knowledge and confidence to handle any Excel task. So let's get started. Also, if you are interested in a professional certificate course in data analytics, begin your learning journey with Simplilearn and IIT Kanpur Data Analytics Certificate course. Explore our learning management system, track your progress, and meet completion requirements. Learn to understand data and enhance your analytic skills through live sessions with industry experts, hands-on lab, and masterclasses by IIT Kanpur faculty. You can check out the link mentioned in the description box below and the pinned comment. So without any further ado, let's get started.
Microsoft Excel. So Microsoft Excel is a software product designed and developed by Microsoft for storing data in an organized way, that is, rows and columns. And Microsoft Excel is also capable to manipulate data through some mathematical operations. Followed by that, Microsoft Excel is also used to extract the insights from the data and represent it in the form of visually appealing graphs and charts. Now we have a basic understanding or an overview of what a Microsoft Excel software product is. Now moving ahead, we will understand the fundamentals of Microsoft Excel. So following are some fundamentals that you need to know before getting started with Microsoft Excel. So basically, when you install the Microsoft Office in your computer, you will have various Microsoft products, out of which Microsoft Excel is one of the products. So we will be dealing exactly with that particular product, that is Microsoft Excel. So when you get started with Microsoft Excel, this is what you will see in the first page. So this particular page is called as Microsoft Excel homepage, where you will be having various varieties of sheets. Microsoft Excel will give you some suggestions based on the type of sheet you want to work with. We will see this in a better way through the practical session. So once you get started with the sheet, you will have some more options. So this particular option is called as the toolbar menu. You will have the file, home, insert, draw, page layout, formulas, data, review, view, and help. So these are the tools that you will be using to work on your data using Microsoft Excel. Furthermore, we have a toolbar ribbon. So when you select some or the other option from the file, home, insert, draw, page layout, formulas, data, review, view, and help buttons, you will have a ribbon. So for example, you can see that I have selected the home tool here. So when I press on the home tool, this is the ribbon which Microsoft Excel gives me. So this ribbon has some options in it which can perform various operations. Now in a furthermore detailed way, we will have toolbar groups. So when you see in the previous slide, we have a complete toolbar ribbon. So this particular ribbon is segmented into groups. So you can see the first group as paste, cut, copy, format, painter, etc., etc. And the second group is the font, the size of the font, and to increase the size of the font, to decrease the size of the font, bold, italic, underline, etc., etc. And here you can see the text alignment. So each and every group has separate functions. So each set is called as a group. And I think you can see a small arrow option over here. So this arrow option is used into the toolbar groups when the group is not able to fit all the operations or all the functionalities in one single provided section. So when you click on this particular arrow mark, you will have another dialog box. So this is called toolbar more options. So you can see that when I clicked on this icon, you can see a new dialog box which opens me a new set of operations which are not able to be fit in this particular group. So we will also see more about this in a better way in the practical session. Now moving forward, we have cell and address. So when you open a Microsoft Excel sheet, you can find boxes. So each and every box is named as a cell, and each cell has its own address. For example, the highlighted cell over here has an address B3. So B is the column name and 3 is the row name. And apart from that, you can have the sheet tracker in the bottom left corner of the Excel sheet, where you can navigate through different sheets. And in the bottom right corner, you have an option of increasing or decreasing the sheet size. So these are the basic fundamentals of Microsoft Excel that you need to keep in mind before getting started. So we will have more on this in the practical session. So now we enter the demo inventory in Microsoft Excel. So we will be using Microsoft Excel to create a sheet of the employees in a company. So basically, an employee in a company has employee ID, name, and designation, salary, etc., etc. So we will be trying to create the same table using Microsoft Excel. But before that, let us understand the fundamentals of Microsoft Excel through the practical demo first. So I have started my Microsoft Excel, and this is how the home page of Microsoft Excel looks like. So you have a blank workbook over here. If you want to create a new workbook, you can select new option. So Excel will provide you with various variety of sheets. You can see money in Excel, adjustable meeting agenda, streaming show list, small business cash flow, and many more. If you're not able to find what you're looking for, then you always have an option of selecting the particular type of sheet what you're looking for. So you have various options. If it's business, if it's personal, if it's planners and trackers, lists, budgets, charts, etc., etc. So let's imagine that you wanted something from business. So just by clicking at business option, the Excel will load a variety of sheets related to business options. So this might take a while. So you can see that the Excel is loading few types of sheets. So you can see that Excel has provided us with some online varieties of sheets. For example, any calendar, business expenses, channel marketing budget, budget summary report, blue product list, etc., etc. You can see construction proposal, invoice, you name it, Excel has got it. So Excel will provide you with some variety of options based on your requirement. Now for this session, let's get started with a blank workbook, which looks something like this. Since this tutorial is based on the fundamentals, we'll go with the blank workbook. Now over here, you can see the toolbar that we discussed earlier that has the file, home, insert, draw, page layout, formulas, data, review, view, and help. So this is the toolbar, and under the toolbar, I have selected home, and you can see this is the particular ribbon what we discussed about. This particular ribbon belongs to home page. And when you select file option, you'll get back to home. And if you select insert option, you'll have another different ribbon with different groups, etc., etc. So every particular tool has different ribbons in them. And remember the extra options that we discussed when you press over this arrow key. This is it. So when you press the arrow key, you'll have few more settings which cannot be fit in this particular section of groups. So you can have some variety of options over here of changing the font, changing some effects to the text, font size, and font style, etc., etc. Apart from this, we have also discussed about the cells in every sheet. So this particular cell has an address. So you can see the address over here, which is B3. So B happens to be the column name and 3 happens to be the row name. Now we also had a discussion about the sheet tracker. Right now we just have one sheet. If you want multiple sheets, you can just feel free to select on the plus option, which will always create you some extra sheets, and you can navigate through sheets just by pressing on the sheet name. And when you get back to the bottom right corner, you have an option of increasing and decreasing the cell size or the sheet size. Now let's keep it default with 100%. Now these are the few fundamentals that you need to keep in mind before getting started with Microsoft Excel. Now that we know the fundamentals of Microsoft Excel, let's get started with a practical session which is about the employees details in a company. Now let's select this particular cell and let's type in employee details. Yeah, we have the cell. Now an employee details table will have the information related to employees. So the information will be about name, it will be about employee number, it will be the designation, and maybe salary, and maybe blood group as well. And let's take another one, which is phone number. Yeah. So far so good. And you can see that we have some problem with this particular column. The designation, the name of the designation is practically good, but it is not visible. So when you when you're not on that particular cell, you can see that the name is incomplete over here. So you can always fix that. You can just manually change the size of the row or cell, or you can also feel free to double click on that cell, which will automatically set the size of that particular cell. And same goes to the blood group. Just let's try to double click on that, and same goes to phone number. Great. So you can see that the employee's details are just confined to the first two cells. It's supposed to be somewhere in the middle, right? So no problem, we can do that as well. We can select all the cells, and we have an option of merging them. You can just select this one, which will help you with merging and centering that particular data to the center part. So that's how we do it. Now let's get started by adding the names of the employees. Let's add the names: Joe, John, Mary, Mark, Susan, and then Jennifer. Let's type in Mike. Let's type in Tim, Jeff, Jeffrey. Yeah, we have a couple of employees. Now let's type in the employee numbers. Yeah, we have the employee numbers now. Let's type in the designation. Okay, let's choose Joe to be the CEO of the company and John as the software developer. And Mary as tester. Mark in finance. Susan also in finance. And Jennifer in testing. And Mike in marketing. Same goes for Tim. And again, Jeffrey into software development. And Morgan into testing again. Now let's click on C so that it gets resized according to the length of the text. Now it's done. So let's get into salary. $10,000 and $15,000 and $19,000. Let's increase the salary of a CEO. So let's keep it $1 lakh. And finance again, 20,000. So yeah, the salaries are allocated. Again, the blood group. Yeah, we have the blood groups. Now let's type in the mobile numbers. Yeah, now we have typed in some random mobile numbers as well. So yeah, this is how you can add in some data into your table. And now let us imagine that you forgot to add or remove a column. So let's imagine that we wanted to add a serial number as well, but somehow we forgot to add it. Now you can always add a new row or column. For example, here we wanted to add a new column. So we just have to right click on A, select the insert option. Here we have a new row now. Now let's type in serial number. And let's type 1. Now can you see the small box option over here? If you just drag it, you can copy paste all those over here. And now let's right click and fill series. Now we have the employee number starting from 1 to 10. That's how you do it. And apart from this, you can also change the font of the entire row. You can change the font to say Aroni, and you can always also change the font. And same goes to the employee table. You can select it, bold it, and you can also increase the size, and again select a color for the text, maybe a different color. Green would be better. And you can also select the entire cells and align them to the center. Looks more good. And you can select or double click the row names, so you'll have the proper spacing between all the rows and columns. So we have double click on the column, right? Yeah, so basically that's how you make things happen. Now let's save this. So I'd like to go to the save option and AMP data. Let me save this in my local location and just save. It's done. So that's how you work on your Excel file with some basic data. And to learn more, don't forget to get subscribed to Simplilearn's YouTube channel, and don't forget to hit that bell icon to stay updated. So you are the first person to get an update on any technology, not just Excel.
Now let's get back to the practical mode. And now we are on our Excel spreadsheet. So here we have some text boxes on the column A, and on column B we have lower and upper. Okay, so we have a mix of uppercase and lowercase in our text. So first we'll try to convert them to lowercase, and then we'll try to convert the entire text into uppercase. So for that you need to press on equal symbol and select the lower formula tab, and you selected the function. And now click on the cell A3, that's your cell address, and press on OK. Now all the letters are converted to lowercase. So we had J in the uppercase, which is converted to lowercase. Now all you can do is drag the formula to all the cells, and it will be applied to all the cells, right? Now let's similarly try to convert into uppercase and tap space, and there you go, you have selected the formula. Now the cell address, press enter, and drag the same address, drag the same formula to all the cell addresses, and there you go, all the cells are converted to uppercase. Now that's how you convert the cells or data in Excel to uppercase or lowercase in Excel. Now we are on the Excel spreadsheet. Now here we have some sales data based on a store. Now what we are going to do is we are going to add some multiple rows or a single row in this particular data. So here you can see the region wise, category wise, state wise, subcategory wise, and there are sales and quantities, right? Now let us imagine that you must start to add a sale data here, right? So let us imagine that on the row 7th, you were supposed to add some detail. For example, some technology related sale happened on that day and you missed out to add it, right? So how do you create a new row now? So for example, if multiple sales happened on the same day, like 3 to 4, and you missed out them. So how do I add 3 to 4 rows in between the existing data, right? So don't worry about it. It's completely simple. All you have to do is select the row and right click and press on the option insert. Now this will insert one single row if you wanted to add one single row or tuple. And if you wanted to add multiple rows, for example, you wanted to add 3 rows altogether, then it's also simple. All you have to do is select 3 rows and right click and press on insert, and then you have 3 rows. So there you go. So that's how you add multiple rows in a Excel spreadsheet, or that's how you add one single row in an Excel spreadsheet. Now we have started our Excel worksheet, and here you can see we have employee details on our worksheet. Now all of a sudden you wanted to add employee second name as well, or a last name, right? So you're a beginner and you don't know how to add a column, or you might be a little ambiguous, right? So instead of using this simple step, you might end up creating a whole new sheet, or maybe other approaches as well, which are time consuming. So let me give you this simple step. All you have to do is select the column. So here you wanted to add a last name, right? So B is your column with the first name, and here you wanted to add a second name or the last name, which is in between the columns B and C. So remember that Excel adds a column always towards the left side of a column. So here if you wanted to add a column next to B, then you want to select the column C and right click and select the insert option so that it can be added in between B and C, which is adjacent to B. So let's look at it, right? So you have added the next column, or a new column right next to the column B, and it's in between the designation and employee name. Now you can add your second name. So that's how you create a new column in Excel. Now in case if you wanted to create multiple columns altogether, so here we needed a second name. Also here you have a designation and you wanted to add another column which assigns managers to the employees, right? So let's delete it, delete the second column, and let me explain you what I want to do. So here you wanted to add the second name of the employee and also the manager of these employees, right? So here you wanted to add 2 columns altogether, right? And now you might be wondering, could I add 2 columns together, or will it work only for the 1 column thing, right? No, it works for 2 columns and also more than 2 columns altogether. So you wanted to add 2 columns here, right? So select the 2 columns. You can select, or you can click on the column C and hold that left key and drag it along the right side. Okay, so here I have selected 2 columns and here it's 3, right? So you can see here it's 10485676R cross 3C. That means you have selected 3 columns. If I navigate out of the 4, you can see we have selected 4 columns, right? Now right click and select on insert, and you'll have 4 columns in between employee name and designation. Now you might have to add your second name, manager's name, manager's employee ID, and the department, everything, or you can add anything or any number of columns in between the existing columns. Now we are on our Excel spreadsheet. Now you might want to add some extension to your data. Since we have sales here, you might want to add the dollar logo, right? So if you have like 5 to 10 rows, then it's easy. But if you have multiple rows, then it might be a little time consuming. In such scenarios, you might want to select the entire column, right? So how do you do that in a shortest method? So there are multiple methods to do it. So the easiest one, the first and the easiest one is clicking on the column number or column name. So here we have the column name, that is E, and if you click on it, the entire column is selected. And here we have numbers. So let us imagine that you wanted to select the row number 2. Click on number 2 and you have all the rows, the entire row selected, all the cells are selected, right? So this is one way. And again, there is another way where you can just click on the first table header and press Control Spacebar. So the combination key is Control Spacebar for columns, and if you want to select the entire row, it is Shift Spacebar. So this is the method 2. And another method, so you might have a doubt here, right? So when you click on the column name or when you click on the row number, the entire row or entire column gets selected, right? And you wanted to select only the cells which have data. So we have another way for that. So you can select the cell. Now hold the Control and Shift key and press the lower arrow key to select the entire column with cells having data. So there you go. You have selected all the cells in one single column with only data, and all the cells which do not have data are not selected. Same applies to rows as well. Control Shift, right arrow key or left arrow key based on your rows, and all the rows with data will be selected. I mean, all the cells in a row are selected, not the entire row. And coming back to the first question, that is adding the dollar symbol. So here we have general. So go to the data type and add currency. So you have rupees here. So currently we are in India, so we have rupees. Now, what is the advantage of selecting the entire row when you don't have any data in the 57th row or the next cell, right? I'll show you. Now, let us add the number 100 and press enter. There you go. Let us add another number like 1000 and press enter. So the data formatting is automatically applied to all the cells. So most of the time your cells or the data sheet will be varying. You might have to add or remove elements or numbers, right? So in such scenarios, this will be helpful. Now, comparing two different columns or multiple columns happens to be an important job when you're working in data analytics, as you have to come up with some decisive decisions based on the data. Now, if you had to do it manually, then you might end up taking hours or even days based on the dataset you're working with. But if I say that you can do it within minutes, then it would be interesting to work with, right? Now, we'll be doing the same. Now, we'll work on a sample dataset right on my screen. So here we have column 1 and column 2. Now, our job is to compare the column 1 and column 2 and come up with the result. Now, the first and the simplest way to do it is use the built-in conditional formatting which comes with Excel by default. Now, all you have to do is select all the data and navigate to Home, and in the Home, go to Styles group and select Conditional Formatting. And in Conditional Formatting, you can see Highlight Cells. So in that, you can use Duplicate Values. When you click on Duplicate Values, a small pop-up window will come on your screen. And here you have an option of choosing whether duplicate or unique. So duplicate means you're comparing the cells, and you can see there are some duplicate cells which are present in column 1 are also present in column 2. Now you can also check how to find out the unique values which are only present in column 1 but not in column 2. So you can just press unique and there you go, you can find it. Now you can also try to change the color by filling with green for the unique columns and duplicate cells with color red. Now this was the first method, and you can also work out some different ones, like you can just directly press equal to and select the cell and equals to and the next cell. Press enter, and if there is a match, it will give you true. If there is no match, then it will give you false. Now you can drag it down and see which all are matching and which all are not. Now you can also make some minute modifications to this. So if in case you didn't find the data, then you can say not found. So for that, you can try if and inside brackets, and then you can give the value as not found. If true, it's found. First you have to give the true values. So for true, you can write it as found. And in case if it's not found, then you can write it down as not found. There you go. Close the bracket, press enter, and there you go. If there is a perfect match, you will have found. And if there is no match, then you'll get not found. Now, so far we have discussed comparing two cells using conditional formatting and also by using equals to operator and trying to add some tweaks to the equals to operator by involving with if operator. And apart from those, we also have another way to compare two columns in Excel. So another way is using the lookup functions. So we'll use a simple VLOOKUP function to compare both the cells. So for that, let's type in equals to VLOOKUP space and select the cell you want to check for, and then the range of elements you want to compare, and then I'll press F4 to log them. Now you want the data from column 1, and now you want the exact match, so 0. Press enter. So there you go. So the elements which are present in column 1 and column 2 are being displayed here. So but in case if the elements are not found, you'll get an error. So let's look at that. Simply drag the formula to all the cells, and there you go. So the elements which are matching will give you the proper result, but the ones which are not matching will give you not applicable or error message. This can be fixed. We can make some minor tweaks to the same formula. So we can add if error comma simply written as not found, and close the bracket. So that should do. So we have closed the bracket and press enter. There you go. Now simply drag this, and soon you can see the data which is having no match is shown as not found. Now there is another possibility. Okay, let's get back to another different sheet. So this should work. So we already have the formula, so let's erase that first. I'll erase the whole data and even this one. Yeah, now we have the clear column 4. So here you can see we have Ford India, and here you can see we have just Ford. And similarly, here you have Mahindra and Mahindra, and here you have Mahindra, right? So in some situations, you might have to compare two different columns, but the names might be a little different, right? So for example, if you're working with Oracle, and if you're working with Oracle America, and you have in the first case is Oracle and in the second column is Oracle America, then those are one and the same, but you have some minor text changes, right? Just like here you have Ford India and here you have Ford. So what if you had such kind of issues? So you can also make some minor tweaks to it. So using the same lookup formula, you can add equals to VLOOKUP, and also the comparison cell, which is this one. And you're not stopping there. You're trying to add the wildcard here. So the wildcard is asterisk, which means if there is anything like if you get the comparison between the first cell and the second cell which matches, and if there is anything extra rather than the actual cell, please try to consider it. So that's what we're going to do. So after entering the wildcard symbol, you'll select the range of columns which you have to fetch the data from, and then try to fix them using function key F4. You're looking from the column number 1, and then you're finding the exact match. Now you can close it and enter. Now let's try to drag it. There you go. So you have the data, Mahindra and Mahindra, Hyundai India, Honda India. So that's how you try to use comparing cells in Excel. Now you can see I'm on my Excel worksheet, and I have one table on my worksheet right now. So you can, transposing or, converting rows to columns is a very simple task. I'll explain you in two different ways. So the first way, select all the cells that you have on your sheet and press on Control C, so it will give you the copy option, and then you can also paste in the same sheet, or if you want, you can go to a whole new sheet and select the paste option over here. But before selecting the actual paste option, you can see a small drop down icon. Click on that and navigate to paste special, and in this you can see transpose option. Click on that, or make sure that it's checked and press OK. Now you can see all your columns are been converted into rows, and all your rows are converted into columns. So this was the first way. And what is the second way, you ask me? So it's really simple. Select one cell somewhere And you can, or let's create a new sheet as well. So here you can write down the formula as transpose and select the array which you want to transpose. So this is the array. So transpose is basically an array function in Excel. So once you are done with selecting your data, press enter. There you go. So all your rows are now columns and all your columns are now the rows. Now on my spreadsheet, you can see some data, which is the sales data of quarterly basis in the 4 different zones, that is north, west, south, east. So you can, make things look better by hiding these columns. And if you hide these columns, it's critical for the end user to identify which columns are exactly hidden, right? To make things a little easier for your end user, you can select the columns and then go to the data option, and in the data option, click on the group option. So this will group these columns and you will have the symbol of minimization, which will help you hide these columns automatically and unhide these columns automatically. Now let's also try to group GHIJ columns, and there you go. Now similarly, let's also try to group the rows of north and rows of west. Then you have the rows of south and rows of east. Right now, all these rows and columns are been grouped. Now, all you can do is just click on the minimize button and those will be minimized. Similarly, the rows, right? And to unhide them, all you can do is click on the plus icon and they will be unhidden. You can also try to ungroup the columns and rows. All you have to do is select the columns and click on the ungroup option. Similarly, the rows as well. And that's how you can group and ungroup rows and columns in Excel. Now we are on our spreadsheet and you can see I have some sample data on my spreadsheet and it does have some blank rows. Now how do I eliminate these blank rows? So one step is you can select the entire row and try to right click and delete it. Again, this sort of method might take hours to get rid of all the blank rows, and most of the time you might end up even selecting the rows with data in it, right? So if I want to select multiple rows, then I'll be selecting some rows with data as well, which might be a little troublesome in the future. Now let's try to use the easier way. Now for that, go to the find and select option, select the go to special option, and in that select the blanks option and press OK. Now hold Control key and press minus key and you will have an option of deleting the cells. Now select the entire row. Now we are selecting the entire rows with blank data and press OK and the cells will be shifted. Now this was simple, but let me show you another example. So even here we have some blank rows, but in between those blank rows, for example, take cell 17 or cell D17 or row 17, we have some data testing. And here in the employee ID, we have some data in A26. And again in B39, we have some data that is first name. Right. In such scenarios, how do I eliminate data? So we have a simple logic for it. So all we need to do is add another row, which is to count the number of cells in the row. Now that can be count. Now here equals to, the function is count A. Press tab and the cells will be from A2 to G2. Press enter. Now you have 7. So now we are basically calculating the number of cells. So if you apply the same to the entire data set, let's drag it. And there you go. So there are certain places where you find 0, which are basically the empty columns, right? Now let's do some formatting if you need. let's try to add filters. Control A, Control T, and now table will have filters and headers. Now here you can see the drop down icon, click on that. Now instead of select all, what you can do is select 0. Now you will be highlighted with all the rows which do not have any data. Select all those and press on delete, or what you can do is the same way, control minus. There you go. Now clear the filter. Now all you have is the data without any kind of blank rows. So all the rows that had some amount of data are retrained, and all the data or all the cells or all the rows which do not have any data, which are completely blank, they have been eliminated. So here you can see columns and rows. So especially the fourth row and the column C, right? So currently we have data on our spreadsheet, and it is exceeding the number of rows currently visible on our screen, right? So when you scroll down, you can see that the header or the headers of all the columns are getting vanished or scrolled up along with the data, right? And you might want to keep that so that you'll have reference to every single aspect of or every single cell data you're referring to, right? So for that reason, you might want to freeze this. And also you might have a doubt, what if even I had this data in the column section, right? And what if I had to freeze that, and when you scroll this and keep that data set on the column as it is, right? So we can also do that. Let's look at both of them. So there is a simple process to do that. All you have to do is select the cell for which you want to set the or freeze the column adjacent to it or the row adjacent to it, right? So currently I want to, let me expand it. So currently I want to freeze this particular row, right, and this particular column. So the cell I would be selecting is the first cell here, that is D5, right? So when I select this particular cell, I can be able to freeze this particular row and this particular column. So now you need to navigate to the toolbar and then select the view menu, and inside view option, you can see there is an option of freeze panes, right? So click on the drop down. So you can see 3 different options. As we discussed earlier, we can either choose to freeze an entire row, that is the second option, or you can freeze the entire column, that is the third option, or you can freeze both, that is the first option, right? Freezing rows and columns. So let's select this one and see if our rows and columns are frozen or not, right? So now let's scroll down and you can see our row is successfully frozen there, right? And similarly, scroll towards right and you can see our column has been successfully frozen, right? So this is how you freeze rows and columns, or you can freeze panes in Excel. Now here on my sheet, you can see we have some numbers, that is $10 or $10.20, $22, $53.12, $12, and $110. Now the task is to convert these numbers into word format, that is representing the numbers alphabetically, right? This might be a little curious, and we also might end up searching for a predefined method which is not readily available in Excel, but there is a way where you can create a function using Excel VBA or macros. Now again, creating a macro is completely complex. Now identifying the trouble, Microsoft has already come up with a readily available macro code on their official website, which will support the various versions of Microsoft Excel, starting from Microsoft Excel 365 to all the way up to the older Excel version, that is 2010. Now you can scroll down and use this particular macro function which Microsoft has readily made us available, and use this to create our own macro in Excel VBA. Now let's get back to Excel, and you can create a macro using the developer option. Now developer options will not be readily available in Microsoft Excel. To activate developer option, go to Home and go to the options menu in the last, and here go to customize ribbon And here in the second drop down menu, you can see developer option. By default, it will not be checked. Click on the check option to activate developer options and press OK. Now you have your developer options ready. Click on developer options, click on Visual Basic, and here to insert a new macro, click on the insert button, click on module, and a new macro window is readily available for you. Now Control V to paste your code, and your function is with the name number to text. Right, now close the macro, and here your function will be readily available. Equals to, and the function name was number to text. Press tab to select the function and select the cell where you have the data. Close the function, press enter. Now drag the same formula across all the cells, and here you have the text converted from numbers. So here we have $10.20 and you have $10.20, $22 and no cents, $53 and 12 cents, $12 and no cents, and $110 with no cents. Now that's how you can convert numbers to words using the macro, which is predefined for Excel in the Microsoft website.
So, for example, let us imagine that you wanted to create one single cell for all the employees in your company, which stores the first name, second name, or last name, including their email IDs at one place, right? If you want to do so, like let me show you how it looks like. So let me copy this here. Then that's the first name. Now it's your second name along with the email ID. Now let us imagine that you wanted to store all the employees in the same way, right? So you can do this by using combine operation in Excel. Now all it takes is just a simple formula, that is equals to, and the first cell address, that is A2, and you can use an ampersand sign. Now you can use the next cell reference, that is B2, and then colon, and the last cell address, that is E2. Now press enter. So when you press enter or tab, you will get this particular answer. But this data is completely in a state where you can't understand it, right? The first name, last name, and the email ID has got combined all together. So you want to use some spaces, right? So all you need to do is just make a little modification to this particular existing data. So you can press another ampersand and include spaces. And then you can separate the email ID and the name with some colon. So now we have separated the first two cells, that is the first name and the last name, with a space using the ampersands. And then again we have used an ampersand to include the colon. And see that we have also included a space between the colon marks so that it gets separated cleanly. And now let's try to press tab and see the result. So there you go. The first name and the second name is separated by space, and the email ID and the complete name is separated by a colon. Now you can use this to all the cells, and there you go. All the first name, last name, and the email IDs have been printed here. So that's how you use the combine operation in Excel.
And you can see on my screen we have the sales data of one single employee in the month of January. Okay, so this is the sales data of John in January sales. Now let us imagine that we have the same person's or same John's data of sales of all the 3 months. Okay, so here we have the sales data of John for January, February, and March. And you wanted to club all these 3 months and write it down as Q1, right? So let us try doing it. Now you can see that only January is replaced as Q1, and February and March are still remaining the same. So let us try to delete them. So we have deleted them, and I think now it looks like this is the sales data of one single quarter, that is Q1. But again, Q1 is under column B, and anyone who looks at it feels like this data is of January, February, and March, and all the quarter one details are only present in B column, but C and D are completely, different from this one, right? So you don't want that kind of an impression on your, the one who are presenting to you. So in those situations, you want to merge all these three columns and make sure that the quarter one is present somewhere in between the cells so that all the data looks relevant and it defines that these data elements belong to quarter one, right? So there is an option in Excel to do that. So select all the cells that you want to merge and go into Home button, and in Home button, get into the alignment group and select Merge and Center. So you can do it directly. Also, you have a couple of more options. There is merge and center, merge across, merge cells, and unmerge. So we'll go through it one by one. So first we'll go through merge and center. So there you go. The cells got merged and it has been aligned into center. Now again, if your manager or anyone superior to you wants this to be, independent, like they want it to be in terms of January, February, and March, so that they can have access to it in month-wise. So you want to unmerge it back, right? How to do that now? So the same menu and select unmerge, and there you go. You have your data back in the original form again. All you have to do is, rename a few cells. There you go. And you have it back, right? So in a few situations, okay, you can also add the borders so that it looks more relevant. Now, now let's try to merge this again and merge in center. Yeah. Now again, let us imagine that you are going through an appraisal cycle and you also wanted to add some comments about the sales happening in your company regarding all the employees, right? So also we have that here. Now let me expand a little bit. Yeah, there. So again, let's merge and center. Now you wanted to take a review of your level 1, level 2, and level 3 managers. So you have all the three rows here, but you can see the cells are not merged, and you wanted to merge every single row. So merging and centering everything row wise would be a little time consuming. I mean, 3 columns is okay, but what if you had you had to take a review from a couple of more managers, like 5 to 10, right? Or imagine you wanted to write some random comments. Apart from review, you wanted to write some random comments based on month-wise sales or something like that. So it would be time consuming, right? So apart from that, you have another option where you select all the cells and come over here and select the option of merge across. And all the cells will be merged all together at once, and you will be having those individual rows where you can write down your reviews, like review 1 and so on, review 2, right? So this is how the option of merge across works, and we already have been through the merge and center, and merge is completely similar to merge and center. So this is how merge and center, merge cells, and merge across and unmerge cells in Excel work. Now there are multiple ways to add date to Excel spreadsheet. For example, equals to today. This is a shortcut method, and you can enter done. You will have today's date. But again, there is some problem with this kind of approach. So today's date is 4th of September 2022. Now, if you open the same spreadsheet after today, that is tomorrow or day after tomorrow, then you will have a concurrent date, that is 5th of September or 6th of September, right? The date will always vary or get updated according to time. Now, you don't want to change that, or you don't want that to be happening with employee's date of joining, right? It should be stagnant. It should not vary, right? So there is another shortcut way apart from using the datetime functions. There is a keyboard shortcut where you can add date to Excel. That is Control semicolon. So this is the shortcut way to add date to your Excel spreadsheet, and this particular date will not change. This will remain the same constant date throughout the time. Now, there is a chance where you might also have to add time to your spreadsheet. That is date of joining and time of joining, right? So there is another simple shortcut where you can add time by just pressing 3 keys. That is holding Control, holding Shift, and pressing semicolon. Then you'll have the time. So this is how you can add date to your Excel spreadsheet and add time to your Excel spreadsheet, and this date and time will remain constant. It will not vary like the 3D function that we have used here. So you can see on my screen we are on the Excel spreadsheet, and on my spreadsheet you can see dates in column A and different formats in column C, D, E, and F respectively. Now by default, the data type or the data present in the A column will be considered as general. And there are a few situations where even if you try to format the date in your format, like the customized format, you may not be able to do it because it's still under the general data type. So for that, for being on the safer side, what we will do is select the data and navigate to the data toolbar. And in that, you have the text to columns option. Press that and remember to have the delimited icon. You might be having the dash as your icon or slash as your icon for the delimited thing, and select that and next, and here you can see, right, it's in general mode. So you can press on date and DMI will be your date format, that is date, month, and year. Now click on finish. So it's been formatted now. Now let's copy the same data and paste it in all the 4 formats so that we'll see the different formats that we can change to or customize to, right? So there you go. Let's expand the columns a little bit. Now we have day, month, and year. So now you might want to change a couple of things, right? For example, you wanted to change, okay, let's see the menu. So the way is to select the cells and right click and select the format cells option. And in here you can see the date function, and in here you can see different types of modifications that you can do to your data, right? So you might want to also change your dates based on the location. So right now we are in India, and imagine if you wanted to change something based on US, or if you are having your client in US and he wants the dates in US format, you can also change that. So here you can see English United States and press on that, press OK, and you can see it's been changed to US format where you have years in the first place, months in the second place, and dates in the last place, right? And now let us imagine that your client does not want the dates. All he needs is just months, right? You can also do that. Get back to the format cells option, go to custom, and here instead of month, date, and year, all you can do is just write down month and year and select OK. So you'll have only month and year, not the dates. Now your client is being a little more, he wants a little more detail, and he wants you to add a lot of granularity to your data, which includes day, time, etc., everything, right? So you can also do that. So the same way, go to format cells, custom, and here I think it's in date itself. So let's navigate a little. Yeah, here. So you have the day, date, month, and year. Press OK. So there you go, right? So that's how you can do it. And now let's try a little bit more if we have a few more options pending. So go to format cells and custom, and you also have timings. So here you have date, month, year, and the timings. Press OK, and there you have all the timings as well. So since these dates are, I created them just a few moments ago to keep it simple, so I did not have to add the timings here. So if you are keen about adding the timings, you can also do that. For example, if you wanted to add the timings of the employees logged in and logged out, you can also do that using the same format. And you can see now we are on our Excel spreadsheet, and you can see we have a column of dates, and on the column B we have age. Now how do you calculate the age using the date of birth? So this is completely simple. All you have to use is the dated if function, or if you also call it as date diff function, based on your choice. We also have a specific entire tutorial based on date diff in Excel. For further information, that video will be linked in the description box below. You can go through it, or you can use the end screens and iCards linked to this video to get back to the tutorial based on date diff in Excel. Now let's calculate the age of these dates, or these people with these date of births. So all you have to do is type equals to and type dated if and open a bracket. We need 3 parameters here, that is the date of birth, That is the first parameter. Now the second one is the today function, because you're calculating the age of these people as per today, right? So we have a today function in Excel. Press on tab to select it and give a close bracket. Now comma, and if you wanted to calculate the age in terms of days, you have to give D as the input. Yep, here it should be D as the input, and don't forget to use the double quotes here. And if you use the single quotes, there might be an error, so use double quotes. If you want it in the days part, you can give days, and if you want it in months, you can give months. For now we want in years, so we will be giving Y as the third parameter and press enter. There you go, you have the age here in 26 years. You can drag the same function and you have the ages here as you wanted, right? So this is how you calculate age in Excel. And on my Excel spreadsheet, let me expand it. We have two different timings, that is in and out. So here we are considering a scenario where we are calculating the total number of hours worked by an employee in an organization. So the in time will be the time where the employee logged in, and the out time will be the time when the employee logged out. So here we have made some minor cell formatting. So when you right click on any of the cell, you can get back to the formatting cells option, and in that option we have selected the AM PM. So there is also another option of choosing the 24-hour timing, that is 1320 1330. So this represents the 24-hour format, but since we are working on office timings, let's keep it as AM PM. Okay, so there you go. So we have our timings of in and out. Now to calculate the time difference between the in time and out time. So this particular calculation is completely simple. All you have to do is press equals to select out time minus select in time. So there you go, press enter and you have the total number of hours the employee has been working in your organization. So here also we have made some minor cell formatting. So usually it comes out as AM PM, right? But instead of that, we have made a minor cell formatting. We have navigated into time and we have selected the 24-hour formatting so that we have just hours in our output. So that's how we have calculated the time difference between two in times and out times of an employee using Excel. Now, DAX in Excel is a sophisticated formulas type language that comes in handy while working with relational data and extracting information via dynamic aggregation functions. DAX in Excel stands for Data Analysis Expressions. DAX functions are completely familiar to the general and default functions that are available in Excel. Now, DAX allows users to perform slightly escalated and advanced and custom calculations upon various data types like character data, date time, time intelligence functions, and many more. And in DAX, there are a variety of functions such as DAX table valued functions, DAX filter functions, DAX aggregation functions, time intelligence functions, date and time, information time, logical, parent, and many more. Now in today's session, we will look into one such type of DAX function in Excel, that is DAX date and time function in Excel. Now without further ado, let's get into practical mode. And we have started our Microsoft Excel. Inside Excel, we have opened a new blank worksheet. Now navigate to data option in the toolbar, and in that, go to the Power Pivot window. Now we have entered the Power Pivot window, and inside that you can see the option of Get External Data. Click on that and you can see a variety of options. That is, you can get the external data from a database, you can get from web servers, that is from data service, and you have also other forms of data sources and existing connections. For now, we will take other forms of data, that is a Microsoft Excel data which is in our local system. Select next. Now provide the location of your folder, just browse, and we will select DAX employee data, open, and there you go, we have our data connected to our Power Pivot window. Click on next, and there you go, you have the selected table and views. Click finish and you can see the data getting imported into your Power Pivot window. There you go. By default, if you want to add any DAX related functions, into your Power Pivot window, you'll have an external added column over here, which looks something like this. If there is not an external column, you can also add the column. It's not a big trouble. Now we have some data here. That is the employee ID, employee name, designation of the employee, department of the employee, salary, and joining date, etc. Right, let's expand this view and see what's more in it. So this column is the date of birth and this column is the employee joining date, right? Now we have so much of data. Now let us imagine that we want to calculate the retirement age of all the employees. So now let's rename the column to retirement date. So we have our new column, that is retirement date. Now we will make use of DAX datetime functions to calculate the age and find out the exact retirement date of that particular employee. So let us imagine that every employee will retire after the age of 65. So we have our date of birth of every employee and the joining date of every employee. Now we'll come up with a DAX datetime function and calculate the age, and then we will find the retirement date of that employee. Now, every DAX function starts with the same method or the same way as the simple Excel default method starts, that is by starting with an equals to, and then we will find edate, and now our first parameter, that is the start date, that is the employee, the date where the employee joined the organization. So our sheet name is sheet 1. Now our joining date is in the F7 column. Select F7, press tab to select it, and comma. Now how many months? So each and every year will have 12 months. So 12 months into the age, that is 65, star 65. And now you can close the function and press enter, and then you'll find the retirement date of that particular employee. So there you go. So we have the employee dates, that is employee retirement dates for all the employees. So the first one, that is Jack, has the retirement date of 19 February 2085. And similarly, Jennifer has her retirement date at 15th of August 2084. So that's how we use the DAX functions in Excel. So this is one of the several DAX functions in Excel, that is DAX date and time functions in Excel.
So you can see that I've got some data, which is first name of the employee, last name of the employee, and phone number. And let us assume that your manager has given you a task to identify all those employees which did not give an phone number. So you wanted to identify them using a checkbox, right? Like you will be providing a check for all the employees that we have received the phone numbers, and you will not be checking the employees which did not give the phone number, right? So let's try to do that. So to include a checkbox, you might want to get into the developer option. But for few reasons, Microsoft has disabled developer option by default. To enable developer option, all you have to do is just navigate anywhere on the ribbon here and right click, and then you can see customize the ribbon option. When you click into it, you will be redirected into the ribbon option, and here you can see the developer option on the right side, right, this one. So by default you can see that your developer option is not enabled. To enable it, you have to check in it, and there you go, you have it now. So press OK and you'll have the developer option. Now go to the developer option and select the insert option, and there you can see the checkbox. Now draw the checkbox anywhere. I'll draw it over here, and there you go, you have the first checkbox, right? Now if you want, you can even customize this. So carefully click it. You can edit the text and write it as done. Okay. Now you can even copy this to all the cells. Just select and drag, and there you go. Now you can go ahead and check all the employees which you have received the phone numbers, and you can eliminate the ones which did not provide you with the phone numbers. That's how you can do it. And there's also another option where you can use this to include it in a formula. Since this data is only of 25 rows, you can manually check in the data and you can leave the data which is you have not received. But what if you had 2500, right? Then you might need formula. So in such scenarios, you can use a formula. So how do you use that? So for example, if this particular box is checked, then you will get a true value here, and if it's not checked, you will have a false value. Then you can use that boolean value to include in your formula, right? Sounds interesting. Now let's try to implement that. You can right click the cell and you can find format control. Then you can see here you have an option called cell link. Here select the cell link and press OK. So here you can see if you have checked this, the value is true, and if you uncheck this, you can see the value turned false. Now you can use this particular cell reference for including this in a formula. Now let us also check how to include checkboxes on Google Sheets. In Google Sheet it's really simple. All you have to do is get into the insert option and you can see a readily available checkbox. You don't have to use any developer options over here. And there you go, you can just check.
Now, let us assume that you're giving an important presentation and you're also requested by your manager to add the Excel document that you have used to create that particular report, which would be something like this. When you click on it, it will open a new Excel document or Excel window with all the data in it, right? So how do we do that? Let's look at the demo. Now, let's have a blank slide and let's get back to the source where our Excel file is located, that is in My Documents. So we are currently in My Documents and we have the Excel file which we used for creating that particular report. Now, if we copy and try to paste it on our Excel document, it would look something like this. And clearly it's not visible and it's not accessible, right? So instead of this, there is another way where you can directly add the Excel document in the form of logo, which is a rather simple idea. All you have to do is just click on the insert option in the toolbar, then navigate to the text group, and here you will find the option called object. Click on the object and it will give you a new window where you can identify which type of document or object you want to add, either create or create from file. So we have the file in our local system, so we'll choose create from file, browse, and from browse we will go into the documents section where we have our Excel file. Click on the Excel file and click on OK. Now if you want the data or Excel file to be displayed in the form of an icon, then click on the display as icon section and here you can change the icon. So you can choose any one of the given options. Let's choose this particular one and click on OK. Another OK, and there you go. The icon will be now displayed on your Microsoft PowerPoint PPT, which is completely clickable as the previous one. Whenever you click on this, the Excel document will be opened. So that's how you add Excel document into Microsoft PowerPoint. Now we are on our Excel spreadsheet and here I'm trying to insert some images onto my spreadsheet. So here we have company logos and company brand names. So since we already have the brand names, what we need to add here is the brand logos. Okay, so how do I add such kind of an image into an Excel spreadsheet? That you might be thinking that Excel spreadsheets are just for data, not multimedia image or files, right? So no, it's not. It's completely wrong. You can also add your images onto your Excel spreadsheets. It's completely simple. So click anywhere on the Excel spreadsheet, navigate to the insert button, select the illustrations option from the add-ins group, click on that, and in the drop down you can see the pictures icon or the pictures button. Click on that and select from this device, or if you have an online stock image you can take that, or you can also check out from online pictures. For now, I'll select the device, this device, and here I have some images. The images what we need are Simplilearn and Simplicode logos. Press OK or insert. So here you have them. Now you can also adjust the size of the image using the small buttons here. Press it over here and done. So you might be wondering, is it all done? Is there anything more to do, or just adding an image is done? No. Most of the times when you create or you work with Excel spreadsheet, you will not just add some data and add a relevant image to it. Most of the time you add some graphs, or most of the time you'll add some charts to showcase the data dashboard, right? So it will be something like this. So this is how you add the image or graph onto your dashboard, and sometimes you might not have enough place to display your entire dashboard. During those situations, what you do is you try to hide the row or column. So now let's try to hide this particular row. Let us imagine that you wanted to show only two charts, and there is no space for your third chart. In such scenarios, you might want to hide or remove that third chart. Okay, so let's try to hide it and see if it gets hidden or not. When you try to hide it, you can see the column A has no data, and the row number 4 is been hidden. So we have 3 and 5. But what about the image? It is still present, right? So if you want to make sure that the row also hides the image, then you might have to do a little formatting with it. So select the image, go to picture format. Or you can also right click and directly navigate to picture format. This opens up a set of options, and here you might want to go to the third one, which is picture format third, and select the properties, and here select the option of move and size with cells. So when you select this, when you try to hide this, it will also, the graph or the image will also hide along with the row. So that's how you do it. So how to insert PDF in Excel? Now there are multiple ways to insert a PDF into Excel. So we will go through a couple of ways. First is here, let us imagine that we wanted to insert some PowerPoint presentation in PDF format into our Excel sheet. So that belongs to Excel basics. Now click on the cell where you want to add the PDF, or just click any cell in the Excel spreadsheet. Then go to the option of insert in the toolbar. Then navigate to text option, click on it and select object. And here you can select create from file, and then you can browse, and here you have your Excel basics PDF in my documents. Click on that, select insert. So here you can just press OK and the PDF will be inserted. Now you can minimize the size of PDF to fit the cell. There you go, the PDF got successfully inserted into your Excel spreadsheet. Now let's discuss about the second way. Now the second way is completely same. The only difference is you can add some logo to your PDF. So you can see it has been added in direct form of a PDF, like what's the first slide of the PPT. But instead of that, if you wanted to highlight it as an icon, then you can select the display as icon button here and press OK. Now you don't have to reformat the size of your PPT or PDF. All you have to do is add the logo to your PDF, and it will also include the title. So this is another way of adding PDF to your Excel sheet. Now another way. So a few times you don't want the first page of the PDF to be visible, or any kind of logo of that PDF reader to be visible on your spreadsheet. Sometimes all you want is some dedicated image or a dedicated logo, right? So this time let's try to add a dedicated image to our PDF. So go to insert again. Here you can see the illustrations option. Click on picture, and from this device, so I will select the Simplilearn's logo, and now you have to resize the logo a little bit to fit the cell. There you go. you can click on the right click button and select the option of link. Now select the existing file or web page option. So if you are interested to learn more on hyperlink in Excel, we have a dedicated tutorial on that. Please go through hyperlinks in Excel by Simplilearn, which will explain you everything about hyperlinks in Excel, how to insert them, different types of documents to be inserted, and how it works in real time. For now, let's try to insert the existing web page and go to documents, navigate to documents, and inside this you have the Excel basic PDF. Click on OK and it has been added to your image. So when you click on it, it will open the PDF document attached to it. So when you hover over to the cell, you can see it will ask you a permission. Do you want to continue or not? Just click on this, ignore the warning. So you can see the PDF has been successfully opened. Convert PDF into Excel. Now to do this, let's get back to the practical mode and try to convert some PDF data into Excel. Now you can see the PDF document which I am looking to convert from PDF to Excel. So this particular PDF document has a table. So this is the state-wise GST collections that happened during March of 2020. Now we need to convert this tabular data from PDF format to Excel format. Now we are on the Microsoft Excel. Now to initiate the process, we might want to choose a blank workbook for this. So now we are on the blank workbook and the complete sheet is empty. Now let's go into the data option in the toolbar. And in the data option of the toolbar, we have the ribbon of Get and Transform Data. In this ribbon, you can see Get Data option. Select that and you can see various options here from file, from database, from Azure, from other sources, etc. Now we need the first option, that is from file. And in that we have a drop down, and in that drop down you might want to select the PDF. If you have a JSON file, you can also choose from a JSON, and if you have the data from XML, you can choose that, and even you can extract the data from text or CSV as well. Now we need the PDF option, so select the PDF. Now navigate where your file is existing. So my file is on the desktop, and now let me select the PDF document. Select import. Now Excel will automatically analyze the tabular data in the PDF format and give you the results. Now according to Excel, there are multiple tabular formats. Table 1, Table 2. So basically this table is one and the same. So all the 29 states are fixed in one table itself. But since the PDF is divided in sheets, this particular document is considering the first table as a separate table and the table which is present in the third page as a separate table. So we have table 1, table 2, and there are a few more tables which Excel is assuming that it might be table, but it's not. And another table which is page number 002, it is a table, and another one is right here. Now there is an option of selecting all the tables all together at once, or you can select only one table which you want to select. So if you select multiple items, Excel will automatically give you an option of choosing your tables. You can just tick and select the tables you want, or you can directly select the table you want on your Excel sheet. So right now let's try to select multiple tables. So I'll be selecting 1, 2, 4 and 5, and this particular one is not a table, so I'm eliminating that. Now you might want to choose the load option. So Excel is now loading the data. Now all the data has been successfully loaded. Now, it is giving us a notification that all the data has been successfully loaded. And now just right click on it and here choose the option Load To. And here select Table option. And if you want the data to be loaded to a new worksheet, you can choose that and select OK. Now you can see all the data is being successfully loaded in the form of tabular format in the new Excel sheet. Similarly, let's try to load another page. In the table format, new worksheet, select OK. and the third sheet. Now get ready to impress your boss by converting all the PDF data into Excel sheet just in a matter of few seconds with few steps. And there you go. All the 4 tables have been loaded successfully in the form of Excel in just a few steps. Now this is how you convert PDF to Excel.
That is how to add tick mark in Excel. Now on my spreadsheet, you can see some employee data. So they've been assigned a task and they want to update the task status as done and not done using symbolic statements. That is tick mark and into marks. Now how to do that? It is really simple. We'll discuss 2 different ways. The first way is to do it by conditional formatting. So click a cell on the task status, go to conditional formatting, click on the new rule. Yes, of course, we can use the icon settings, but we want to automate it. So click on the new rule, right? So here, instead of 2 color scale, select icon sets. Now go to the settings. Here we don't want the third symbol, so select no cell icon. And here, instead of percentage number formula, let's add just a simple number. And the second one as well, just a simple number. Now, in the icon settings, select tick mark. You have various types of them. You know, the circular tick mark. Let's select the generic tick mark without any outer circles. And into here, generic X mark. And now let's set the values. When the value is greater than 0, it will be green. And when the value is less than or equal to 0, it will be X. And the reference value is 0, and here also the reference value is 0. Everything is okay. Click on OK and done. And here you cannot see the logos yet. We need to add some formula here, which is equals to if. Click on tab to select the symbol, and if cell address C2 is equals to done, then the value should be 1. Else the value should be 0. Close the bracket, enter. Right? Now you can see this particular logo here. Now drag the same formula, it's done. Now you can see we do have numbers. You can eliminate those numbers as well. Just edit the rules. And here you can see show icon only. Click OK and the numbers will be removed. Also edit the second one and there you go. The numbers are gone and only the symbols remain. Now what is the second technique? The second technique is available in the developer options. You can activate it by, going into the options here, go to file and here go to options and here go to advanced, customized ribbon, and in here on the right hand side, you will get developer options. Click on the tick box and it will be enabled. Now go into developer options and click into insert menu. Click on the form controls or active X controls, select the checkbox and now just place it over here. You can edit this particular checkbox, delete everything, drag it as checkbox as well. Now you can drag the same cell across all the functions and you will have the checkbox as well. Now you can click on it and say if it's done or not. That is how to add watermark to Excel. Now on my sheet, you can see some data. So here we wanted to add some watermark logo to your Excel spreadsheet so that it looks genuine and worked by you, right? So that's the overall idea of adding a watermark. Now go to the insert window and in the insert window, go to the text option, click on that, select header and footer. Once you select header and footer, you can see something on your screen like this. So in this box, which is highlighted by a cursor, is where you're going to add the picture. On my top in the menu bar, you can see header and footer elements. In this, select the picture element and it will navigate to you to a different option window. Since we are adding the image from our local system, select from file, or if you are adding from your Bing or any search window, you can also add that or OneDrive as well. But now let's go with from file. It will directly navigate you to the pictures folder in your local system. So here is my Simplilearn's logo. Click on it and select insert. Now you can see the image is added in this format, which is ampersand and picture. And you might wonder, where is the picture? It is actually present. To view it, click on any cell in the spreadsheet and there you go. You can see it. Now you might be wondering, the image is a little towards top and abnormally placed, right? So no worries, you can always format your picture. Just press enter and use enter
to move your picture towards the center of your data spreadsheet. And also there is another option of format picture altogether. Here you can adjust the height and width of your image by increasing and decreasing width or increasing and decreasing height. Using the arrow marks also works. And apart from this, there is another option of picture formatting where you can choose your image to be washing out, black and white, grayscale or anything. So currently I'm going with automatic, which will automatically adjust the brightness and everything for your image. It looks perfectly fine. So click on OK and there you go. Right. So now this should be fine. Right. Now everything is done and everything is automatically saved if you are having that autosave option on your spreadsheet. And let's go back to the normal view from the header and footer view. Click on the view and go to normal. You might be confused, right? Where is the logo? It vanished. Did I have to save it? No, it's already saved. Everything is fine. Even the image is there, but you cannot see it in normal view. To see it, click on File, click on Print, then you can see the logo. It will be present only on the printed pages, not on the normal view. Okay, so that's how you work with watermarks in Excel, and that's how you can add and customize your watermarks using Excel. How to modify or increase cell size in Excel. Now, most of you might probably want to increase just the cell size or just to increase the visibility of the text. So one of the easiest way is just to press on the plus icon on the bottom right corner of your Excel spreadsheet. So this will automatically increase the text size and you can see the text more clearly. Now apart from that, if it's just not that what you want to do, you can also modify by hovering over to the line between two columns and right click, which will give you the option of format cells or column width. So either of these options will help you to maximize or minimize your column width. Similarly, you can apply the same idea for your rows as well. So you can either format the cells or modify the row height of your cell, and this is another way. And another simple way is to just hold that line and drag it so it improves your width of the column. And another way is to just hover onto that line and hold it and drag it to improvise or increase your width of the cell, and same applies to your row. So this is another way. So apart from that, there is another way, that is format cells from this particular option in the home button. You can select this and here you have the row height, auto fit row height, column width, auto fit column width. For example, let us imagine that you wanted to, just by mistake you increase the cell size and you wanted to restore it back to the original thing, right? So you can just click on the auto fit height and click on the auto fit column width. There you go. It happens in that way. And now coming back to another simplest way, let us imagine that you are given a lot of data and you are told to auto fit all the rows and columns. Now we have already seen the format cell option where you will auto fit all the columns and width of the column and also the height of the rows, etc. right? But there is also a keyboard shortcut to do this. So all you have to do is select a cell and press Ctrl A to select all the cells in the spreadsheet. And once all the cells are selected, all you have to do is press and hold Alt key and then release it. Then the combination of keys, that is HOI. So your column width has been now adjusted. Now the same formula or the same shortcut key with a small modification. Press and hold and release Alt key. Now H, O and A to adjust the row height. So this is the way where you can increase or decrease or modify or auto fit all the cells in Excel.
Now you can see that we have the first column, that is A column, and the first set of that is text, and all the other cells are numbers. But as a whole, Excel considers the whole column as a general data format. So why are we discussing about this? So to create a barcode in Excel, you have to make sure that all the elements in the column are of text data type. So the first step is to convert this general data type to text data type. So you can do that by going into the data type and selecting text. And now all the elements in your first column A are type text.
Now the next step is to convert these elements into barcode. Now for that, let's create a new column called barcode. Now our new column, that is barcode, has been created. Now the next step would be is to check for the barcode font. So the barcode font looks something like this. But let me remind you, the barcode font in Excel is not available by default. Don't worry if it's not available, we can download it from open source. So let's go back to Google. So on the Google, you want to search for barcode font for Excel. So the one that I would recommend is 3 of 9 barcode font. Now you can download this font by just clicking on the download button over here. Now I've already downloaded this font on my local system. Let's now try to install that. Now the 3 of 9 barcode folder will come in the form of zip folder. You have to unzip that. And after unzipping, you'll get the setup file which looks something like this, which is 3 of 9 new. Select that and you'll be having the installer file over here. You can install by selecting the install button over here. So I have already installed it in my local system, so it is readily available for me on my Microsoft Excel. Now we might want to create the barcode for this particular cell in A2. So let's create that. So to create a barcode, we need to write in a formula that is equals to double quotes, star, double quotes, and ampersand symbol, address of the cell, that is A2, another ampersand symbol, again double quotes, star symbol, and double quotes. So you can either use this, or instead of star, you can use brackets as well. So let's try brackets. Now select enter. Now this will generate another type of code in your resultant cell. Now we will change the font for this particular resultant cell and we will get our barcode. Now you can just drag all these cells so that you can apply the formula to all the codes. Now I got all the codes over here. Now select all the cells, get into the fonts, and here select the barcode font, and there you go. You have the barcode for all the numbers you have in your column A. So that's how you create barcode in Excel.
Excel Flash Fill is a feature of Microsoft Excel where Excel can sense a pattern in a cell and apply the same logic to extract the similar resultant pattern out of the remaining cells in a table. Might be a little confusing, right? So let us simplify it. So let us imagine that you have a text in one of the cells in the Excel sheet and you wanted to trim a part of that text. For example, let us imagine that there is an assembly where the car parts are assembled together to finish a car. So each and every part has a code, the serial number, the product code, and the assembly code, etc. Right? And you wanted to separate all those three. If you wanted to do that, you might want to use the trim function, which might be a little tedious to apply to all the cells. But what if I say there is a simple key format using which you can fill all the columns in the Excel sheet within a fraction of a second? Sounds interesting, right? So that's exactly the flash fill function in Excel does. Now, before we get started, let me tell you guys that we have daily updates on multiple technologies. If you're a tech geek in a continuous hunt for latest technological trends, then consider getting subscribed to our YouTube channel and don't forget to hit that bell icon to never miss an update from Simplilearn. Now, without further ado, let's get started with the flash fill in Excel. For that, we might want to start the Excel to get in the practical mode. Now, we are on the Microsoft Excel. And remember the example we discussed? So this is a similar example. Now the first column in the sheet is the product detail. So this product detail consists of the product code, that is 112. Next we have the product serial number, that is 1002567. And lastly the assembly code, that is A, S and X. Now we want to separate this product detail into 3 columns where we have the first column to be storing the product code, second one to be storing the product serial number, and the last one to be storing the assembly code. So now if you want to do that using trim function, you might want to apply the trim function here and trim out the left part. And again for the product serial number, you might want to use the trim function again, which might go into a little complicated pattern. So to avoid the complications and decrease the time spent, we might want to use the flash fill in Excel. Now let us help Excel about the pattern that we might want to generate. So the pattern is 112. And the next one is 322. So now you can see that the text was highlighted. That was the intimation from the Excel that it understood the pattern. Now going into the next cell and holding the control key and pressing the E button will help us to fill the remaining cells in the column B. So that's how it is done. And similarly, let's try out for the serial number. For that, the serial number is 1002 5637. Now in the next cell, we have 1003 6582. Now we can go to the third cell and press Ctrl E for Windows, and if you're using a Mac operating system, then you have to press Command E and all these serial numbers will be filled. So this will reduce the time in separating the pattern and filling the columns. Now let's try the last column, that is ASX, which happens to the assembly code. Next we have F, G and V. Now the shortcut method, that is Ctrl E, and there you go. Now you might be wondering, will it work only for numbers, etc., or the text which is properly aligned or separated using a hyphen? No, it can also be used for some random text which is like this. So let us imagine that we have a text which is of length like 20 or 30 and you wanted to print only a part of it. So here I'm going to print the alphabets from position 4th to position 8th. So I've already tried the first one, that is taking out the alphabets from 4th location to the 8th location, or the pattern of the text, that is I, F, E, R from Jennifer Lopez. And in the next cell we have the numbers starting from the location 4 to 8, so that is 7767. And similarly we have the other cells consisting of the names of few cars, that is Alfa Romeo, Bugatti Veyron, and next we have Superman returns text. So now let's press the shortcut key, that is Ctrl E, and make sure that all the remaining cells are filled. So that's how the flash fill works. So the flash fill in Excel will reduce the time consumed to fill all the columns by separating the text in your main cell, that is the column A, which we have here in this example. And it also reduces the complexity of using a trim function in Excel. There's hyperlinks in Excel. Now hyperlink is something which is clickable, and when you click on it, it will redirect you to a different web page, to a different worksheet, or a different location in your local system. So there are a variety of options and we will explore all of them using Excel. Now creating a hyperlink is really simple. We have multiple ways. Now let's write some text on the Excel worksheet. I'll write Simplilearn. Now creating a hyperlink is really simple. You have multiple ways. The first simplest shortcut is clicking on the cell where you want to place the hyperlink and holding Ctrl key and pressing K. Now this will enable the hyperlink menu box or the dialog box. This is the first way, and let me close it. Now again we have selected the cell. There is another option where you have to click on the insert menu on the toolbar and navigate to links group. Click on the link option and you will again have the dialog box of the hyperlink in Excel. And the third way is right click on the cell and you can see the link option in the last, and this will enable the hyperlink option in Excel. Now let's create a hyperlink. The simplest way again, Ctrl K. Now we have a variety of options, that is existing file or web page, place in this document, create a new document, and an email address. So we will address all of these one at each time. So first one, existing file or a web page. Now you can select an existing PDF file or any file in your local system and hyperlink or create a hyperlink to the text, or you can select a website, a link, and place it over here and create it as a hyperlink. Let's explore both the options. First, let's try to explore the web page option. So since I've written as Simplilearn, let's use the website link of Simplilearn and create a hyperlink. Let me open Google, new tab, and let me type simplilearn.com. Let me copy the hyperlink, and now let's get back to the Excel workbook. Now here, let's place the hyperlink. Now you can press OK, and there you go. The hyperlink has been successfully created. Now this link is clickable. When you click on it, it will redirect you to a new Simplilearn's home web page, right? So this is how you create a hyperlink to a website. Now, we shall explore another option that is using an existing file, right? Let's create a new text box here. Let's name it as existing file. And okay, existing file should be good. Again, the same. You can either click, right click and select hyperlink, or Control K. Now, let's select existing file or web page option. Now here you can see navigate key. Press on that, and let's navigate our files. Let's select all files here. Remember to select all files. Okay, by default it shows as Office files. Now let's explore our file option. So let's select Fundamentals of Computer Programming option, which is a PDF file. Press OK, and there you go. We have created a hyperlink. So when I click on this, you can directly navigate to an existing PDF file in your local system, and it will be open as a web page. Click on it and you can see the PDF file. Now close. Now another thing, when you navigate onto this, you'll see the lengthier HTTP address, and same happens here, right? So if you're a little uncomfortable watching this lengthier link, you can also edit it. You can choose the option of edit hyperlink and see the screen tip option. Click on it, and here you can change the text to display option and write it as click here to know more. Press OK. Again, press OK, and now if you navigate onto it, instead of seeing a lengthier hyperlink, what you can see is click here to know more. Okay, I think I made a spelling mistake. So I think I forgot an E somewhere over here. Yes. Click here to know more and press OK. Right. So here you can see click here to know more. Let's try this again over here. So edit hyperlink, screen tip option, and instead of the lengthier text box or hyperlink, you can write as click to open notes. Or PDF. Click OK and click another OK, and you are done. So instead of seeing that lengthier hyperlink, you can see click here to open PDF, right? So far we have explored two options, that is existing file and existing web page, right? Now let's try to explore another option. Again, hyperlink, right click hyperlink, and here you have seen place this in document, right? So which is like, okay, let me show this to you instead of telling you. So here what it is doing is, you have the cell A5 and you wanted to refer to A1 or any other cell in the same worksheet. So you can do that, right? So now for your reference, let me cancel it and let me create a new sheet. And here, navigate me to here, right? Let me write it as navigate me to here. Okay. So now what we will do is, so here we will create that navigate link from using the hyperlink option. Place this in this document. You can see the sheet 2 option, and the cell reference is A1 where we have written navigate me to here. So when I click this A5 cell, okay, let me also rename it. Write it as navigate cell, navigating cell, right? Now create that, Control K. Let me select sheet 2 and the cell address is A1. Press OK. Now what's the change, right? When you click on this, you will be redirected to sheet 2 cell A1. Navigate me to here, right? So this can be like a shortcut when you have multiple sheets, like 100 sheets. Then you can have a different column over here and add the navigation address to all those cell links. You can just click on that cell and go into the different sheet and to the specific cell which you have given the address. In our case, I have given sheet 2 address cell A1, right? So this is another trick. Now let's get back to the hyperlink thing again. Control K, and another option is create new document. So you might have been through, option of having, let's say, some cheat sheets or clip-on clipboards, right? So let us imagine that you're working through a huge worksheet, and you wanted to, have a track of everything and keep notes updating, right? So it might be a little complicated to understand. So let me show it practically. So let me write it down as clipboard or sticky note, right? Okay, I think this has a hyperlink. Okay, this can be used, no worries. Back to hyperlink option again. Create new document. Now here you can create a variety of documents, right? So it can be a text document, it can be an Excel document, it can be a PDF document, right? For now, we'll create a text document. Okay, we'll name it as tracker.txt. So this should create us a text document, and the location can be anything. So you can, take it as a desktop documents download. So let me take documents here and select OK. So I'll be having this tracker.txt located in the documents folder. And you can also choose to edit the document later or edit the document now. Let us select edit the document now, press OK, and there you go. So you have your text tracker here. So let us imagine that we have worked on the Excel sheet and we wanted to write down as a sticky note so that we can remember what we have done on the Excel sheet. So update 1 and update 2. Now you can close it. So it'll ask for a save option, save it, and done. And let us imagine that you did something else and you also updated something else on the sticky note, Excel sheet, and you wanted to update that on your sticky note. So click on it and you'll see a minor notice over here from Microsoft Excel based on potential security concerns. You can select yes, and you'll be having access to your text document again, and write down your update again here, update 3, what you have written, right? The latest update, what you have. And you can save it and close. So that's how you keep track of your sticky note, and you'll have all your updates, right? Now, getting back to the hyperlinks again. The last one is email address. So you can also try to add, let's imagine that you're working with a colleague, and every time you make an update in your Excel sheet or anything, and you wanted to send him out an email, right? So it would be a little time consuming that you open your email and compose something and send it over here. But what if you had one single click and access to the email compose option, right? That can be done. So let us write down email colleague. Bear me with the spelling. So again, the Control K and hyperlink, select email option, and you can write down your email, which can be anything. So you can write down your friend's email address. So I'm just writing down some random email here, friend@gmail.com, and can write the subject about update and press OK. This will navigate you to the Gmail option or the mailing address options. Click on it and you'll have a variety of mailing options: Outlook, Office 365, Yahoo, iCloud, Google, etc. So you can select any one of those. Since we have written as gmail.com, we'll navigate to Gmail, and all you have to do is log in, all the formalities, and you're good to go with emailing. So let's skip this for now. So you know how to do the rest parts. So far we have covered all the hyperlink options in Excel, that is existing file or a web page, place this in the current executing worksheet or document, creating a new document for your update thing, and also including the email, right? So far we have covered everything around hyperlink in Excel, and if you have anything to know more about, or if you feel that we have missed out anything important regarding hyperlink in Excel, you can feel free to let us know.
Round off formula in Excel. Now for this particular tutorial, we will be using the student dataset. Now let's get back to the practical mode and start our Microsoft Excel. Now we are in the Microsoft Excel, and as you can see on my sheet, okay, let me expand this. So as you can see on my screen, we have the dataset belonging to students. So we have 10 students, and every one of them has name, roll number, class, blood group, and marks, etc. And at the end we have the percentage. And as you can see, we have the percentage in terms of float values, and we have a lot of decimal values like 8 and above. So what if you wanted to just have 1 or 2 digits after the actual percentage, like 80.6 or 80.66, right? It would be a little bit more or good to read, right? So that's what a round off actually means. So now let's work on having rounded off values for the percentage. Now let's create a new column. Let's name it as round off percentage. Great. So to actually perform the round off formula, we do have a predefined method for that. For that, you just have to type in equals to round, and there you go. We have round up and a round down. So both of them perform the same operation. Let's select a round up, and this is the M column and the row number is 3. So we'll have to press M3 and the number of values after the decimal point. For now, let's select 1, and there you go. Press enter and the value should be rounded off. Now 80.66 is being rounded off to 80.7. Now when you drag the cell to all the rows, then you can see all the values will be rounded off. Here you can see 75.16 has been rounded off to 75.2, and 82.33 has been rounded off to 82.4. So we end up with having rounded off.
So first we will understand what exactly is standard deviation. So standard deviation is a calculated square of variance. Now what is variance? Okay, nothing to worry. Let us also understand what is variance. Now the next part, variance. So what is variance? Variance is a measure of variability. It is calculated by taking the average of squared deviations from the mean. Now, what are deviations? So slowly you can understand that we're getting into the topic of statistics and graphs. So before getting deep into it, let's understand what is deviation. So the deviation is a measure that is used to find the difference between the observed value and the expected value of a variable. In simple terms, deviation is the distance from the center point. So for example, when you are going through a graph, so you will be expecting some value, right? And if you get some difference that is above or below the expected point, that is called the deviation. What is the difference between the expected point and the obtained point? So that is the deviation. Now, next is the observed value. So the observed value is the value that you get in real time, unlike the predicted value. So now you might be thinking, to calculate standard deviation, we might need a few more parameters, and you're exactly right. So to calculate standard deviation in Excel, you need variance, and then you need deviation, and then you need mean, right? So all these parameters are supposed to be calculated first, and then you will be having the final formula to calculate standard deviation. Now that we understood the theoretical and formula-based explanation about standard deviation, it's time we calculate the standard deviation using one of the most popular business intelligence tool, that is Microsoft Excel. So let's get back to the practical mode. So now we are on the practical mode, and we have some sample data on my screen right now. Let me expand it a little bit. Yeah, there you go. So as discussed before, to calculate standard deviation, we might require the mean, variance, deviation, and deviation squared, and then we can calculate the standard deviation. So let's go step by step. So the first one is calculating sum, right? So to calculate average, we might need a sum of all the scores. So we have the index values, that is 1 to 10, and scores of each index value, that is 1 to 10, right? Now let's calculate the sum of all values here. Press tab to select the function, select and drag these cells, press enter, and then you have the scores. Now you want number of indexes. So clearly you can see we have 10, but still let's count them. COUNT, tab space to select and select the number of cells, press enter, and you have count. Now what's the mean? So mean is simply the average of all the numbers, right? So you can either divide the sum by count, or you can simply use the average function. So let's try to use the average function so that we also have an idea of how the average function works. Press tab to select it and select all the cells, press enter. Now you have the average or mean value. Now we have the mean value, and now after finding the mean value, we are supposed to find out the deviation. So remember the deviation, that is the difference between the obtained value and the predicted value, right? So the obtained value is this one, which is here in C2, and the predicted value is this one, that is 82.6. That's our mean, right? According to formula, we are supposed to eliminate the value of obtained minus the mean, right? So select the cell equals to C2 minus the obtained value, that is mean. Now press F4 to freeze the value, and now press enter so that you can freeze the value and drag the formula across all the cells. Now you have the deviation, right? Now the next step is to find the sum of all the deviation numbers. So either you can apply the sum formula to all these numbers, or you can just drag the cell over here and the formula will be automatically copied. Now similarly, the count function to count all the values, that is drag it and you'll have it over here, right? Now the next step is to find out the square deviations, or the square of the deviations, which is really simple. All you have to do is equals to select the cell and see that small hat kind of logo on the number 6, use that. Now into 2, press enter, you have the square. Similarly, drag the same formula across all the cells and you'll have your square numbers. Similarly, drag this summation function over here, so you'll have the sum of this and the count number as well. Now comes the final formula. Now we have the mean value, that is over here. Let's color it. And we have the variation square. Now that is, which is this one. Let's color it in a different shade. And we have deviation as well. Let's color it in a different shade. Now we need to find the variance, and after we find the variance, the last step is to count the standard deviation, or to calculate the standard deviation. So what is the formula to calculate the variance? So for variance, you need the sum of deviation square divided by total number of values minus 1. Press enter, and that's your variance. Now the standard deviation. So the standard deviation is really simple. You need to calculate the variance to the power of 0.5, and that's your standard deviation. So that's how you calculate standard deviation in Excel. I hope all the formulas and the explanation was clear.
So you can see that we have got started with Microsoft Excel, and on the left hand side we have a simple table with all the teams in an IT industry, starting from IT admin, testing, development to client consultant support. We have got everything in this particular table. Now our main idea is to find out the index of these particular elements. For example, if you wanted to find the index of the element marketing, then how could you do it? So here, let's try to use the match function in Excel. For that, we want lookup value and position. So on the right hand side, you can see that I've created two separate columns as lookup value and positions. So in the lookup value column, we will be inserting the value of which you want to find the index. Now, for example, let us consider that we want to find the index value of team marketing. So I'll be writing marketing in this particular lookup value. Now, how to find the index value of the element marketing? For that, we will be using the match function in Excel. Now, after writing the match function, you can see that it is asking for three different parameters. So the first one is the lookup value, second is the lookup array, and lastly we have match type. So lookup value is the value of which you are trying to find the index, that is marketing, this particular cell. So we have selected the lookup value, which is the first one. Next, we have to select the lookup array, that is from which set of elements you want to find the index. So the set of elements are this IT admin testing, the column which we have created, the A column. Now we have selected the lookup array, and lastly the match type. Is it you're looking for less than, or is it you're looking for exact match, or is it greater than match? So for now I want exact match, so I will be selecting the exact match, that is 0. Now there you go, you have the exact index of the element, that is 5. Now we have selected all the 10 teams starting from IT 1, admin 2, testing 3, development 4, marketing 5. So that's how you find the index of a selected element in Excel. Now we just have like 10 elements, so we have got the writing of the elements, or choosing the elements in a easy way. But what if you had like 100 elements, right? Could be a little different. Okay, so let me put it simple. Now you wanted to find the index value of finance. So right now we have marketing and you wanted to type in finance and you missed out a letter A. Okay, now you're not finding the right index. To avoid such problems, you can always take the help of data validation in Excel. That is, using the list in data validation in Excel. You can see a small drop down icon here, right? You can choose that, and here you can see all the teams that we have created in the left column, right? So here I can scroll down and choose the finance, and there you go, I have the index value. Okay, again we need to copy paste the same match function in Excel over here. Equals to match, lookup value, lookup array, and exact match. So there you go. That's how you make use of data validation in Excel, and using the list you can comprehend all the list elements in this particular column into the list of data validation, and you can choose the team whichever you want to find the index for. So this is how you can make use of match function in Excel or index match function in Excel.
To sort data in Excel. So on my spreadsheet, you can see some employee data, and on the column F and G, you can see employee date of birth and employee date of joining. For example, you wanted to sort the employee data in the form of earliest joining employee and the latest joining employee, right? That is, who is the employee who joined first to this company and who is the employee who joined last to this company. So for that, you just need to select the column of date. So let's select both the columns and go to home and check or verify if the data type is date or not. So generally the data type will be set to general by default by Excel. So we need to make sure that we have the proper data type, which is date. Now that we have the proper data type, select the entire column and go to the data option, and here select the sort option, and in the sort option select the expand selection. Click on sort, and here sort by employee date of joining and oldest to newest. That's what we wanted, the oldest employee or you can also set it to the newest employee to oldest according to your requirement, but we'll go to oldest to newest according to the case study right now. Just click on OK and that should be done. So Emily, who's a manager, is the oldest employee who joined the company, and Chris, who's a trainee in IT support, is the latest employee who joined the company. Now that's how you sort date in Excel. Now on my screen, you can see the sales of 4 quarters from different regions, that is East, West, South, North and Central. Now you might want to calculate the sum of sales happened from all the regions in Q1, or you might want to calculate the sum of sales happened in one region of all the 4 quarters. That is, either you want to calculate the sum of all the regions from quarter 1, or you might want to calculate the sum of all the quarters in one region, right? So to do this, you have some simple functions in Excel. So you might say you have some function, etc., right? For that, you might want to go into the, equals to mode and fetch sum option and subtotal or SUMIFS. You have to select the function from here. But what if I tell you that there is one simple, easy shortcut where you just have to make one single click and you'll have all the sum, right? So that seems interesting. So on the top in the home bar, select home, and on the top right corner, you have the editing group. In editing group, you have aggregation function, that is summation. So you have different aggregations here, sum, average, count numbers, maximum, minimum, more functions. Here you might want to select the sum and you can get all the summation numbers here. So I'll select one cell. So the second query where we wanted to calculate the sum of all the sales happened in East region with all the quarters included, that is this one, C2 to F2, right? So let us select G2 and select the auto sum option, and here it will automatically select the range for you, that is C2 to F2. If you want to change it, can also change it, like minimize the number. If you just wanted to calculate the sum of 3 quarters, you can do that. So now we want 4 quarters, so select enter, and there you go, you have all the sales of all the 4 quarters of East region. Now if you simply drag it, you will have the sum of all the 4 quarters of all different regions. Now, let us calculate the summation of Q1 of all the regions, that is this one. Select auto sum and it will automatically select all the cells for you. That is from C2 to C6, right? Press enter and you'll have the summation. Similarly, you can, drag it and you have the numbers here of all the Q2 sales of all the regions, Q3 sales of all region and Q4 sales of all region. Now let us try to change the color so that you can have a reference, that is it's different, it's its total sum, or right, you just have a reference to identify it. Now similarly to this one as well. So that's how you implement auto sum in Excel. Now we are on the Excel spreadsheet. So you can see that I have 5 different sheets of the same data. So why do we have that? So I'll be explaining you how to sort data for multiple parameters. So firstly, we will try to sort data in the form of numbers, right? So let us imagine that this data is being shared with you by your manager, and he wants you to sort this data based on the salary numbers. So he wants you to arrange the data in the form of ascending order or descending order maybe, which will help him find the employee with the highest salary, right? So how could you do that? So it's really simple. You could sort the entire data just within a few clicks. So how would you do that? So since you're focusing on salary, select any cell from the salary column only, right? Select this particular column and select any cell in the salary column. Get into the sort and filter options, and here select this sort of arrangement you need, that is largest to smallest or the smallest to largest. Since the problem statement was to find the highest salary, click on largest to smallest, and there you go. So you have Tony and the designation is senior and he works in IT support and he draws the highest salary of 80,000, right? And there's also another one which is Peppa and she works for the analytics team. And now the next sheet. Let's get into the sheet 2. And this time, let us imagine that you wanted to, arrange or sort the data based on the employee date of joining or date of birth, right? Again, if you wanted to arrange the data in which you find the youngest employee or the oldest employee of the organization, you can do that. Click on any cell in the date of birth column and go back to the sort and filter. And here you will be seeing the options sort oldest to the newest or the sort the data from newest to the oldest. So since we want the oldest employee, select oldest to newest. And there you go. So the oldest employee is Alfred, who is an associate designation employee, and he works in the admin department, and he's drawing the salary of 25,000. So that's how you can sort the data when you are trying to sort the data based on date wise. So first we try to sort the data on the number wise. So you can apply the same for your employee ID, salary, and if there is any possibility you can do that as well. And if you want to apply the same sorting based on dates, you can do that as well using the sorting function in the same way. Now let's get back onto the third sheet, and here now single column wise is perfectly fine. There is no issues with that. Now you wanted to, let us imagine that you have two columns. Okay, let's eliminate a few columns here. Maybe we can eliminate the employee ID and okay, let's keep a few columns. So we'll just keep employee name and employee salary. Okay, so here we are trying to demonstrate if you are trying to sort the data using one cell in the column B, will it maintain its relationship with the cell A? Okay, that's our query, right? So let's see, I'll go a little detail. So let us imagine that you wanted to sort this data based on highest salary. Okay, so when you do that, will it also impact the cells in the column A? So it will basically impact, but just it's a query, right? Any of you viewers might have that query. Will I, if in case if I try to sort the data based on this, will it affect the cells on the rest of the data set? Okay, so in basically it will impact. So I'll try to sort the data based on ascending order. So this is the smallest to largest, and you can see the Tony and Pepper. So since I selected the cell in the column B, it also impacted the change on the cells of column A. So that's how the sorting works. Now we'll get to a little advanced sorting techniques. So here we try to, already we try to sort the data based on numbers, based on alphabets, based on date of birth, right? So I think we forgot the ascending or or sorting based on alphabets. Let's do that as well. Select any cell in the column A and go to sort and filter. Try selecting A to Z, or okay, let's try to Z to A. Okay, so here you can see the names have been sorted based on the descending order from Z to A, right? So far we tried on alphabets, so far we tried on numbers, date of birth, and a couple of more things. So let's dig a little deeper and try to sort based on colors, right? So for that, you don't, find that extra setting here in the regular sort and filter. So you might want to get into the data option, and here you'll find another sort function, which is a little advanced. So that's how you do it. So since we have colored in the cell or column of salary, select that salary, and we're going with cell value. So in the cell values section, select the cell color, and here on the cell color options, you'll have green, blue, and yellow. That's what we have used in our cells. So let's keep green in the first position, which is on top, and press OK. Now you'll see green has been sorted to the first position. Now yellow and blue are left out. So why is that? So because you didn't provide it, right? So you can do that as well. You can always add the setting to it. Right, select any cell, go to sort and add a level, and then again select the salary and cell values to cell colors, and now the cell color in the second position would be blue, and that will be on bottom, and you can add another level, the same salary, the cell values will be cell color, and cell yellow will be somewhere in between or bottom. Okay, so based on hierarchy, it will be selecting. Press OK. and there you go. So you have cell yellow and blue at the bottom and green at the top position as per your suggestions. Now we are on the last sheet. So here in this last sheet, we are going to, dig a little deeper into the advanced sorting methods. So previously we tried to apply the advanced sorting methods for colors. Now we'll try to apply the advanced sorting methods based on the data set we have here. I mean the data we have in our data set, right? So select the sort option and let's add a few details, right? So firstly, let's sort the column employee ID. Okay, so let's have the smallest to largest, or yeah, now that would be good. Now let's add another level where we will sort. Okay, I think we will sort based on employee name. That would be a little better. So let's try to sort it on employee name here, and here will be employee salary. Okay, now the cell values, and this would be from A to Z, and the salaries will be from smallest to largest. So basically what we are trying to do is we are trying to sort the employee list based on employee names from A to Z. So the employee's name starting from A to Z will be ordered first, and another subset of the sorting will be done based on highest salaries, that is smallest to highest. So let us imagine that we have 3 employees with names starting from A and their salaries are 10,000, 20,000 and 30,000. So how would it sort? So it will sort basically in the alphabetical order first. So first 3 names will be sorted, and then it will also have another condition to sort the data with, keeping the lowest salary on top and highest salary in the last, right? So this is how the algorithm works for sorting. Now let's press OK and see the output. So there you go. The names are Alfred, and we have the highest salary here, smallest to highest. So this is 25,000. Next we have Banner, Barnes and Ben. So here you might be seeing why we have Ben in the 3rd position despite he has the lowest salary and name starts with B, right? So here it is trying to work based on the alphabets in the order, right? So B, A and B, E. It's not just comparing the first letter, it's also comparing the following letters as well, right? So N comes first, R comes later. So Barnes is pushed to the 2nd position. A comes first and E comes later. So B, A letters are pushed to the 1st position and Ben is pushed to the 3rd position. So that's how it works, right? So accordingly, the set for BA is created here, 35, 40. Next Ben, 12, and next you have Bobby, Brian, Brock, Chris, Clark, right? So that's how the data has been organized and sorted based on multiple levels of parameters you provide for sorting. So that's how you use sorting in Excel, slicers and filters in Excel.
So slicers in Excel are software filters used along with Excel tables or Excel pivot tables over a large amount of data. Not just filtering out data, but slicers also help you with an easy understanding of the information being extracted and displayed on the screen. Now, Microsoft Excel slicers are compatible with Windows and Macintosh operating systems. Now, let us understand how to implement slicers in Excel. So for that, we might want to get back to the practical mode, that is, starting our Microsoft Excel. Now, we are on our Excel sheet, and as you can see on my screen, there is some data available on the Excel spreadsheet. And this table is not just any table. This table from Microsoft Excel has been converted into an actual table. As you know, by default, Excel considers all the data which has been inserted into the spreadsheet as a database. And to implement these slices in Excel, we might want to create or convert the format of database into a normal table. For that, you can select all your data and just press Ctrl T, and that will allow you an option called Convert the Data into Table. Now, since this table is already converted as a table, we can directly start implementing or inserting slices into the spreadsheet. Now for that, select all your data. Then go into the Insert option. And in the Insert ribbon, you can see the Filters group. And in the Filters group, select the option called Slicer. Now you will be provided with multiple options. Since we have the columns Employee ID, Employee Name, Zone, Designation, Department,
salary, employee's date of birth, and employee's date of joining. So we can choose any of the options available according to our columns and create the slices. Now let me select the first one, that is zone, next designation, department, and let's also select employee name. Now press OK, and there you go, we have our slices. Now let us try to rearrange these slices. All you can do is just select and drag them up. And done. Now let us imagine that we want to see or take a look at the employees who are working in the East zone. Then we have all the information displayed on the screen who are working in the East zone. They are Jack, Tony, Banner, Fred, etc. and their department, designation, etc., all on one single screen. So this really helps you while you're presenting your data in a presentation. Now for a change, let's try to select the department. Now if your client wants to select the data from only analytics department, then you might want to select on the analytics key on the department slicer, and there you go, you have an employee called Luke Hobbs who works in the East zone, and his department is analytics and his designation is contract based, and the salary he is getting is 65,000. Now similarly, you can see that we have only selected analytics, and your client also wants data from IT support. Now you can see that analytics is gone. But what if you want both analytics and IT support? Then you have an option called select multiple. Then you can select analytics and IT support, and if you want HR, you can also do that. And in the zone, if you want West along with East, then you can do the same, East and West, and you have all the employee details. And in the designation, let's try to select senior, trainee. Okay, select multiple, senior, trainee, and manager. So that's how you do it. So that's how it's done, and that's how you implement slicers in Excel to simplify the filtering options using slicers during a presentation.
It is really simple to add filters in Excel. So we are on a practical mode right now. So on my screen, you can see an Excel spreadsheet of sales data. So here you have various columns, regions, category, state, subcategory, sales, quantity, and much more, right? So now let us imagine that we want to add filters on the region part. So we have South, West, East, etc., right? So we want to, let us imagine that you want to extract the data of only West region and you wanted a filter. So doing it manually could take a lot of time. So using filters will be helpful. Now select one cell on the headers part and select the filter option in the data toolbar. You can see the data option in the toolbar, right? So click on the data option and navigate to sort and filter group, and in that select the option of filter. Now you can see the filters are being added to all the column headers: region, category, state, subcategory, sales, quantity, right? Now we wanted the West category. So when you see or when you click on the drop down icon, you can see all the options are selected, right? The central, east, west, south, everything, right? But now we just want West one, so click on West and select OK. There you go. So you have everything from the West region. Now let's imagine that you wanted to look into office supplies only or technology only, right? You can do the same with technology and press OK, and now you'll have all the technology related sales in the West region, right? So that's how you use filters in Excel, or that's how you add filters in Excel.
Yes, goal-seek in Excel. So for this tutorial, we'll be considering the students database. Now let's get back to the Excel. So now we are on the Excel sheet, and you can see that in this particular Excel sheet, we have some student details. We have the serial numbers, names, roll numbers, class, blood group, and some subjects like math, science, computer, statistics, social, GK, and the final marks obtained, percentage, and total marks, right? So let us imagine that a company has come for an interview. So all these students are going to attend an interview, and the minimum percentage to attend the interview will be like 75%. So you can see that we have 75 here, and all the students have got above 75 except for the one student, which is Mike, right? So for Mike to attend the interview, he needs 75% or above. So he can make some modifications in one of these subjects, right? So there is always an exam after the exam called as improvement exam. So if you can like to score some extra marks in the subjects which you have scored less, so that you can make up to the percentage what you're expecting, you can do that. So here in this particular sheet, Mike has 6 subjects, right? And in 6 subjects, you can see he has scored 76, 91, 45, 71, 94 and 62. So out of these, he have scored less in one subject. Compared to all the subjects, one subject is really low, that is computers. So what if he can give an improvement exam and increase his percentage to 75, right? So that can be done. So we can do some brute force methods, like we can change the marks like 55 and then check this particular one, so it's getting 74, right? So using the brute force method will be a little bit lengthy. So you can do this because it is just a small table which has least number of data, and you just have one single cell to modify. So that can be done in small tables. But what if you had some table with hundreds of rows or thousands of rows? That will be time consuming, right? So for that, we have some inbuilt functionality in Excel that is called Goal Seek in Excel. So for now, let's eliminate the marks here. So we have eliminated the marks and the upgraded percentage is 65. Now we need the target as 75. Okay, so let's write it as Mike's target, right? We need Mike. So Mike's new target as 75. Okay, now to make sure that we need a mark here which can get Mike to 75%, we will use the data operation. So here on the toolbar, which has file, home, insert, etc., we have one other option called as data. So when you click on data from toolbar, you'll have this ribbon, and in this ribbon we have various options. So when you come into forecast group, we have an option called what if analysis. When you click on what if analysis, you'll have a set of options, out of which we have goal seek. Now for goal seek, we need to select a table cell, that is this particular table cell, that is M9. So we need the value 75 here, right? So what is the cell that you need to change here? For that, you need to select this one and select this particular cell here, right? And now you can select OK. Now you can see that Excel has automatically run all the permutations and combinations and has come up with a number, so that the overall percentage of Mike will be 75%, right? So the expected marks that Mike should be getting in his computer's improvement exam should be equal to 56 or greater than 56 to get the final target as 75, so that he can attend the company's interview. So this is how we use goal set or goal seek in Excel.
We are on our Excel spreadsheet, and here you can see I'm trying to create an calendar for the employees in the company, where you might have to, write down the day and month and year or week of your birth date, or maybe your joining date, or maybe also your last working day, right? This might be useful for all the employees to, avoid them from writing it down manually. So how do I create it? So it takes a few simple steps. All it takes is some data validation methods, and also there is an exclusive video specifically made on data validation in Excel, link to which is in the description box below, or you can search it on our official YouTube channel. Now you can see that the word calendar is on the first cell, that is A1, but we have 4 cells below it, that is A3, B3, C3 and D3. So you might want to add this to all the cells, right? Like maybe in the middle. So for that, you can do the option of merge and center. Also, there is a tutorial on merge and center about all the options available in this particular thing, so you can go through that also. And here we have done the first step. Now all we need is day, month, year, and week. So in a calendar or in a month, you'll have days from 28, 29, 30, or 31 days, right? So let's create a list or the drop down menu for that, so that whenever you click it, right? So whenever you click on that particular cell, you will have the list of all the days available, right? So let's get started with that. Let's create a new sheet. So why are we creating a new sheet? You won't want that all the numbers in your calendar sheet right over here, right? So for that, so we are creating a new sheet and all the data will be available here. So here, let's write down the days first, and here the second number. Also, you can use the option of flash fill so that you can, reduce the effort here. So you can see the flash fill option over here. All you need to do is select the cells and drag them down until you get your required dates, right? So let's keep it to 31 days. There you go, you have the days. So these will be your days. And here, now the next option was month, right? Yeah, month and year. Now using the same flash fill option, you will add the months into your sheet. So this will be Sunday. So Excel has this smart flash fill option where you can just drag the data and everything will be filled according to your requirements. So Sunday to Saturday. Now the next one, right? That is your month. So same as the before process, we'll create January. You can use the flash fill option and all the way up to December. Now the last one was the year. So 1990 and 1991. So you can select the cells and flash fill up to 2022 maybe. Yeah, 2022 should be good enough. Now this is the flash fill option you have here, and also we have an exclusive tutorial on flash fill altogether. You can go through it for a detailed explanation as well. Now coming back to the original sheet, so this is where you create your drop down list, right? So select the cell where you want to add the drop down list, navigate to data, and then here is your data validation menu. So we have a variety of data validation options over here. There is an exclusive tutorial on that. You can go through it. For now, we'll look into the list option only because we want to create a drop-down list, right? So here it will ask for source. Click on the source here, the source bar, right? Now navigate to sheet number 2 where we have the days options. Select the range. So this will be your range and select OK. Also, you can add some message here, right? What you can do is, in case if there is an error or something, right? You don't want that to be happening. So all you need to do is write down, select from drop down. Select from drop down only. So this could be a message, select from drop down only. The title is select options or just options. In case if there is an error, you can write down your title as invalid data and you can write down a message as please select from drop down only. So in case if someone tries to write as 32 or 33 to check the integrity of your data validation, then they will encounter an error and an error message, and then they must be understanding what exactly they try to do and if it's correct or wrong, right? So this is to make sure that whatever the data you enter is correct and valid. So okay, and here you can see select from the drop down list only, options with option list as title, and let's try to enter 32, right? And when you press enter, you will see an error. So the error message is invalid data. Please try to select from drop down only. So you can go for a retry and select the drop down, right? So let's eliminate that and now select something from the drop down. So let's take it as maybe 10, right? So this is how you cleared the day one. Now let's try to do with the month. Same data validation option. Settings will be list and source will be this one. I think I made a mistake here. So let's cancel this and go back to sheet 2 and rename this as our week. Yeah, now coming back to the month again. It will be a list and the source will be in sheet 2. Navigate to the sheet 2 and select your range and the input message the same. Options, select from drop down only. And error alert, title will be invalid data. This one will be please select from drop down only. Okay, and that's done. Now let's continue with year as well. Let's quickly do the same. It will be a list. Source will be in sheet 2. This is your list. Press OK. And lastly, the week. Same process. It will be a list. Source will be in your sheet 2. The input message options. Title invalid data. It's drop down only. Right, so your drop down list is ready now. So the month will be anything. So currently we have May and the year can be anything, anywhere. So let's take it as 1997 and a week can be, the adjacent week. And so what was 10th of May 1997? Let's check our calendars. So it was a Saturday. So it was a Saturday, and that's how you create a drop-down list in Excel. And if you want, you can also add borders to your calendar, right? So that's how it's done.
So what is data validation in Excel? So it is a feature by Microsoft Excel
where it can restrict data entry into certain cells by using data validation, and it will prompt the users to enter valid data in the cells based on the rules and restrictions provided by the creator of that particular sheet. Now this would be a little confusing to understand, so to understand it in a much better way, let's get back to the practical way where we will start entering some data validation rules to our Excel sheet and try to enter data into it. Now we are on the Microsoft Excel, and this particular sheet is based on employee ID, employee name, employee department, employee salary, fiscal year, and work timings of the employees. Now we will be applying some data validation rules to each and every column and try to enter data based on the rules we have entered. Now for the first one, which is the employee ID, we'll enter rules based on the employee ID number. So to apply the data validation, you need to go into the Data tab on the toolbar, and inside the ribbon, you can see Data Tools group. And in the Data Tools group, you have the option of Data Validation. Now select the entire column, go to the Data Tools group, select Data Validation option, and you will have this particular pop-up menu. And here you can see different types of options. So since we are entering employee ID, it would be a whole number. So let us select whole number option. And now here you can see the option of between, not equal to, not between, greater than, less than, etc. So let us select between, and let us assume that your employee ID has 5 numbers, and it should be between 10,000 to 11,000. So let us provide 10,000 and 11,000. Now select OK, and now the new rule has been applied. So now the minimum value of each and every employee ID should be equal to or more than 10,000 and less than 11,000, and it should have 5 digits. Now let's try to enter a wrong employee ID, that is just 1. There you go. You can see that Microsoft Excel is not allowing you to include a wrong number. It says this value does not match the data validation restrictions defined for this cell. So now you can press retry and try to enter some number which is in between 10,000 to 11,000. Now it is 10,901, and this will take the entry. Now let us assume that because I am the creator of this sheet, I know what should be entered here. But what if I give this sheet to you and you are the person who is trying to enter the number and it shows the error and you don't know what was the error, right? To avoid this kind of confusion, what you can do is you can do some ways where you can provide the message to the user. So that can be done by, okay, let's select the sheet again and go to the data validation, and here you have the same settings. Now here you have another option saying input message. So before input message, let us go to error alert. Now here the error title would be data entered is not valid. Please enter. This is the error message. Please enter EMP ID between 10,000 to 11,000. Press OK. Now when you try to enter the wrong number, it will show that particular error alert message. See, data entered is not valid. Please enter employee ID between 10,000 to 11,000. Now this is fine, but how long this will be, what if there is an option where you just hover over to this cell and it automatically tells you to enter the value between 10,000 to 11,000 without having to face the error? Yeah, even that can be done. So you can select the entire column, go to data validation, and here this is the input message. This is where you can do that. So here you can write the message name, valid data. Please enter data between 10,000 to 11,000. Now, when you hover over to any cell in this particular column, it will automatically show you this message where you can avoid all the errors. Just select OK. See, when you select any cell in this particular column, it will automatically tell you, please enter data between 10,000 to 11,000. So here you don't have to face any errors, right? Now let us try to enter the valid data. 10902, and it will take it as the correct value, and again 10903. Now in case if you try to provide the wrong number, it will show the error. See? So that's how it is. Now we have finished the whole number part. Now let's get into the employee name, where we have to provide the second type, that is text length. Now let us imagine that in your company you're trying to provide ID cards to your employees, and you know that ID card is really small, and inside that ID card you need to include the employee photograph and your company name, employee ID, blood group, phone number, address, everything, and also you need to include the name of the employee. So what if there is an employee with very lengthy name, like 30 characters, 40 characters? Yeah, in India it is really possible that you might have a lengthy name. So what you can do is you can provide the text length where the text is limited to like 15 or 20 characters. So you can include that name in the ID card. So you can do that by allowing the data validation criteria with text length. Minimum can be anything, so minimum can be 1, and maximum here you can provide 15, and press OK. Okay, minimum will change it to at least 2, and yeah, let it be 1. So minimum is 1 and maximum is 15 characters, and press OK. And let us also provide the input message. Enter character type, character data. Please enter valid name. And error alert, invalid data. Please enter valid data. Okay, please enter characters less than 50. Press OK. Now let us try to enter a random name. Okay, we'll enter characters more than 15 here. QWERTY 0. Yeah, it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 11. Okay, now this is more than 15. Okay, I think it's not more than 15. Let's try to enter a little bit more characters. Yeah, now we have entered more than 15 characters and it is showing please enter characters less than 15. So now we can retry and try to enter some valid name. Now we have characters less than 50, so it will take as the proper name. Now let us try to enter another name. I'm just entering some random data. So another name maybe. Great. Now the next type of data validation is also done. Now let us get into employee department. Employee department is something really superb. So I'll tell you about it. It's actually a list. Now let us finish the other ones first. That is employee salary, fiscal year and work timings. After that we'll learn about the list one. Now let's come into employee salary. So salary is something where you have to include decimal points. So now let us go to data validation, and inside the values we have already dealt with whole number, text length. Yeah, now we'll deal with employee salary, that is decimal. Now minimum is, okay, what is the minimum can be 1.00,
and maximum can be 1,00,000.00, or let us put that as 10 lakhs. Press OK. Okay, not just then. Enter valid salary. Okay, now let's change it to minimum as 10,000. So the employee minimum salary will be 10,000, and input enter valid salary. Enter salary between 10,000 to 10 lakhs. Let us include a comma here too. Now error alert, invalid salary. Please enter between 10,000 to 10 lakhs. Press OK. Now the message and the data validation conditions are applied to this column. Now let us try to enter some invalid data first. It will show the error. Now we need to enter the valid data. Yeah. Now it is taking the valid data. Let us provide 20,000 and this has 35,000. Now the next one is fiscal year. Let us imagine that we wanted to work on the employees for current working year, that is 2020 to 2021, and or you can consider 2021 to 2022, not more than 2021 and not less than 2021. For that you can provide the year option as well. So for that you need to select the entire column, go to data validation, settings, and inside here you have an option of date. So let us provide the date option as between, and start date is 01/01/2021 and end date is 01/01/2022, and input message, let us provide data as current fiscal year, current financial year. Enter date between 2021 to 2022. Let us copy this and go into error alert. Error message will be seen, invalid date. Select OK. Now the error message and the data input message and the data validation rule has been applied for this column. So let's try to enter some date here. You can enter 02 of February 2021. It will take as the correct data. Now let's try to enter some wrong data which is apart from 2022, 02/02/2022. It will not take this, it will throw error. So that's how it works. Now let us try to enter as 2021 and this is March. It will take it. Now another data, 04 this time and 2021. So that's how your data validation will work. Now coming into the next type of data validation, that is time. So we have time here. Let us imagine that you are providing some work timings to your employees. That should be from 9 AM to 5 PM, not more than that. So you want to keep your work life balance for all your employees. So you just want them to work between 9 to 5 and that should be fine. And anything apart from that time should be invalid. So you can do that by selecting time option between. It should be in between, and the start time will be 0900 and this should be
17. That is 5 p.m. in the evening. And input message, please enter time between 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. This should be the input message. Now error alert, invalid time, error message. Okay. Now, okay, work timings. Now this should be okay. We can do this as 2 columns actually. Let us cancel. Let us copy this and paste it here. You can do it as login timing, and this should be okay. This should be as log out. So this should be okay. So this will be considered as login and log out times. Now let us provide the login time. This should be the right time, and let's try to provide wrong timings, 08. Now it will not take it, it will throw as error. So it's working fine. Let us provide 10. Now let us provide the logout time. It should be below 5 p.m. So let us provide 5. It will take it. Okay. Let's try to provide something just 1 minute less than 5. That is 59. Okay. There is some problem in this. Let's check it. Okay, it is taking 3, that is including seconds. Okay, let's provide seconds as well. Zero 5 0 0 0 0. Okay, still there is some problem. Okay, we have entered 4. We are supposed to enter 24-hour timing, right? 14. Okay, it should be 17. I think this will work. Yeah. Now we are following 24-hour timing here. So let's provide another timing, that is 16 30 0 0. This will be valid, and 15 30. Yes, this is also valid. Now we have finished almost all types of data validation things. That is, we have finished with any value, whole number, decimal, date, timing, test length, and the last one is list. So this is where things get interesting. Now let's cancel this. Now select the employee column. Now if you're running a company, then definitely you'll not have only one department in it. You might have multiple departments, right? So let us consider that you have a software development company. So in that, the basic departments will be software development team and software testing team. So what you can do is you can provide a list. So using that list, you can just hover over to that cell, select the drop down menu, and inside that you can select the option. So we will try to work something like that. If we have selected the entire column, selection, okay. Let us select the entire column again. Go to data validation. The selection contains some cells without data validation settings. Do you want to extend data validation to these cells? Yes.
Now let us provide the list option, and here source you can provide as developer and tester. Press OK. Okay. Now input message, select one, error alert, invalid data, select from drop down only. Press OK. Now when you select the cell, you can see small drop down icon, right? So when you press it, you will have developer and tester option. So you can select developer for first one, and for second one you can select tester, right? Okay, this is good for one or two options, maybe three, or even maybe like 5. But what if you have more departments? Okay, let's go to this second sheet where we have the department data. So here we have like 15 departments, or 15 employee type names. So the first one is CEO, second is developer, tester, quality analyst, system analyst, finance, human resource. So many options are there. So you cannot keep on typing all of them, right? So here it is 15. What if you have like 25, like 50 departments, right? It will be tough. So for this, you have another option. So let me select all this data and copy this from this sheet to our employee sheet. Let us paste it somewhere here. Let's expand this. Okay, now we have our list over here. Now let us remove the data validation from this column. Clear all. Okay, now everything is cleared. Let's select OK. Now let us erase this data as well. Now let us apply the list data validation again from scratch. Go to list. Now here we can select the source. Select this particular cell and drag it until here, and it has been loaded. Now go to input message, data options, select one from the menu or the drop down, copy, error alert, select only from the drop down menu, invalid entry. Yeah, now let's select OK. Fine. Now you have the icon here. You have all the provided options. You can scroll down and select any one out of these. You can select knowledge transfer for the first one, and second one would be system analyst, and the last one would be human resources. Now in the list everything is fine. Okay, this is showing you the menu options and everything. So but what if you provide this sheet to your new joinee or new employee in your company, and by mistake he messes up something like deleting this? Okay, so we have deleted systems analyst, and when you click on the options, here you don't have systems analyst. In that place you have blank space, right? So there is a way where all your data can be messed up. So to avoid this, what you can do is you can actually save this data in a different sheet, like I did here, like department data. You can hide this sheet, or you can protect this sheet with password or something, so that nobody can mess this up. So now let us get back to the employee data and select this column and clear everything. Press OK, and let us also clear this and this as well, and this one too. Now let us eliminate the rows or cells, the employee, yeah, everything. Okay, now we have basically removed this data from here. Now let us try to apply the data validation once again. Now here let us select as list, and here let us provide the option. Let us go to next sheet. Let us select all these options and press OK. Okay, let's provide input message. Data options or department options. Now let's select OK. Now let's hide this sheet. Now the sheet has been hidden and you still have the options. Developer, or let us provide CEO. Then we have developer. Then we have tester.
So that's how you can protect your how to protect and lock cells in Excel. Now, why do we need to lock or protect cells in Excel? Let us imagine that there is an Excel sheet with really confidential data and you need to pass that data to your subordinate or your colleague to make some minor edits. Now, let us imagine that the edits are supposed to be done to only 1 or 2 columns and the rest of the columns should be left as they are. Now, there is a huge possibility that sometimes unknowingly or unwillingly, there might be some edits done by your colleague or your subordinate. So to avoid such kind of unexpected mistakes, you might want to protect and lock your cells that you don't want your subordinate or your colleague to edit. So before we begin, be kind enough to get subscribed to our YouTube channel and don't forget to hit that bell icon to stay updated on the latest IT trends and tech content. Now without further ado, let's get started with our 1-point agenda, that is lock or protect cells in Excel. Now let's get back into the practical mode and start our Microsoft Excel. Now we are on the Microsoft Excel and this particular spreadsheet is related to employee details. Yeah, now the screen is visible a bit better. Now let us imagine that this is our confidential data and you want to edit only 2 columns, that is the designation column and phone number column. Now let us imagine that the company has finished one annual year and now there are some promotions happening in the company, and let us also imagine that the phone numbers of the employees provided by the company have undergone some changes. So now the minor edits that you want to make are related to the designation column and phone number column. Now you can see that all the columns, that is the blood group, new salary, salary hike, current salary and name of the employee, serial number, employee number, everything is editable. So in such kind of scenarios, when you pass on this data, there might be a possibility where your colleague or subordinate might end up making some mistakes, right? So you want to avoid that. So you can do that by locking the cells. Now let us rename this sheet. Now the sheet has been renamed successfully. So now you can lock the cells by the following process. So in this process, you have 2 major steps. First one is to lock the cells, and the next one is to protect the cells by a password. Now when you select all the cells in this particular sheet, you can just click on this edge here and you have all the cells selected, and now right click somewhere on the sheet and you can see an option called Format Cells. So in this particular option, you have some options provided, which is number, alignment, font, and you want to go into the protection part. So you can see by default, Excel keeps all the cells locked. Now we want the phone number and designation to be unlocked. Okay, so let's cancel it for now and get back to the sheet and select the columns D and I. And now let's right click and go into Format Cells, and in the protection option, make sure that you uncheck the locked icon. Now select OK, and now
Okay, so you cannot include the merged cell. Fine, we have a cell here which is merged. Okay, let's remove that. Okay, now again select the entire column, right click, get into format cells and uncheck the lock option, select OK. Now we have finished the first part, that is locking all the cells which you don't want to get edit and unlocking the cells where you want to make some edits. Now the second stage is protecting the sheet. Now right click on the sheet name and you can see an option called protect sheet. Click that. And now here you can see select locked cells and also select unlocked cells. So let us provide a password here. So let us use some simple password so that we don't forget that. So I'll be selecting 123 and now select OK. Re-enter the password to proceed. Now let us type 123 again. Now select OK and now the sheet is protected. Now we have successfully locked and protected all the cells in Excel. Now let us verify that the cells you wanted to protect are really protected and locked or not. So we have unlocked phone number and designation and everything else is locked. Now let me try and edit the blood group. So when I double click or try to edit this particular sheet, then I'll be receiving a warning from Excel. It says the cell or chart you're trying to change is on a protected sheet. To make a change, unprotect the sheet. You might be requested to enter a password. So it says that this particular cell is locked and you cannot edit it. Now let us try to edit the phone numbers which we kept as unlocked. So you can see I can really edit the unlocked cell here. Now let me try to change this phone number. Let me enter some random phone number. So you can see the cell is editable. Now let us go through the designation column and try to edit this particular column. Now since I said that there's a promotion happening in the company, so the deputy CEO is now the current CEO of the company and the software developer happens to become the senior software developer and the tester as well. Let us imagine that he will become the senior and so on. Okay, so this proves that this particular sheet is editable. Not the entire sheet, but only the cells that we kept in the unlock mode. Okay. Now this is how you lock and protect your cells in Excel. Now you can see that I have sales data on my worksheet. So let us imagine that your manager asked you to find the average of sales happening in your company, right? So let's navigate to the bottommost cell and write it down as average here. Okay, average sales. So here, this is a cell where you want to keep your average, right? So here we'll be writing a small formula that is average and tab to select it. Now you must select the array of data, right? So this is my array since average is an array function, and now press enter. So there you go, you have the average sales data that happened in your company.
So to understand the page setup in MS Excel, we will go through a demo inventory in Excel where we'll be considering some restaurant data. Now without any delay, let's get started with the practical demo. Now we are on the Excel sheet and this is the data I was talking about. The restaurant data where we have the first column that is rank and next we have the restaurant name. Followed by that we have the sales happening through that restaurant and then we have the segment category. That is what kind of service does that particular restaurant offers. Now this is the list what we made and what if we wanted to represent this data in the form of a printed paper, right? So I guess you can see all the columns and rows here. So you can see that we have almost like 250 rows. So there is no chance or there is no way to print all those 250 rows in one page. Of course, it is practically possible, but when you try to read the content, it will be so tough to read because all the rows will be clubbed together so closely so that you cannot read it.
So you need to print them page by page. So, and you need to also take care of the data is aligned properly according to the page size, everything, and even you need to take care of the margins of your page, right? So that's what page setup basically means. So we had a detailed overview of our data and what actually we're trying to make. Now let us see how page setup is possible in MS Excel. So to go to the page setup menu or go to the page setup options, we have three methods. Let's start with the simplest method. So the simplest method is by just clicking on File and go to Print option. And you'll see all the page setup options right over here. And you can also go to Print menu by pressing a shortcut method, that is Control P. So you'll directly end up on the page setup options. Now let's look at the second method. So the second method is, you can see the toolbar over here, right? Which has File, Home, Insert, Draw, Page Layout, Formulas, Data, Review, View, and Help. So the second method, we can use Page Layout option from the toolbar. And you can see when you click on the page option from the toolbar, you have a new ribbon over here. So this ribbon is all about page setup options. So it will offer you margins, it will offer you orientation, size, print area, breaks, background, print tiles, etc., etc. Right? So all these options or menus in this ribbon belong to page setup. Now let us look at the third method. So the third method is something similar. You have view option on the toolbar. So just select view and you can see we have few page setup options over here as well. The normal, page break, page layout, custom views, and we have grid lines, formula bar, heading, zoom in, zoom out, select to zoom, freeze certain panes, right? So all these are also the page setup options. So we have the three methods to enter the page setup options. Now we are familiar with those. Now let's get started with the practical mode on page setup. For that, let me use the simplest method, that is holding the control key and pressing P, which navigates me to the print option. Now we have various set of options here. We have no scaling, normal margins, letter, portrait orientation, collated, print active sheets, and note 1 for Windows. You can see this option is the printers option. For example, if you are connected to a printer, which is the hardware printer, then your MS Excel will show the printer's name here. So other than printer, you can also make some other arrangements where you can just directly print your complete data in the form of PDF, and then you can export your PDF to your recipient. That's also possible. Okay, now let's get started with the first option, that is print active pages. Okay, to understand this better, we need to create a new sheet. Not a problem. So you can see that we just have one sheet over here. So let us kind of select all the items and create a new sheet and try to paste it over here. Or let's try to paste it over here. Okay, now let's try to extend these. Yeah, this should be fine. Now let's rename this sheet. Or let's rename it as restaurant sheet 2 for our reference. Now let us get back to the print sheet option. So I'll use the shortest method, that is holding the control key and press P. Now you can see that here we have 6 pages in total from the active sheets. So the current active sheet is the top 250 sheet. So this particular sheet is the current active sheet. So if we print the entire data in this particular sheet, then we will end up printing 6 pages. Now let us select the other option where you have to print the entire workbook. Right. So now you can see that there's a change in the number, that is 12 pages. So what is a workbook? So basically workbook is the collection of entire sheets in your Excel homepage. So in this particular Excel homepage, you have the first sheet, that is top 250, and the second sheet, that is the restaurant sheet 2, right? So the combination of these two sheets make up a workbook. So when you select the entire workbook option, you'll have 12 pages. So that's how we use this setting where you select the active sheets, the entire workbook, and there is another option where you can only print a selected item. So if you want to do this, then let's get back here. Now, what if your customer or what if your client wanted the top 10 restaurants only? So you can select the top 10 restaurants by doing this. Now you have the top 10 restaurants. Let's go to print. So you can see Excel has automatically selected the selection only, print the selected content only. So you can see we have only the top 10 restaurants or top 11 restaurants that we have selected in our sheet, and it is ready to get printed. So this is how we use the first option. Now let's get back. Let's not select that. And let's make the pages normal. Now get back to the print option again. Now you can see the next option, that is collated. Right. So in collated you have different options. That is 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3 and 1, 2, 3. And the next one, which is uncollated, 1, 1, 1, 2, 2, 2, 3, 3, 3. So why are these numbers present here, and what does collated mean anyway? So this is your question, right? Now the answer for this question will be a little similar to your examination hall. Okay. Let us imagine that you are in examination hall and you are the invigilator and you have 10 students in your room. So you wanted to provide question papers to all the 10 students. Okay. So you have your question paper distributed into 3 sheets. That is, you have marked questions and your questions are fit into 3 papers, right? In this scenario, we have 250 rows and all the data is split into 6 sheets. That is sheet 1 or page 1, page 2, page 3, page 4, right? Now, if we wanted to print 10 copies, then the arrangement of papers will be page 1, page 2, page 3, page 4, page 5, page 6 in continuous order, right? That is collated. If you wanted 10 copies of different ways, where you wanted to print the first sheet first, then you wanted to print the second sheet second, and the third sheet third, that is, you'll have 10 copies of first page, 10 copies of second page, 10 copies of third page, and so on. That particular approach is called uncollated approach, and if you're printing the pages in continuous order for 10 times, then that particular approach is called as collated approach. So this is what we had to learn about collated and uncollated. Now let's get back to the third option. Now let's press again print. Now we have our data over here. There's something wrong. Select all the elements, Control P. Yeah, now we have our data back. Now we have the third option, that is the portrait orientation. Okay, so when we click that, we have 2 options, that is portrait and landscape. So you might be having a good idea, like when you try to click a picture in your phone, we have 2 modes as well, that is portrait mode and the landscape mode. So when you click on the portrait mode, this is how your data will be looking. Now to understand the difference, let's click the landscape mode. So when you click the landscape mode, this is how your data representation will change. You'll have a wider page to print. So this is why we use the page orientation. For now, let's keep the page orientation as portrait orientation. And we have now the fourth option. So what is the fourth option? We have various sets of options in here, that is letter and A4 size. There are also some more page options over here where you can select the page types you want to print. So basically you'll be having few more options, that is A4, A5, A3, etc. But here we just have 2, that is A4 and letter. So basically you'll get those options, and followed by that next we have margins. So here you can see we don't have any margins for our data. Okay, so now we can add some margins by setting up this one as an option, like last custom setting, or you can also choose normal, wide, narrow, right? So your page will be changed according to your margin size. right? So this is how you can change the margins. Now let's keep it as default. Let's set the normal one. Now we have the next option, that is scaling option. So here you can see we are trying to fit the page. So when you're trying to print these sheets using no scaling, then the actual size of the page will be printed. Now you can also modify that. You can fit and print these sizes. So you can remember the first option that I said of printing all the 250 rows in one single sheet. This is how you can fit it. So fit the sheet on one page, where you can see all the 250 rows are fit into one page, but the data is not readable. So, but we don't want this type of an approach, right? So let's keep it as the default one, which is no scaling. So these are the variety of options in print. Now, if you wanted to print all the 6 pages into the PDF format and mail it to your client, you can also do that. I think I have explained it in the first place. So you can see we can do it by just selecting this option, where you can print all the 6 pages and into PDF format, and then you can mail them to your client. And you can also select the number of copies you want. You can increase the copies to 2, 3, and any number of copies you want. For now, I'll keep it as 1 copy. Now let's print this. Now let us select the location, rename it, and publish. Now let's get back to documents and see if the page is printed or not. Here you go. Here we have the restaurant data in the form of PDF. So we have our entire 6 pages of data in the PDF format. Now we are back on the home page. Now we had some limited functions in the print function over here. We had tried to export the data. So you can also export the data or try to print it from the print option over here. You can just select that as well. You can modify PDF. Yes, the pages are printed now. There you go, we have the restaurant to PDF data. So that's how you can print all your data. You can either choose the export option or you can either choose the print option. Now when you see into the print option, we have limited number of page setup options over here. Now let's check out what we missed. So we are in the page layout here. So we had gone through the margins, we had set all the margins, and then we have also gone through the portrait and landscape. Now you can see the size. When we were in the print menu option, we had only A4 and letter. But here you can see there are a wide variety of options. That is, other than letter, we have tabloid, legal, statement, executive, A3, right? We have A5 and many more other options. And if you want some more paper options, you can go to more and you can always select a few more options. That's how you do it. And yeah, we didn't have the break option. So remember when we had been through the print option, we did not have the break option there. Let's select this to normal A4. So you cannot see the break option over here, right? So here we have the break option. So what does break option does, right? You can actually break the page. Remember we spoke about the top 10 things or the top 10 rows. You can always do that. So you can just keep the top 10 restaurants in your first page and then break the remaining. And to set page breaks, you can select the cell. Now I need the top 10, so I'll select this particular cell, which is in the 11th position. And now I'll try to implement the page break. Insert a page break. And now you can see on my sheet, there is a thin line which is separating the 2 pages. That's how you can see the indication of a page break implemented onto your page. Now, how do you see it? You can see it by selecting Ctrl P, where you can see the first top 10 restaurants being printed on your sheet. So there you go, we have the first top 10 restaurants printed on our sheets. So that's how you use the page break. Now let's try to eliminate all the page breaks. So you can select breaks and reset all page breaks. So the page break has been eliminated. Now you can always choose a background for your data as well. You just, if you want, you can add a picture to your background. I think that's not available for now. Okay, you can work offline as well. Let us select this one. So you can see that we have added a background to our data. We can select all the text files and then you can change the color so that the text becomes a little visible. Yeah, that's how you do it. Now if you don't want the image to be added on your file, you can also remove that, delete page background, and there you go, all the images are gone. Now the next important part, that is the print titles. Now why do we need print titles? For that, let's try to print this. So now you can see the first page. In the first page we have the title, rank, restaurant, sales, segment, category. But if you go to the second page, you don't have that title, right? You don't have the title, rank, name of the restaurant, sales, and their service category. So if we want that, then we need to add titles. Now for that, let's select the print titles option. Now let's select the rows to repeat on top. Now for that, we need the first row. Select the first row and this particular row will be repeating into all the pages. Now let's try to print it. So yeah, now you can see the titles are being added to all the sheets. You can see the page 2, page 3, page 4, page 5 and page 6. So you can see the titles added to all the sheets.
Now we are on the spreadsheet. So here, what exactly are page breaks? So page breaks are something which help you during you're trying to print your data or present your data in the form of a web page, right? In those times, you cannot fit your entire Excel data in one spreadsheet or one paper or one web page, right? So in those scenarios, Excel will try to eliminate a few parts of your spreadsheet or it will try to split the spreadsheet. So how exactly it looks like? So go to the view option and click on the view and click on page break preview. Here you can see the dotted lines, right? So these are the things which separate your data in form of pages so that it can be printable on one single page. So some of the times the user or the ex-user manually inserts a page break, right? So how do you insert it? Just go to the page layout and here you can see the page breaks. Insert a page break and you have successfully inserted a page break. Again, go to the view, go to page break view and here you can see the solid line. So these solid ones are the ones which are inserted by the users or anyone who had the access to the data. Now how do we eliminate them, right? So we can eliminate them and we can try to get the sheet back to the normal way. So all you have to do is click on the cell which has the page break, which is right under the page break. Go to the insert page break, page layout menu, go to the breaks option, click on remove page break, and there you go, you have successfully eliminated the page break. And page break preview to make sure that the page break has been successfully removed, so you cannot see that anymore. So that's how you try to insert or eliminate a page break in Excel.
So conditional formatting is a method to visualize your worksheet. We already have the charts in Excel to visualize our Excel sheets in graphical form, but what if you had to see or visualize the data in your worksheet as it is? So that is where the conditional formatting comes handy. Now let's get back to the Microsoft Excel and try to implement some conditional formatting. Now we are on the Excel worksheet. This particular dataset is based on a store. Now we have various columns in this particular dataset. We have row ID, order ID, customer name, etc. And finally we have quantity, discount and profits. Now let's go to profits. Let us imagine that we have provided this particular store with a target of minimum 15% profits. Now let us find out the stores that have hit the 15% target and the ones which did not. So for that, let us select the entire column. Now you can find the conditional formatting option in the home toolbar, and in that ribbon, the ribbon with styles has the conditional formatting option. Click on that and you have various options over here, highlighting the cells, top bottom rules, data bars, data scales, and icons. So data bars are actually the bar graphs which highlight themselves on each and every cell if you implement them. And these are the color scales. If you want to implement some colors, you can go through that. And if you want to represent your cells with icons, you can also do that. For now, let's highlight the cells. So select that, and inside this, select the greater than option. And here you can provide the percentage, that is 15%. And the cells or the stores which hit the target should be highlighted with the green color. And select OK, and there you go. You have your stores that hit the 15% target and the ones which did not hit the 15% target. Now, if we want to highlight the ones which did not hit the 15% target, you can highlight them with the color red. So, conditional formatting, highlight the cells less than 15% with color red and text dark. And there you go, it's done. Now let us consider another example. So this particular example is based on trained dataset, and here we have the passenger ID, survived, passenger class, name, etc. Now we have a train accident incident over here. Now 1 is indicated that they are alive and 0 is indicated that they are not alive. Now let us use this column and conditional formatting. Highlight the cells containing the text as 1 with color green. Okay. And highlight the cells that contain text 0 as red, that indicates they are not alive. And let us select the icons. Now we have the icons over here. The X indicates that they are not alive and the green tick mark indicates that they are alive. Now that is how you use conditional formatting in Excel.
Now here on my spreadsheet you can see some data. So this particular data has some color markings. So we have used color codes to mark the designations of all the employees with different colors. So for example, blue for manager, purple for senior, and so on. Right. Now our duty is to count the total number of employees present in a company based on the color code. This can be done using filters, but let's try with color codes. Now we don't have a readily available function in Excel to count cells based on their colors, but we can make use of macro. Now to make use of macro, you might want to enable the developer options. So by default, these will be disabled in Excel. To enable them, right click on the toolbar and you can see this particular option. Click on the customize ribbon option and you will be provided with various set of options. Now on the right side, you can see developer options. So make sure the checkbox is clicked to enable developer options and press on OK to completely enable developer window. Right. Now when you click on developer options, you can see various options here. Visual Basics, macro, etc. Now click on the macro to create a macro. Now just give a name to the macro function. So I'll give Simplilearn and press on create to create that particular macro function. So we have already created a macro, that is count colored cells, which we will be using in our current spreadsheet for counting the colored cells. Now let us erase the newly created function. Now getting back to the original code. So how does this particular count colored cells works? So let us understand the function first, then we will try to make use of it in the spreadsheet. So the function name is count colored cells, as you can see, and this particular function will have two parameters, current cell and spreadsheet area. So the current cell will be the cell address where the color you want to count is present, and then the spreadsheet area. So what is the range of cells where you want to locate that particular color and count the number of repetitions? That is the spreadsheet area. And then comes the variables used, colored cell range, color code, and color cell count. So the colored cell, which particular cell is having that particular color and what color code is involved in that colored cell, and colored cell count. So what is the total count? What is the total number of colored cells you have in that particular range? That is colored cell count. Now let us consider color code is equals to current cell interior color, that is current cell dot interior dot color. So this is the function which will identify the interior color of a selected cell. Let us imagine that initially color code is equals to the current cell's color code. Okay. Now we will have the for loop, and that for loop will include colored cell, which is the current cell in the spreadsheet area. And if the colored cell, the currently selected colored cell dot interior dot color is equals to the color code that we have selected, then colored cell count, the variable which is used to count the number of colored cells, is equals to +1. Initially, by default, it will be 0. In case if this particular if condition is true, that is the current cell color and the color code given is equals to same, then the value of colored cell will increase by 1. And this particular if loop will run as many number of times the condition is true. So let us imagine that the condition will remain true for 5 times. Then we have obtained 5 similarly colored cells in the given range of cells in a spreadsheet. And once the condition fails, then the latest value present in colored cell count variable will be displayed, which will be a final result. So this is how the macro function works. Now let's close the macro window and get back to our spreadsheet. Now let us try to make use of the macro function that we just created. So that is equals to count colored cells. Press tab to select the macro function. And the first one is the current cell. So this is the current cell where the current color is being provided, comma, this cell range. So our cell range will be from C2 to C31. Right. So this is the range where we want to count the similarly colored cells, that is sky blue colored cells. Close the function and press enter. Now you can see the function has identified 6 repetitions of sky blue color in this particular range of cells. Now you can drag the same formula across all the cells and it will be providing the results of the same. So 6 senior colors, that is pink or purple color, then 2 repetitions of this particular color, 2 repetitions of trainee color, 5 for dark blue and 6 for green, right? So this is how the macro function works. And the key point to remember here is this particular macro will work only for manually colored cells. So there are situations where we have used conditional formatting to color a single cell. Let us imagine that we have used conditional formatting to recognize the employees with salary above 30,000 as green color. And if we try to use that particular green color to be counted by the color count cells function, no, it will not happen. It will not consider that color as a feedback or an input. Now in future, we will also try to design a macro which can recognize the colors made by conditional formatting as well. But this particular function will be exclusively used for manually colored cells only. Dated if function is majorly used to find the differences between two individual dates. So it is also called as dated if by a few people, and a few people also reference it to date diff, that is date difference. So anything is good. Now to find the difference between any two dates, let's select a few dates. So the first date would be, let us imagine that you're an employee and you wanted to find out how many years that you've been working with an organization. So for that, you might want to need today and the date where you joined the company, right? So it might be date of joining and today. So what's the difference, right? So let us imagine that you joined the organization somewhere around 2010, 01/05, 2010, and today. So for today, you can give any particular date. Let us imagine that today is 1st of January 2021 or 2022. Now we have both the dates, that is the joining date and the current date, which can be the current date. So the day can be anything. So you might be watching this on a different date as well. So the date of that day for today would be a little different. So we'll imagine the today's date as an imaginary date. Now we might want to find the difference, that is in terms of years. So you wanted to find the difference in terms of years. So here you can find the difference in terms of years, days, and months as well. So currently, let's try to find out the difference in terms of years. So for years, you might want to specify the third parameter in the dative function as y. If you wanted months, you have to give the M as the third parameter, and if you wanted to find the days, you might want to give D as the third parameter. So we have discussed the third parameter. So what are the first two parameters, right? So the first two parameters are the first date and the last date. So the first date in this situation is your date of joining, and the last date or the final date, which you want here is your today. So let's find the difference. So for that equals to, so it can be dated if or date diff. So date if and the first date, which is the A2, and comma the last date, that is B2, and your parameter, third parameter in terms of years, that is Y. Close the bracket and press enter. So there you go, you have your date here. So it's been like 11 years that you're working with your organization. So that's how you find out the differences. So we have 11 years because we did not finish the 12th year completely. So if we had given the month as maybe 6, where we have finished our total years, then it will automatically change to 12 years. So
Now, for this particular task, we will be considering the student database. Now, let's get into practical mode and start our Excel. So on my screen, you can see some data related to students. Now, let us try to duplicate some of the rows here. So we have selected the rows 8, 9, 10 and 11. Now we shall copy them and paste them. So now these are the duplicate elements, right? Now there might be possibilities about the duplication of class because all the students, all the 10 students are in same class, so there might be a duplication, but we are not looking for such kind of duplications, right? We are looking for the duplication of the entire row. For example, we have the details of Mike over here in the 8th row, which has the roll number or serial number as 7, name as Mike, roll number, class, blood group, and subject scores, percentage, round of percentage, and total marks. So the entire 8th row is being copied here, and it is in the row number 12. We have the exact same details. So what if we have the exact same rows duplicated? So that's what we're going to deal with. We're going to eliminate the duplicate rows all completely together. Now to carry over this task, we have to select the data from toolbar. So you have various options, file, home, insert, etc. So you need to select the data, and inside the data toolbar we have the ribbon, and inside ribbon you have got the duplicate values or remove duplicates option in the ribbon. So select all the data, select remove duplicates, and now you can see that we have all our column names over here, and make sure that you have selected my data as headers and then select OK. And now you can see that Excel has automatically removed 4 duplicate values. So 4 duplicate values are found and removed. 10 unique values remain. Now another type of remove duplicates can also be done. So you can see that here we have another data set which has phone numbers or phone names, that is phone makers, that is Samsung, Huawei, Vivo, Oppo, etc. So there are some duplicate values in this. I've copy pasted them. So now you can also do that. So just select all the data and now go into home and select conditional formatting, and here select highlight cell rules, and inside that you have duplicate values. Selecting this option will help you identify the duplicate values in your dataset but not to remove them. So you can select that and you can see the duplicate values are highlighted over here in the red color. Now again, you can get back to data and select the option of remove duplicates and select OK, and the duplicate values will be automatically eliminated. So that's how you delete or eliminate duplicate values in a dataset. And you can also see that we have another duplicate in this particular row, and if you wanted to select a particular row and eliminate the duplicates, you can also do that. Now for that you need to go to the same process, remove duplicates, and here Microsoft Excel is asking you if you had to expand the selection to the entire dataset, or you want to continue with the selected dataset itself or selected column itself. So for that, you need to select the continue with the current selection and remove duplicates and press OK, and you can see one duplicate value was found and it has been removed and 6 unique values remain. So that's how you use the function of removing duplicates in Excel.
So what is SUMIFS in Excel? Now, you might want to calculate the total sum of sales, right? So let us assume that this is your entire store's sales data and you wanted to calculate the entire sum of sales. So there is a sum function in Excel where you just have to, select all the cells and apply sum function onto it, and you'll get the sum of all the sales, right? So with something like this, you'll select all the cells and then you'll apply a sums function and you'll get the sum here and average everything, right? So this is fine, but what if you just wanted to find the sales that are happening in only Western region? As you can see, our column F is based on region. So we have 4 regions: South, West, East, and Central. So your manager asks you to find the sales happening in, suppose, say, West region. So how do you calculate it? Would you manually go into each cell and check if it's West and calculate? That will be time consuming, right? So what if you had a method which could do it for you just in a matter of few steps or few clicks, right? So that's exactly SUMIFS. So it will basically add a condition, calculate the sum of sales where the region is equals to West. Simple to or similar to SQL query, right? So that is exactly what we're going to do in Excel today, that is using SUMIFS. Now let me add here sales of West region. Now in the next cell, let's add a SUMIFS function. Remember, there are multiple sum functions in Excel. So when you type in SUM, you can see so many options based on sum, right? You just have sum, followed by that you have sum if. It is just sum if, not sum ifs. Today we are concentrating on sum ifs. So not just sum if, we'll go to sum ifs. So we'll be having an option of placing multiple if conditions there. So let's also try that. More on that later. Now let's press tab to select our sum ifs function. Now, okay, we forgot another important step. So before we apply sum ifs, we need to convert our table into a table format. Yes, it looks table, but right now it's not in tabular format. It is in the format of database. We know that Microsoft Excel considers its data as a database by default. So to convert the database into table, just click anywhere on the data and press Ctrl T so that you'll have a new dialog box, and it will ask if your table has headers. Just make sure that you have ticked in it. Our table does have headers, so select OK. Now our database has been converted into a perfect table and it's ready for applying SUMIFS function. So now you can see our database has been successfully converted into a table. Now let's begin with our SUMIFS. Now again, remember we are using SUMIFS here, not SUMIF or SUM. So select SUMIFS and press tab and we have our SUMIFS function. Now the first step, which column are we looking at? What are we finding out, right? Which is a sum range? What sum do you want? For now, we need sum of sales. So select the sales column and we have a simple key function here. Let's hold control, again press shift and hold shift together. So we're holding control and shift key together, and now we're pressing lower arrow key once. Yes, the entire sales column has been selected, comma. Now where do you want to look? So we want to look, which part of the table you want to fetch, right? So this is the region part we want to fetch right now. So again, hold control and shift together, lower arrow key, the entire column is selected. Now the next last part. So we want to look into the both of the columns, that is sales column and region column. Now which type of data you want? So for now we want Western type of data, that is the sales data which is happening only in West, right? So we'll select this cell with the data as West, or you can also manually enter it. For now, let's select the data. So I'm selecting the cell F7, which has data as West, right? Now let's close the parenthesis and press enter. So there you go. You have the sales happening in the Western region. Now you can also try to format it in the form of currency. So let's use dollars, since it is based on American states. So let's use dollars. So there you go.
Now we are having the sales data of West. Now let's try to copy the same to all the 4 cells. And for now here, let's type in East. And this can be South, right? And this can be your Central. There you go. Right. Now you can also copy the same formula and make minor edits to it. So here, instead of F8, you can select East. So where is East? Here, and press enter. So you have the sales related to East. Now let's try to edit F9 with South. Select South region, enter. So you have South sales, and what remaining is Central. So let's edit Central as well and press enter. So there you go. Right, now you have all the separate sales data from West, East, South, and Central. Now again, you might want a bit more granularity in data, right? Or in your reports, right? Like you wanted to find the sales data happening in West, and you wanted to find out the category based on only furnitures. So your manager will ask you, okay, a fantastic job. So now just give me another minute detail on the data. I want to calculate the sales happening on West based on category furniture, right? So he wants furniture or he wants office supplies only, right? You can also do that. It's not an issue at all. Now let's try to copy this cell and paste it here. And sales in West, let's add another input here on furniture, right? Now you wanted to calculate the sales happening in West region only on furniture. So you can also do that. Now we can use the same formula as well. Just copy paste the formula here, right? And you can add few things here. When you try to add a comma, it will automatically generate the next criteria. So it is expecting that you are looking for adding another criteria, right? Now which column you want? You want category. So let's select category. You want to select all the cells. Same trick, Control Shift lower key, and again press comma. And you wanted to select only furniture. So select on furniture cell. There you go. Now press enter. So there you go. We successfully have the sales data from West region based on category only furniture. So that's how you do SUMIFS in Excel. You can also add a few more details to it. Like in furniture, you can also look only for tables. So here you can see in West region, we have furniture sales data, and we have sales data of West region based on furniture, which includes only tables. You can also do that using SUMIFS function in the same way. All you have to do is select this subcategory column and select the cell which has the data as tables. So this is how you use SUMIFS in Excel.
Now, creating a pivot table is just away from a few clicks. Trust me, it is just a couple of clicks and you'll have your pivot table ready to operate. Now, click any cell or select any cell on your spreadsheet which has the data and navigate to Insert menu on the toolbar and select Pivot Table. And that's how simple it is. Now, automatically Excel will choose your data. You can see the lines over here, dotted lines. That means the Excel has already selected the range of data that you want to put into your pivot table. And you can either select the existing worksheet or a new worksheet. I'll select a new worksheet over here and just press on OK. And there you go, you have your pivot table ready. Now here you can see your pivot table is a little empty. All you need to do is drag and drop the data elements that you want on your pivot table. So here you can see on our spreadsheet, we have some business data related to a store, which has furniture and states and subcategories of the furniture and all the, in category you have furniture, office supplies, technology, etc. Right? So those have some subcategories as well and different states and the regions as well and the quantity total sales happen, right? So using this business data, we can find out some key insights of this particular data using our pivot table, right? So here we'll add the data. Now let me drag the region into rows, click and drag, and let me drag categories into columns, which are the different categories which are involved in the sales data, and values, what are the sales happened, right? And there you go. You have furnitures, office supplies, technology as the three different categories, and those are the sales happened in Central, East, South, and West regions. And this is the grand total. And instead of regions, you have all the regions over here, right?
So central, east, south, west, or instead of all the regions, or instead of all the categories, you can, place a specific category in your pivot table. For example, let me push the category into the filters, and here you can see the total sales happened in those particular regions. Now, what if someone asks you to find the sales of only furniture, right? So your manager comes to you and he'll ask you, getting the sales of only furniture. So you can select that, and there you go. You have the furniture sales in all the regions, right? Or you can also do the vice versa. You can also drag regions into the filters, and if you wanted to find out the region wise sales of furniture, you can also do that, right? So here we have furniture, and here you have all the regions, and let us try to find the sales of furniture in the central region, and there you go, right? So this is how the pivot table works. And you can also remove the regions. For example, if you wanted to remove a certain element from filters or anywhere, if it is columns, rows, anything, you can just drag and drop it, right? So that's how it works. And also you can increase the level of detail or improve the granularity, right? So here we have categories on our columns. So you can also include subcategories into the columns, right? And you have the region wise sales. So in the region filter, select all, press OK, and in the category, select all, press OK, and you have the furniture here, office supplies here, and technology here. And also, if you want to include the quantity, how much or how many number of things got sold in those particular categories and subcategories, you can also do that. So here in the furniture section, books, these are the sales, and these are the number of quantity or elements sold in those particular sectors. So you can also improve the level of granularity. You can also improve the level of detail using pivot tables. And
Now, autofill in Excel is a feature where you can add some series automatically using Excel. For example, let us imagine that you wanted to add index numbers, right? So starting from 1 to 10. So manually you will be typing in the numbers and you'll be doing it, right? So instead of this, what if I said you there was a simple way where Excel will fill all the data for you, right? So just start with 1, 2, and select these two cells, and you can see the flash logo over here, right? So that's the indication that Excel has understood your pattern and it is ready to fill the remaining numbers. So as long as you drag this logo or that ending part where you have a small square box, that will fill all the numbers until where you have dragged it. So that's how autofill works. And you might be wondering, will it work only for numbers? No, it will also work on some logics as well. Okay, this was the first part. Let us also look at some other tricks with autofill. Now, most of the time you might be just adding one number and try to drag that cell, and the result is it will copy the same number all the time, right? So you can change it by clicking on this menu. You can click on fill series and it will change to series. And this was one more trick with numbers. Now getting back to the next type. So let us imagine now the next type of series you want to add is weeks in a day, right? So you'll be having Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, right? So you can also do the series of weekdays using autofill in Excel as well. So drag that cell and it will give you all the days or weekdays in a week. Now let's try January, and this will give you the months in a year in the shortcut way, right? Since you just added the first 3 letters of the month, it will recognize the pattern and it will do the same for you. Now let us try the full names of months, right? And now let's try to drag it. It'll fill all the full names of all the months. Now let's try the dates. So let us imagine that this is the first day of the current year, right? It will now give you all the dates of that current month or until the end of the year as well. There you go. Now, let us imagine that your manager tells you to add the dates of working days in the month of January. So how can you do that? It's simple. All you need to do is select the cell, go to the fill option, select series, and here select column wise since you want the dates in columns. And here in the type, select date. Date unit should be weekday and the stock value should be the next month, right? Since your manager asked for the weekdays of January. So your stock value will be the 1st of February. Press OK and there you go. So since the 1st of January is Friday, it's selected over here, and the rest too, Saturday and Sunday, are eliminated. Similarly, we have all the dates here of working days only. So that's how you use autofill in Excel. So on my screen, you can see a simple spreadsheet with student names and their marks on my sheet. So we will be calculating what are the total marks obtained by the students in overall subjects and calculate what is the percentage. Now we will carry forward a few simple inbuilt functions in Excel to calculate that. First, we will be calculating the sum of marks. So here equals to sum function and select the range of cells. Close the bracket, press enter. So you have the sum now. So we have to calculate it, repeat. So by clicking on the same formula, now we have the total of all the subjects for individual students. And now let's calculate percentage. So usually we use the divide by option, that is divide the total number of marks obtained by the total number of marks available, that is we will be dividing 407 by 500 and then we will be multiplying that into 100. So that's how we calculate the percentage. So cell G2 divided by cell H2, press enter, and you will end up with the decimal format. That's perfectly all right. Now we have also extended the same formula for all our cells. Now select this overall column or select the highlighted cells, right, and get into the data type. Here you have general, so that's why we have got that decimal format. But when you press percentage, you'll have the actual percentage of all the students according to their marks achieved. Now we are on our Excel spreadsheet, and this spreadsheet has some values of employees, that is their employee ID, name, designation, department, salary, date of birth, and date of joining. Now our concern is to highlight some cells which are duplicate in this, or some rows which are duplicate. So for example, here you can see on row number 7 we have the details of Martha, and you can see the same details of Martha in the row number 14 as well, right? So you need to eliminate those cells, or you need to eliminate those rows. Now you can say there is a quick way, just few clicks and those will be eliminated, that is conditional formatting. Yes, that is also one way, but I'll show you what's the problem with that. Okay, so let us select the entire table and get into conditional formatting, and here you have duplicate values, highlight cell rules with duplicate values, and there you go, the problem. So here we have designation which is duplicated in certain ways, department and salary, state of joining, right? So there are certain conditions or scenarios where you cannot directly identify which is the duplicate row. Again, you can use the same for this, right? So you can select the entire column of employee ID and you can identify the duplicate cells here, since the employee IDs are unique for everyone. So this is a way, but let's dig a little deeper and understand the way of highlighting duplicates with an advanced technique. So let me cancel this, and for that let's create a new column, and let's name this as duplicate flag. Flag. So the new column has been created, which is dflag. So here we will be using a simple formula, that is countf, and here press tab to select the formula,
And here we will be adding our range, that is which range are you considering. So the range will be the employee ID, since employee IDs are unique for every employee. And let's press function F4 to fix it. And now again the criteria, and the criteria will be the same cell, that is A2. And now close the bracket and press enter. Now let's drag the same formula to all the rows. Okay, now here we have. Now what you can do is sort it in an advanced way. Go to sort and filter and custom sort, and here you'll be sorting by the D flag, and it will be smallest to largest. So now you can apply the conditional formatting to highlight it. You can select the column H or the D flag, go to conditional formatting, highlight cell rules, and here you can get into greater than and give the value as 1. Okay, so all the cells which are repeated multiple times will be selected here, and they will be highlighted with a selected color what you have given. So I've given red. So now you can select these cells and highlight them or delete them from your spreadsheet. And now all your data in the spreadsheet is unique and clean.
Now let's quickly get onto the practical mode, where we will have some data sets over which we will be trying to apply the charts. Now there are various types of charts in Tableau, and those are the pie chart, the column chart, the bar chart, column versus line, pivot chart, and sparkline charts. So we will discuss one after the other. First, let us discuss about the pie chart. So as you can see, we have a small data set on my screen which I have personally created, and this deals with the companies and this deals with the shares of the automobile industry. So now for this, let's create a pie chart. Select all the data and then get into the toolbar, and inside the toolbar you can see various options, and inside that we're going to use the insert option. And when you select the insert option, you will have a ribbon here, and inside the ribbon you can see groups, tables, illustrations, add-ins, and here you go. These are the charts. So now we needed a pie chart. So select on that icon and you have various types of pie charts. You have 2-dimensional pie charts, 3-dimensional pie charts, donut type of charts, etc. Right? So I would like to go with the 3-dimensional pie chart as it looks a little more appealing and easy to understand. And now there you go. This is the title of the chart, and these are the legends of the chart, and this is the chart area, and these are the values. Now we can kind of add the data labels as well. So you can just have to press the plus icon over here and you'll have the options. You can add the data labels, which will give you a lot more interesting values. And you can also turn this around. As you can see, on double clicking any part of the pie chart, you'll get this option which is called as format data point. And let's imagine that you wanted to show the information related to this particular one, which is Volvo, which has the biggest share. So this is in front right now. Now what if you wanted to show the information related to Tata, which is over here, right? For that you can select this particular arrow key and you can just twist it, and there you go, it is coming in front. This will be a great way of presenting your data to your clients, right? Yeah. And there is another option where you can directly explode this, like you can pick it out. You can see this, right? Point explosion, where you can split it out and you can show that, especially like you can highlight it and show it. So that's the a great way of presenting your data. So that's how you can work with pie charts in Excel. Now let's quickly move to the next one, that is the column chart. And in the column chart we have the data related to some company and the profits of that company based on a year. So you can see that the year has started from 2008 and it has gone until 2021, and these are the profits of that company year after year. So since we are dealing with column chart, I'll tell you the simplest way to create a column chart. There is a shortcut key for that, which is Alt F1, and there you go, you have the chart right on your screen. Now you can expand the chart just by dragging it like that, and you can see that there is some problem with this chart. That is, we have numbers here instead of years, right? You can see that the first column is the years, which is 2008 to 2021, but here you can see we have 1, 2, 3, 4, which is not proper, right? So to change the axis, that is, you can see the axis which is 1, 2, 3. Let me expand my screen a little bit. Yeah. So if you look at my screen, we have two different columns. One column is about the years and the second column is about the revenue. Now what we want to do is we want to create a line graph where we have year on the x-axis and revenue on the y-axis, and we will be generating a line graph based on the data we have. Now for that, we have to select the entire data what we have. Then we need to go into the insert option in the toolbar, and then you can see a lot of chart options in the insert ribbon. Now here you can see that we have a line chart or area chart option. Select that, and here you can see 2D line graphs. Now let's select the first one, and there you go. You have the line chart here. Now let's rename the title. And there is one problem with the chart here. You can see that the x-axis is not actually pointing the years. You can make a change to that, no worries. Just right click, and then you can see the select data option, and there you go. You have the edit option here. Just edit it, and now select the range. I am selecting the years now. Let's select OK, and there you go. You have the years here. You can just try to expand it a little more. Yeah. So now you have the revenue on the y-axis and year on the x-axis, and this shows the growth of revenue in your company. So this is how you create a line graph in Excel.
Now I'm on my Excel spreadsheet and I wanted to download this particular data from a website. Now, it would be not ideal if I go on typing each and every individual element from this particular website into my Excel spreadsheet, right? That would take all day, or if in case the dataset is a lot bigger than what it has been shown on the website, or it might be next to impossible, right? Basically, it's way too hectic. Now, there is a simplified way where you can do the same, right? You just have to go to the website where you want to download the data from, copy that URL as it, and now back to Excel. Here in the data section, go to import option where you can find the option which says from website. Just click on that. Now paste that URL. Now press OK, and it might take a little while to import your data and add it into your rows and columns. Now it will show you multiple options or whatever the data is available here, and you can select the data or table which you want to have. So this is not the table what I want to have. This is the one. So let's check the third one. This is not the one which I'm looking for. I'm looking for this particular data, this particular table. Just click on it and say load. In a few minutes, the entire data will be loaded onto a spreadsheet. There you go. So that's how you can import data from web pages into your Excel. So Microsoft 365 Copilot is one of the latest AI products launched by Microsoft. So the Microsoft 365 Copilot will be your AI assistant for all your Office suites from Microsoft. So it can help you ease up your process of making PowerPoint presentations. It can help you write down the notes on Microsoft Word and many more. But today, we will be using this particular 365 Copilot for our data analytics using Excel. So let me remind you, this particular AI tool works with the versions of Microsoft Office 365 and later, right? Now, there should be a new feature added upon to your Excel on the top right corner of your home button. But again, if it's not,
it's completely alright. You can use your Microsoft Home button where you can find the Microsoft 365 Copilot. So let's navigate to the Home button. Yeah, now I'm on my Home button, and here you can see a small icon which is completely new out of nowhere. This is your Copilot, right? And you can just click on it and you can fire your Copilot. And today's point of discussion is about Copilot with Microsoft Excel. So when you are starting Excel, there are some prerequisites when you're working with Copilot. So currently it is in the preview mode, so it is capable of using some dataset which is in the tabular format. I have converted this into a tabular format. It's really simple. Control A to select all the cells, and then Control T to convert this table. The option my dataset has headers, and okay, so your dataset will be converted into a table. And another prerequisite is when you pop up the Microsoft Copilot, it will ask you for a dataset which is under 1000 kilobytes. So my dataset here is about 800 kilobytes, which should be here. So the only process is you just have to click on this particular option which says attachments, go to the dataset that you want to work today. So I'll be selecting my sales EU copy and just press open. It will take a little time because it's completely new, so it might take a little time for that. So the only catch is Microsoft Copilot is a little slow compared to the other competitive Copilots or AI modules. It's not a big deal. They will catch up soon. Let's wait for some time while the dataset loads, and then you can fire some of the commands. Let's say I have given my command here, please help me create a regional-wise sales report for this dataset. And you can also give a few more commands, right? So it's loaded right now. You can see the icon here. Now you can write down, give me country-wise sales report, and just fire the command. You can also perform all your data analytics, what you regularly do, right? When you have a sales data set, you might be wondering what it can do and what it cannot. You just have to build a story about the report, what you want to create, and then just, write it down to the Copilot, and it will generate the report that you are looking for. Currently, it is working on the country-wise sales report, so it should be giving me the report shortly. It's okay. So there are some problems with this. So maybe it's the dataset data type. So here we have country, and the data is general. So you might want to change that to text format or character format. So you have the text data type here, and just okay. Now save it back. Now you can ask the Copilot once again. Okay, or let's try to do a different one. Okay, now here we have the order date in column C, right? Now let's say I wanted to find out which day did they visit, right? Is it a Friday, is it a Saturday or Monday, right? So just try to ask the Copilot. Let me write it down. Can you help me find out which week of the day was an order placed? We have a column named order date. Column is C. We need a new column that tells me the day of the week when an order was placed. So let's fire the command. Now it should give us a column D, which is an empty column right next to order date, or it should give us the steps to do the same. Just fire the command. It might take a little while. Okay, here we have it. Certainly I'll create a new column D in your dataset. Great, this is what we needed, and so on. Let's try to ask another query. Can you tell me name of the customer with highest sale record in the dataset? So the previous query which we fired at will not be reflected on this particular dataset, but it can be reflected on the dataset that we shared with the Copilot here. So currently I don't have a direct connection with my Excel over here. I think it should be taking some time for getting me that update over here. But anyways, it will be updated in the dataset that it is currently dealing with. That's not a problem. Now let us see what's the answer. I apologize, but it seems that I'm unable to extract any text content from the uploaded file. It's okay. Let's try to find. There are some discrepancies, but it should be resolved soon. But let's try some other thing like region-wise sale. So let's say you are an Excel expert, so you can do it within a few fraction of seconds. You can just apply filters and get that data. But there are a lot of people new to Excel. So for them, the Copilot from Microsoft could be a boon, right? But down the line, there are improvements rolling out. So I could predict that it could be a lot faster and you can have seamless integration with your Microsoft Excel and your Copilot, and things could be a lot easier, right? So far we have the result over here. So it is giving us a few results and it is finding a little difficulty to extract a few. That shouldn't be a problem in a couple of days where the new updates roll out. So proceeding ahead, let's try to give it another query or so. So let's check the data set. So here we have the categories and subcategories. I think we can give it, okay, can you give me the category wise profits? So here we can identify which category is performing really good and giving us highest number of profits. So I think let's check out if we have a profits column. Yes, we do have a profits column over here. So let's check that. Brilliant, right? So it's giving us distilled reports in one prompt. So that should be helpful for any of the data analysts which are aspiring, right? And which don't have any idea about how Excel really works. Okay, it seems that I'm able to extract text content from uploaded files. Okay, let's try to copy this and write it down as, okay, is it category? Okay, let's copy this as well. I think it's about the case, right? Category, subcategory. Okay, let's first subcategory. Category sales report. Okay, it's giving us the previous answer to the previous query. Okay, I think this should help. It's unable to extract a lot of answers so far currently. There should be some discrepancy, but down the line it should be fixed. Unable to extract any text content from the uploaded file. Okay, so basically that's how you can work with your Copilot in Microsoft 365 Excel. So there are some discrepancies so far, so it should be fixed down the line. So that's how you can use Copilot in Excel for your data analytics. And
so guys, an Excel data analyst always looks for ways to improve their efficiency and gain deeper insights from the data. That's where ChatGPT comes in handy. So ChatGPT is an AI-powered language model that can assist you in various tasks, including Excel-based data analysis. And for that data analysis, let's dive into some demos to see how it works. So guys, as you can see, this is the ChatGPT 4, and you could see this has the support of DALL-E, browsing and analysis, and usage limits may apply. Like we have the version that has some usage limits. And for the data, I have downloaded the data from the Kaggle. I will provide you the link in the description. If you want to download the same data, you can. And I have that in my downloads. So this is the data that we'll be using. So the first thing we'll be doing is data cleaning and preparation. So firstly, let's explore data cleaning and preparation. Before diving into analysis, it's essential to ensure our data is clean and ready for processing. So for that, we will write a prompt in ChatGPT and ask him to clean the data. ChatGPT has the feature to insert the files, provide the Excel file to the ChatGPT, and we'll ask him that can you help me identify and remove duplicates in this Excel spreadsheet. So let's ask him, can you help me identify and remove duplicates? Duplicates from this Excel spreadsheet, from the provided Excel spreadsheet. So you could see that ChatGPT has started generating the response, and he is telling us that he can definitely help us with that, and he is analyzing that. So you could see that ChatGPT has provided us the response. So let's first go to our spreadsheet. So this is the spreadsheet: order number, quantity ordered, price of each quantity, and order lines. So you could see that first ChatGPT has encountered an error, and that is with the character and coding mismatch. And then he has loaded the spreadsheet successfully with the second attempt, and you could see that he has provided like the smaller or the briefer version of the spreadsheet. That is, the dataset consists of sales data with columns such as order number, quantity order, price each, order line, sales, order date, status. So he's asking us, could you specify how you would like to identify duplicates? For example, should we consider a row a duplicate if all its values match another row exactly, or are there specifically columns we should focus on to determine duplicates? So we should, or here we will be focusing on the column section. So here we want to identify column section. So is asking which columns they should identify duplicates. So we want the duplicates in order number. So the ChatGPT has started analyzing the spreadsheet. So you could see that ChatGPT has produced the response that they have identified a total of 2,807 rows in the spreadsheet that have duplicates based on the order number column. So this indicates that multiple rows share the same order number, suggesting there might be different items or transactions within the same order. Would you like to proceed by removing these duplicates while keeping either the first or last occurrence of each order number, or do you have another approach in mind for handling these duplicates? So before identifying the duplicates, what we'll do is we will first get rid of the extra spaces. So we'll ask ChatGPT that first find the extra spaces in the spreadsheet and help us remove them. So you could see that it has started analyzing it. So he is asking us that would you like to proceed with any further cleaning or data manipulation? Yes, we want to proceed further with data cleaning only. And now we will treat all the blank cells if there are any. Now treat all the blank cells if there are any. So the spreadsheet contains blank cells in the following columns with their respective counts of blank entries. That is, address line 2 has 2521 blank cells, then the state. So depending on your preference or the requirements of your data analysis, we can treat these blank cells in several ways, such as filling them with a placeholder value that is not provided using a specific value that makes sense for data. That is, example, a default state or territory, but potentially leaving them as if blanks carry meaningful information in the context of your data. So what we will do, we will provide a placeholder. Provide a placeholder instead, that is not provided or not applicable. Okay. So you would see that ChatGPT has responded that it has replaced the blank cells in the columns, that is address line 2, state, postal code, and territory with the placeholder not provided. So you could see there's a verification sample showing the updates. So this is how you could clean the data. And now with ChatGPT, you can quickly identify and eliminate duplicates in your Excel spreadsheet using built-in functions and formulas, saving your time and effort. So that would be done by the ChatGPT, and you can download the Excel file from the ChatGPT only. After that, you can just ask him that provide me the output or the resulted spreadsheet. So if we talk about now data analysis and visualization, let's delve into that. So Excel offers powerful tools for analyzing and visualizing data, and ChatGPT can help you make the most of them. So for this also we'll write a prompt to the ChatGPT, and we'll write, for example, please create a pivot table and a corresponding chart to analyze sales performance by region. So let's see, like this prompt, what output does ChatGPT show to us. So let's ask him, please create a pivot table and a corresponding chart to analyze sales performance by region. So you could see that ChatGPT has started analyzing the data and the spreadsheet, and you could see that the pivot table below shows the sales performance by region or the territory. So this table indicates that the EMEA region has the highest sales performance, followed by regions where the territory was not provided, then APAC, and finally Japan. So now let's create a chart to visually represent this sales performance by region. You could see that it has provided a chart, that is a bar chart illustrating the sales performance by territory. So you could see the guys that it has provided us the analysis, and ChatGPT can guide you through the process of creating pivot tables, charts, and other visualizations in Excel, enabling you to gain valuable insights from your data with ease. So let's move to advanced analysis and automation. So lastly, we will explore advanced analysis and automation. So Excel capabilities extend beyond basic functions, and ChatGPT can help you leverage its full potential. And for this also, we'll write a prompt to the ChatGPT that, can you assist me in building a forecasting model to predict future sales based on historical data present in the spreadsheet. So let's see what ChatGPT respond to us. So let's ask him, can you assist me in building a forecasting model to predict future sales based on historical data. So let's see what ChatGPT respond to us. So you could see that building a forecasting model to predict future sales based on historical data involves several steps. So for this, you have to prepare the data, select a model, train the model, evaluate the model, and make predictions. So let's start by preparing the data. We'll aggregate sales by order date to create a time series of total daily sales. Then we'll choose a model based on data's characteristics. So we will grant the permission to ChatGPT to proceed with the steps. So we have started analyzing the data. So you could see that the data has been prepared into a time series of total daily sales. And before choosing a forecasting model, it's helpful to visualize the sales time series to understand its characteristics such as trend and seasonality. So ChatGPT has plotted a daily sales data, and then he has given the visual trends and the possible seasonal patterns. And the next steps would include testing for stationarity, model selection and parameter tuning, model training, and then forecasting. So you could follow all these steps with the help of ChatGPT and could create a forecasting model. If you want, we can move to the next step. So you could provide a prompt to the ChatGPT that move to or proceed with next step. So step by step, ChatGPT will provide you a forecasting model, or it will help you create a forecasting model. As you can see, it has started analyzing it. So the augmented Dickey Fuller, that is ADF test, gives up a p-value of approximately 0.0033. Since this p-value is less than the common significance level of 0.05, we can reject the null hypothesis that the time series has a unit root, meaning the time series is stationary. So you could see that he is asking us, shall we proceed with the SARIMA model parameter selection? Yes, here is the model parameter selection. So you could select any based on the trends and the bar graphs plotted by the ChatGPT. So you could see guys that the ChatGPT has analyzed the spreadsheet and provided the response that the grid search for the optimal SARIMA parameters based on the lower ACLI information criterion. Suggest the best fit model uses the parameter 011 and for ARIMA and 01112, that is for the seasonal component. So you could see that it has provided the model and the parameters. Now it's asking us, shall we move on to forecasting future sales with this model? Yes, proceed with that. So you could see that with ChatGPT's assistance, you can build complex forecasting models in Excel, allowing you to make informed decisions and plan for the future effectively. So ChatGPT is a valuable tool for Excel users and data analysis, offering assistance in data cleaning, analysis, visualization, and automation. And by integrating ChatGPT in your Excel workflows, you can enhance your productivity and uncover new insights from your data. So you can try ChatGPT for Excel data analytics today and take your Excel skills to the new level. And you could see that there's an error in the analyzing, and he has encountered an error while trying to plot the forecast with its confidence intervals. So this type of error can occur due to data type issues, particularly when handling data indices and forecast. And despite this hiccup, the forecasting process using the SARIMA model was completed and we were able to generate forecast for the next 12 months. Unfortunately, due to the plotting issue, we couldn't visually display it. So we'll ask him, can you try once again? So you could see that this time ChatGPT has provided us the forecast for the next 12 months. That is, the forecast have been successfully plotted along with the historical daily data. So here we have our forecast model, and with the ChatGPT's assistance, we can move with other analysis also.
Okay, let's switch to Power BI first. Let's deal with the type of sources and then switch to Excel. So now we have landed to the Power BI desktop. So here we have a wide variety of options. Excel workbook, you can get the data from hubs, you can get data from SQL servers, and you can also enter the data manually. We have another option called Dataverse. It's another story for another day. And you can also customize your inputs here. You can get some data from web pages. You can do some data, website crawling and get the data. So apart from that, coming back to today's subject, which is about importing data from an Excel sheet. So Excel can be a little tricky sometimes. So here we can see an Excel data file. So here we have sales data for 4 years, 2020, 21, 22, 23. And let's say we wanted to import all these 4 files into one desktop, Power BI desktop. Can you do that? Yes, we can do that. And another way, here we have as Excel datasets and a combined Excel sheet where we have multiple tabs. The same 4 years of data, which looks something like this. 2020, 21, 22, and 23, correct? So 4 years of data separated by 4 different tabs. So can you combine this? Yes, we can also combine that. So we'll check out 2 possibilities. So let's quickly go back to Power BI window and go to get data, and here we'll try the first one. So go into more, and here select the folder option. So file and folder, connect. Now browse the folder. So we have the browse option here. Go to downloads where we have that folder. Go to Excel, select that and press OK. And another OK, and we should be getting the data shortly. Now here we have combine, load and transform. We can just go with combine and load, but we don't want to have any errors in our data sets. So for safer side, we will go to transform data and we will shape our data manually. And for more tutorials on explanation on transform data, we have a exclusive video on the transform data in Power BI. You can check out that. So here, go to the first one, the binary one where you have the binary. Just right click it and make sure that you remove any other columns than binary. We don't want them, right? So an extra column is the custom column, and here you go. And let the name be custom. Need the name for that. So Excel, we need a function where we can import Excel workbook. So this is the one, Excel workbook, and open a bracket. Then just double click on this content, or you can use insert and close the bracket and press OK. There you go. Now you have the table over here. You can just expand it.
So I will just prefix. Okay. Now again, just select the name of the sheet and of the sheet. Rest everything you can delete. We don't need any of those. You have it. Now expand the data. You can use the original columns as prefix or not. I will not choose to do that. Press OK and your data should be loaded shortly. You can see we don't have the names of the columns as the column headers. You find them in the first column. When you're in the first row, you can, okay, let's remove this column. We don't need the name column. We need the row ID first. There you go. Now you can click on this option over here where you can find a small table, and the second option use first row as headers, and that's how you get the data imported from all the different sheets into your data set. You can once check the filters just to make sure that we don't have any of the column headers from 4 different data sets as one of the element, right? So we don't have it. So okay, now this is one way of importing data, and another one, let's say go back to home and we wanted to import a few more data sets, like the other one where we had the combined one, right? So you have the applied steps, right? You can just go on eliminating them just for demo purposes, so that we go back to the home page where we didn't have any of the data set, right? Now let's go back to the source level. We can also run the source level we have, so you can even close the source level and close the query settings, so data, or you can completely close the Power Query Editor. Yes. Now let's import the Excel. So this might take a little while, worry not. Go to Excel workbook, and here just select the Excel datasets, and here we have the combined dataset. Remember where we had 4 different tabs. So press OK. Automatically it will give us the Power Query option where we can load or transform the data. Now you have 4 different tabs. Now Power BI or Power Query will give you an option of choosing which particular years you want to work with. Let's say I want to work with only the latest 2 years, that is 2022 and 2023. Then I can directly go to load or transform. Let's go with transform as we did previously. And here you can combine the data sets all together. You can just use the data merging option and combine these 2 data sets. So here we have the merge queries option, and you can just merge. Here we have the first table, which is 2023. Here you just have to select 2022 from the drop down, the data here, and just press on OK, and you will have the data sets merged. For more explanation on how to merge data in Power BI, we have a dedicated tutorial on how to use merge in Power BI.
Hello everyone, I am Mayank and welcome to Simplilearn's YouTube channel. Are you want to get really good at using Excel? Well, Google Gemini can help make it super easy. Excel is all about handling data, organizing it, doing math with it, and making it look nice. With Gemini, you can learn all about Excel step by step. Whether you are just starting out or already know a bit, Google Gemini can teach you everything from the basics like how to write formulas to more advanced stuff like analyzing big sets of data. All you have to do is ask Gemini questions or tell it what you want to learn, and it will explain things to you in a way that makes sense. Plus, you can practice right there in the chat by following along with the examples. So if you want to get really good at Excel without any hustle, just start chatting with Gemini and you will be an Excel wizard in no time. So yeah guys, this is our Gemini prompt. So here first we will write how to learn Excel using Gemini, right? Just for the clarification. Okay, so it will give some prompt. See, here you can see there seems to be slight misunderstanding. Gemini, the large language model you can interact with. Okay, so learn Excel basics. You can do, you can learn data analysis with Power Query and like this stuff. So here we will write, give me week-wise Excel syllabus Okay, so it will give you week wise Excel syllabus. So okay, so this is week by week Excel syllabus, basic to intermediate. Okay, not advanced. You can learn advanced too. So in week 1, what you can do, you can object and navigate Excel interface, understand basic spreadsheet topics. You can learn introduction to Excel environment, working to cell rows, and even you can just particular modify the selected text. So in week 1, you can learn these type of things, entering data, text, number, dates, and these. And in week 2, you can learn building formulas with references related and absolute, and you can learn lookup functions, VLOOKUP, index match. Okay, in week 3, you can learn conditional formatting, and in week 4, you can learn a little bit of data analysis like this. Okay, so here we can write. So this is like you are chatting with someone. Okay, so you can write here, give me brief about the week 1 syllabus briefly for the same. Okay, so see, it elaborate particular thing for you. So see, master the interface, data entry and editing, formatting fundamental, formula fun. Okay, so what if you want to learn particular only logical function? Okay, or you want to learn building formulas with references, or you want to learn lookup function, or you want to learn date and time function particular. So here you can ask Gemini, give how to work with date function in Excel, explain me with example. Okay, so till then let me open the Excel file for you, Araf. Okay, so yeah, so see, the date function is Excel is a handy tool for creating specific dates or working with existing ones. So here is a background. So year, month, day, example, right? So enter today date in a cell, let's say cell 1 even. Okay, so Excel is now here. Okay, so what he's saying, so what it's saying, enter today's date in a cell, let's say cell A1. You can type directly, that is 2024 this. Okay, let me copy it directly. Okay, and paste it here. Okay, why it is not? Okay, or use today function. Yeah. Okay, fine. Or else you can write today function, right, like this. So if I want to write here equals to today, enter. See, you can see the same date, exact date. Or in another cell, that is B1, either enter the following formula. You can use this formula, date, year, A1, month, this. Okay, so what it will do, so this part extract the year cell from A1, which has already did this, then month from cell this, from cell this. So this is how you can learn any formula using Excel. Okay, so I will write, give me example of data in which I can learn basic formulas of Excel. Okay, so we will sort some try to formulas of Excel. So this is our particular data set. So as you can see, export to sheets. So either you can go directly to the sheets, and you can say sheets and this Excel are both same. Okay, so after that, what you can do, first let me try to copy it. Okay, if possible. Okay, I'm not sure. No, it came in one cell only. Okay, so I can directly. So it's creating a spreadsheet. Fine. Open sheets. So yeah, so this is the data. So now what learning with formulas. So this data allows you to learn practice. Okay, what I will do, I will just copy everything, copy it and paste it here. Fine. So now the thing is that I want to learn sum function. So calculate the total quantity of each product sold by using the sum function on the quantity sold column. Okay, so what you have to do, formula in cell E2 for choco chips cake, right, equals to sum B2. Okay, so I can write here in which column? E2 column. E2 column equals to sum B2. B2. Enter. It's 50. As you can see, 50 is here. Okay, so this is how you can learn. You can learn average function. Okay, let me copy it directly from here, and you can paste it anywhere. Okay. Okay. Average of C2. Then C5. Okay, fine. Why it's coming like this? Okay. E5. Okay, I will write here. See what's the issue. Okay, what I can do equals to average of average. Okay, my bad. Average of this, comma this, comma this, comma this. Okay. Okay, so because of dollar, it's happening. Okay, so this is how you can learn. Or you can find across all using a function on the price per unit column, formula in cell E5. 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 If I will copy it. So this is how you can. Okay, because of dollar it's happening. Okay, see how it will work now. See, because of dollar it's happening. So now the average of C2 to C5 is 2. Okay, so this is how you can learn. You can multiply, you can apply VLOOKUP. So these are some additional tips from the Gemini. Okay, so I want to create a chart. Give me, explain me with example. Okay, so this will give you some data. See, data is a export sheet. So we'll copy later. Okay, fine. So these are some additional tips are here. So these are the data. Okay, copy it and paste it here. Okay, so now what can I do is, see, select the data, highlight the data you want to include in chart. This typically includes category, labels, product names. Okay, in our example, select cells A to D5, A2 to D5, from here to D5. Okay, it's mean all. Right, select data. Then what you can do, you can choose a chart. Go to Insert tab on the Excel ribbon and locate the chart section. Go to Insert. Then, okay, these are some charts. So what you can do, I want this chart. Okay, 2D column chart. Okay, I selected this. The best chart depends on the data, but here are some options: column chart, line chart. Okay, let's select column chart. Okay, insert. Where is the chart? Where are you? Column chart. Okay, so here you can choose recommended section. Okay, so these are some recommended by Excel itself. Okay, so stack chart is there, clustered column chart is here, and the stack bar is here, then clustered bar is here. So we will choose this stack column. Okay. So as you can see, this is your data is ready. Okay. Chocolate chip cookie, cupcake, bread lovers, muffin. So this is how you can learn Excel using Gemini. You can ask anything from beginner level to advanced level from Gemini. It will give you through. It will explain you
repeat function in Excel. The repeat or REPT is the short form of this function, and this can help you build some good bar graphs. So to just check on the demo for today's session, I've been exploring a few graphs online and I came across this particular one. So this particular chart is from McKinsey & Company and it is the 2023, the year in charts. So if we explore a little more about the years and the events in this particular company, we found one of the good charts, and since this is the time for appraisal, you might be considering a lot of opportunities to explore or a lot of reasons to claim that extra bonus on your salary payslip. Now here, if you see, we have some reasons why the IT team from McKinsey wants to stay back in the company and some reasons why it may not, right? So here we have why I plan to stay in my current job, career development, advancement potential, and a few more reasons. And accordingly, a bar graph has been designed, right? So I'll leave this link in the description box below for your future reference if you need. And let's also take the same data and try to build a similar chart in Excel using the repeat function. So I have added the same data into my Excel spreadsheet. Now let's try to create the bar graph. Firstly, I'll reference the reason. Let's drag it down so that we have reasons for all of these. There you go. Now, next one is we will use the repeat function, REPT function. And the text will be Windows dot so that you get the emojis over here. You can take the symbols or anything that you prefer. So I'll be preferring this particular symbol. For how many times? For 47 times, which is available in the cell B2. We will add, if you go back to the chart here, you can see a circular icon, right? So we will add that circular icon as well. The symbols, look for a dot. Let's go with this and add a space. If you see the chart again, we also have numbers, right? So we're leaving a space, ampersand the number. There you go. Just press enter. And there you have it. Now drag and drop this particular formula to all the cells. There you go. And now you can expand this and also take the titles. And now you have the same kind of report, almost. So this also have some borders and etc. So you can also do that. Let's add some borders to our cells. You can add, I'll go with all borders. And they've also highlighted the top 5 reasons. There you go. So that's how you can create a beautiful bar graph using the repeat function in Excel, which is about integrating AI into your day-to-day operations in Excel. Now, let's quickly switch to the Excel workbook. Now, here I have a simple basic Excel workbook, and to demonstrate the power and potential of integrating AI into your Excel spreadsheet, we are performing a small minor operation over here where we just have few results, right? The students, their department, and their percentage. Now, we are going to calculate the result if they pass or fail. Now, you might be telling me, or you might wonder, this is just a very simple if formula. Why do you want to integrate an AI into this? Now, the specialty is, let's say you are a beginner in business analytics or data analytics, and even though if you're a beginner, you might figure out the formula, but let's say you don't have any idea on generating a new formula altogether. It's like asking a question to ChatGPT. So here the AI editor that we are going to integrate with Excel is related to ChatGPT, and it's built on ChatGPT. So basically it will give you a query editor where you can just write your query in very simple terms, like you're just talking to Excel, right? In the same way like you talk to ChatGPT. Ask AI editor to give you a formula to identify column D numbers and give you a result in column E. So let's get started on how it can be done. So it's really simple. Go to the home bar and here you can see add ends option. Just click on that and here we have the AI aided editor. In case if you don't find it, you can just download any of the GPT for Excel. So just click on this button over here and you will get a search window. Just type down AI editor or something. So you can just get one of those. Just press enter. So I'm using the first recommendation, AI aided formula editor. But you can choose any one of these, right? ChatGPT or Excel. We've got multiple ones. So I'm using the first one. It's already added into my workbook. So let's quickly go to the AI aided formula editor. You might have to create your Microsoft account and try to log in, right? So here I have the AI generator, right? Now you can just write it down in your own terms. You can use your local language, you can use Excel, anything. Just write it down the way you want it, right? You can just type down, give me an Excel formula to identify if the students passed the exam or not. Result, percentage greater than or percentage greater than or equal to 35% is pass and percentage less than 35 is fail is your parameter. Are your parameters. Just submit it and it will give you a query or a formula which you can just copy and paste into the Excel cell or workbook. Here we have one. You can just copy it the way it is, just paste it over here. So in place of A1, you're supposed to use percentage. Enter. Now you have the results. Pass, fail, right? So it is, we did not specify the column number here, right? In case if we have specified the column number or column header, which is basically D over here. So we named it as percentage. So it did not, and another thing to recognize, we did not convert this into table. So basic few things, but overall, you are getting a readily available formula which is completely flawless. You can also experiment this particular feature of AI aided formula editor with some complex advanced Excel tricks as well. Should you feel that we should prepare one of the tutorials on advanced Excel formulas which are AI aided formula editor based videos, please do let us know in the comment section below and we will get that done for you. Now we have opened the Microsoft Excel workbook. Here, let's say we have a fingerprint ID for all the employees in a company. Now we have about 500 fingerprints here, 501 fingerprints right over here, right? All these employees belong to different departments. Let's say HR department, development, testing, sales, marketing, etc. Right? Now here in the second sheet, I have a specific list of employees from HR department. Let's say I have about 42 fingerprint IDs here, right? Now what I have to do is, I have to create a match function and identify all the 42 HR department employees in sheet 2 and tag them in sheet 1. Let's say this particular ID belongs to an HR department, then I should be writing here employee from HR department, correct? Now we have 42 entries, it is fine, but let's say we had 440 or 450 entries. Now would you manually go and copy this and go to this sheet, find control paste and find all? Would you do this task manually? Would you do this match list manually, right? 440 times. This is truly time consuming, right? If there was one single formula which you can use and identify all those 450 employees in one go, it could be a miracle, right? Now that's exactly what we are going to do today. So we will be using an if condition, we will be using an isNum function, and along with that,
we will use the match function. So these are the three functions that we are going to combine together and try to identify the match between the two lists and give an end result if the employee belongs to the HR department or not, right? Now let's do that quickly. Now let me write the formula equals to if condition, press tab to select it. Now the logical test is at number. So you might be having a question, is number, since we have the data in a mix and match, it's a number plus text. Will this work for only numbers or will this only work for alphabets? No worry, it works with both numbers as well as character type data types. Now I'm going to select the isNumber function. Now comes the match function. So use the match function, press tab to select. Now the lookup value. So the first lookup value will be this particular value which is in the cell A2. Don't worry, it will automatically change when the formula enters to the next cell, right? When it enters to A3, when it enters to B3, this A2 will become A3. So note out on that. Now it will be A2, comma, the lookup array. Which array should I look to find the match? So the lookup array is right over here. I'm ignoring A1. We are starting from A2 to all the way up till A43. So we have provided the lookup range or lookup array. Now the match type. We want the exact match no matter what, right? So press tab to select the exact match. Now close this particular match function. Now if this condition matches, then we should be typing it as, or we should be getting an end result as employee belongs to HR department. And if not, you can just kind of write another text. So the formula is not completely closed. Okay, just ignore it. Okay, now we have to close the brackets with the leading values. So the match function is closed, and after that we need to close the isNumber function. Now comes to the if condition. So if it is true, then add this particular value, that is employee from HR department. If not, other department. Okay, other, or you can also leave it as blank. Okay, so this is the formula. Press enter. So this particular ID belongs to other department. Let's eliminate this. Now let's drag. Okay, let's name it as EMP department details. Now let's drag the formula across. There you go. Now you can also add a boundary border, and now you can add a filter and filter this particular table for employee from HR department. And there is a small error in the formula, but no problem. Let's remove the filter and check the error. I think it should be about fixing the ranges. So let's fix the range function F4. So we want the column to be fixed and the row numbers can change, and here the range what we are looking at. So let's give the range once again. Now let's fix the range, F4 to fix. There you go. Now enter, and we can also remove this. For now I don't think we need this. Enter, and now drag the formula. Yes, there you go. We have all the 42 entries. So previously there was a small fixing error. So we need to fix the range of elements that we are looking at. Now just eliminate the blanks and just select employee IDs, and there you go. You have all your 42 employees present in the HR department. So that's exactly how you use the match function to match a list of elements from one array and match it with another array. So here I have already created a sample payslip generator. So here we have used some data validation methods to select the employee details. Let's say I want to go with Brian, and here we have his employee ID, his full name, and the month March, right? And apart from that, the number of hours worked, and here the total number of hours he logged in was this, and number of times his client call got cancelled or he was on a sick leave, casual leave in the month of March, and the total rate for each and every event. So if he's logged in, he'll get about $45, and in case if he's on a leave due to a client call cancelled, he'll get $20. For sick leave, $30, casual leave, $25, and public holiday is $30. And end of the day, we can just multiply these two values to get his final salary, right? So if we drag this cell across overall here, so we'll get a salary for March, right? So this is real time. So you just select the employee name, and here you just select the month, which is about present in this particular sheet here, and you will get all the details, right? And here is the timesheet for the month of March, and all the employees who logged in and what are the events happening, right? So this seems interesting, but how did we create it? And how come we have all the employees here without any duplications, when you can see there is a complete duplicate entries or 2-3 times entries over here, right? How did we filter this out, and how did we export this data into a payslip generator, and how is it looking up at all those values, and how is it summing up the salary, right? So we have multiple formulas and functions implemented in this particular payslip generator. So without further delay, let's try to recreate this particular paylist or payslip generator. So firstly, we will create a sorted and filtered list. Let's quickly rename this as sorted and filtered employee list. So what we're going to do is, firstly, we will try to import entire list of all the employees present in this particular organization by using the unique function. You guessed it right. So we are just fetching the unique values one time, only for once, into this particular list. And we will also, if possible, it's not mandatory, but here I have sorted them in the alphabetical order, right? So that it is a little bit easier for you to track. Now, let's try to name this as employee, correct? And here I will use the unique function UNIQUE. Just tap to select the function, and the array is here. So we have converted this particular table into an actual table using the control T function in Excel, and I'll select this particular, you can see that highlighted downside arrow, right, in the bold black color. So that means it is pointing to select the entire column. Just click that line, and there you go, your entire column has been selected. Now this is one way of or one part of extracting the unique functions. Now another one is to try to sort these employees list in the alphabetical order, right? So I'll be using the sort function over here. Press tab to select. Now close the bracket over here and press enter. Now you have the entire list of employees in the alphabetical order, and there is no chance for any duplication in this particular list, right? So this is part one. You can just quickly save your file so that you don't miss any track, right? And the next one is the activities. So one, they have logged in. Second one, they've logged in, and by some reason the client call or the business meeting has been cancelled, so they are sitting idle or they don't have anything to do. Maybe they are logging off early, right? So that is the second situation. Third one is an actual sick leave. Fourth one is a planned casual leave, and the fifth one is a public holiday. So mostly many organizations 5 events. Now we will copy and paste these activities or events into this particular sheet over here, which has sorted and filtered list of employees. Now we are going to calculate the month here, so you can add month, and here you can deal with the same March data that we have used here. You can just copy and paste that value over here as well. So you can also manually write it down as March 2024, April 2024, anything, correct? Now we are dealing with this particular March data, so we will proceed with March data as well. Now the last one, this can be named as pay slip generator, right? So if we check the payslip generator over here, what we have here is the first one, employee name, right? So you can first add that particular employee select option over here, right? Select employee, and here you will name, or you'll try to add the employee name. So if you check this particular sheet too, I have the data validation option enabled here. I can just select the employees from the drop down. So let's try to create a drop down over here. Equals to, or you can just go to data option here, just click the cell and go to the data option over here, and here you have columns. Click the drop down option and go to data validation. Now here, instead of any value, go to list, and here you can give the list of employees that you recently filtered.
This is one way of doing it. But what's the downside of it? Let's say I add a new employee over here. Okay, let's cancel this operation right away. And let's say I add a new employee right over here, maybe as Jonathan. He's a new joinee, he's an intern, or he's a new joinee, something like that. So when I add Jonathan over here, the data validation from this particular section would not be able to identify him as a new joinee. The list will end at this place, which is this one, right? So we don't want that to be happening. Now we need to operate on a different approach for creating this particular data validation option. So the approach is really simple. If you just get into this particular sorted list over here, and if you check this list, you can see we have the first column as employee, starting from Snooper to all the way to the last Jonathan, right? Now what we need to do is create a new formula. So just enter into the formula option right over here and use the define name option so that you're defining a new formula altogether. And here you can type it down as employee. So you list of employees. You can write an underscore so that the formula doesn't get confused. So here we have, so where it is referring to, right? So it is referring to this particular column. So A to A. So just add an hashtag over here so that it will automatically update if there is any new addition to the list. Now here we'll create a data validation. Go to data and data tools, data validation, and instead of any value go to list, and here you will type the source as equal to employee. There you go. Maybe we have to do a light change over here. Okay, now go to sort. So here we generated a formula. So okay, let's try to review that formula over here. List. Okay, and so let's go to the employees list. Select the first cell over here. There you go, and define a name. So the name will be EMP list, sorted and filtered employees. So here you will be adding a hash. So we have written the hash after this. Now we want that to go along with the entire spell from second cell to the entire existence of that particular list, right? In case if there is a new addition, you can enter that new addition and consider that as an employee, right? So I've done that. Just press OK. There you go. Now go to the payslip generator and here create a data validation option. Let's clear this. Now go to data validation, and here you will be selecting the list, and here you will be writing EMP list that you just created. Press OK. Now you have the employees list. And in case if you add a new employee at the end, he or she will also be considered as an employee. Now part of the job is done. The next is a few more details like the employee number and employee name, and let's check the month. Correct. So now how would you generate the employee number? So employee number is like fetching. When it comes to fetching, nothing is better than a lookup function or an index match. Let's proceed with a lookup function. I'd go with VLOOKUP since it's my favorite one. So this B2 will be my lookup value, and the lookup table is this particular table. Go to a corner and give that. This is the table you are looking at. You want the second column which states to the payroll ID or employee ID, and I want an exact match. Close the bracket and there you go. Now select the employee number or employee name here, and you will have the employee number right here. And here you want to add the employee name, which is this particular cell. Whatever is present in that particular cell is your employee name. And here you want to add the month, which is this particular month which we are currently. Correct. So far so good. Now we want to create the payslip generator. So first, if we take a look at this particular one, here we have the activity and here we have the number of hours and salary. Now let's copy the same, paste
it in our payslip generator right here. Do some formatting if you feel like. There you go. We have our formatting ready, and here as well. And here we will add our hours and rate and salary. There you go. And I think we already predefined our rates. So copy and paste the rates right here. Now we need to calculate the number of hours logged in. And for that we will be using a simple SUMIFS function equals to SUMIFS. So you need to pay a little attention to this particular SUMIFS function because everything relies on how you are freezing the cell values. So you might be a little confused. So you can understand what I mean during the execution of the SUMIFS function. So SUMIFS and now the sum range. So the sum range is nothing but the hours table right over here. Just click on the hours, comma. So after hours, we will be selecting the employee, correct? So the person who is working, which is this particular column. Just navigate your cursor to the location where the cell B2 and B3 are intersecting, which is a black line over there. So you can see that particular mouse icon, which looks like a lower pointing downward arrow key. Just click that downward arrow key and your column will be selected, and that's next one. Now comes the critical part. So you need to go back to the payslip generator over here and select the employee name. So employee name is existing in cell B5, so select B5. Try to freeze it. Function F4 so that this value doesn't change, because we are going to drag this formula across the next 4 activities. So when you drag the formula should be pointing to B5 but not succeed to B6, B7, etc. Right? That's the major thing which you need to make sure. And after that, you need to find the activity, right? So go back to the timesheet data, and here is the activity or status. Point your mouse pointer to that particular location where G3 and G2 intersect so that you get the downward arrow key. Just click that. There you go. Comma. Now comes another major part, payslip generator sheet. So now we are on the payslip generator. So we need an if condition. So it needs to identify if the activity is what's present in cell D3 or D4, D5, D6, D7 based on the table what we have, then print it the way it is, and if not, just the way it should be, right? So you will understand that more clearly when we start with the if condition. Just select the if condition, press tab to select, and cell location D3, if D3 is equals to the activity which is logged in, then it should be nothing, just blank. If not, then it should have logged in, which is again D3. Now close the brackets, so close the functions. There you go. Now press enter. There you have it, number of hours. Now just drag this formula across all the rows and you have it. So now you have a real-time payslip generator. Just change some employees to check if our formula is working, and it's working fine. You can also eliminate the leading zeros, but let's keep it, right? Every minute counts. Now the final one, the salary slip generator. So E3 cross or star into the rate. Enter. Now you can drag the same formula across all the cells to find the total salary. Now you can also do a final customization over here. Just copy and paste the cell and drag this, and you can merge total salary. You can even bold this. Here you can have sum of all this. Enter the final salary. You can also do some formatting. So there you go. That's how you can create a real-time automated payslip generator in Excel. Hey everyone, welcome to Simplilearn's YouTube channel. Today we will learn how to use Microsoft Power Query. That said, if these are the type of videos you'd like to watch, then hit that like and subscribe buttons and the bell icon to get notified. Now without further delay, let's get started with the topic, which is how to use Microsoft Power Query. So imagine you have a lot of data. It can be an Excel file, it can be a PDF, SQL database, cloud, or anything. If it is data, it's your data, right? So you have a lot of data. Now, you have the source of the data. After that, I'm absolutely sure that the data is not clean enough to perform some analysis. So you go through another step where you have to clean your data from unwanted rows and columns, which doesn't make sense or might have some invalid data, right? So you need to make sure that your data is completely accurate and has some standards for your analysis, right? So that's the next step, which is clean and transform. After the clean and transform step, you have the next step, which is load that particular data to your platform. It could be Excel, it could be some data visualization tool like Tableau, Power BI, etc. Right? And after that, you generate some meaningful information of that. You create some pivot tables, pivot charts, and line graphs, etc. Right? So which makes some sense out of that data. You'll understand what exactly is happening with your business, how many leads or how many traffic orders, what's right, and which is the best performing product, which is the worst performing product, and you need to take some decisions on your business which can make some impact on your overall profit or revenue, right? So imagine if you want to do this for an year. If you get 1 year's data and you do it in a day or two, it's fine. And if it's on a monthly basis, you get month-on-month data and you want to do it, okay, it could not be worse. You can spend 1 or 2 days and it's fine. But what if it's week on week? You start to think, right? What if it's a daily task? It's a mundane task, right? You have to do all these steps step by step repetitively, and it doesn't make you interested anymore in that particular type of job. And the major point of this is you end up spending more time on cleaning the data, transforming, loading it. And the worst part, you don't get proper time, specific time which you want to actually dedicate to plan out something and bring up strategies to improve your business, right? So what if you could automate this, right? What if there is someone who could perform all these steps for you in the way you want, and you can actually have some time to produce some pivot tables, pivot charts, and then understand what exactly is happening with your business and find out some critical points where you can improvise and bring up some good revenue. What if there was someone who can perform all these steps for you, clean your data, transform it the way you want, load it to your platform, and help you create your pivot charts and pivot tables, and actually save you a lot of time where you can spend all that time understanding your critical points where you need attention, you can fix them and plan some strategies out to bring out some good revenue, right? That exact someone who can do all these steps for you and automate your data cleaning, data transformation, and loading tasks for you is exactly the Microsoft Power Query. So you can use Microsoft Power Query either in Microsoft Excel or Microsoft Power BI, right? Now let's kind of generate some data. So this data will be generated using ChatGPT, and we will not generate data which is not small, like for a week-on-week analysis or a day-by-day analysis. We will create data for years. So we will take 5 consecutive years starting from 2020 to 2024, and we will have some data generated using ChatGPT, and we will automate that data and try to get some analysis done, right? Let's jump on to ChatGPT. So before we go to ChatGPT, I have a prompt written here. So this particular prompt will guide or explain ChatGPT what exactly you want, right? So you're giving some, like the Excel data right over here, we have order date, order ID, ship mode, and customer name, customer ID, everything, right? So we have the sales, quantity, discount, profit, etc. So in the same format or a similar format, if not the same format, we are explaining ChatGPT that we need these columns, the order ID, order date, delivery date, etc. And we want all these files in a downloadable Excel file links, right? So you can also specify this column should have certain things, and this column can have certain things, right? So we will copy this prompt and head back to ChatGPT, and you can just paste the prompt and hit enter. There you go. Now your request is being analyzed, and shortly you should be receiving some downloadable Excel files or some recommendations from ChatGPT. I've already performed this process and we have already downloaded some data. So there you go. You have the data from 2020 to 2024. You can just click on this to download the file. So I've already done this job and I've downloaded the files. So those files are exactly in my downloads here. So if you go to downloads, here we have orders data for 2021, 2022, 2023, and 2024. So this orders data has just one file, which is orders 2020. So we will perform the data cleaning. So first we will specify the source of the data. Then we will perform the data cleaning and transformation process. Then we load this particular Excel 2020 data into Excel. And then we load this Excel data into the visualization tool. We'll use Excel for this. And then generate some pivot tables and pivot charts. We will only do this for one file, which is 2020, right? Now, what's the surprising part is this particular file will also get data continuously for the next year 2021, for the next year 2022, for the next year 2023, and the current year 2024, right? When we just copy paste or cut, copy paste these files into this particular folder, the same transformation steps, the same data cleaning steps, and the same data loading steps, and also including the analysis will be done for you in the Excel pivot table, right? The process has been just automated, right? So you can see that happening. For that, let's open a new Excel file. So I have the Excel folder right over here. So a new blank Excel workbook will be opened. And if you go to data, here you have get data. As we said, it can be a file, it can be an Excel file, XML, JSON, PDF, it can be from cloud, it can be from a SQL database, any other source. If it's data, you can work from it. So we will give a file here, right? So just, okay. So we will give a file here. So select file and go to the last option, which reads as from folder, right? So go to downloads and select that orders data. Yeah, go to downloads and select that orders data. Remember, this particular folder should have only one file according to us, which is 2020 data, the first year's data, right? Select the folder and open. And this should include the data of only one file, which is orders 2020, right? So if you have multiple files, you can either combine, transform, and load. If you have just one file, you can just go with the transformation option over here, or you can load if you are comfortable with what you have. So I feel there are some minor changes which I would like to make to my data. So I would go with the transform option. Now, the Power Query window will shortly open. Now with the Power Query window opened, you can select the orders 2022 Excel folder and it will be loaded. Now let's try to click on the content button over here, which should load our data. Now you can go with the first file. So here's the preview as we expected. We have the order ID, order date, delivery date, etc. Let's press on OK. So the data has been successfully loaded, right? Now we have the first column as source name, which we will not be needing anymore. And you can just remove that. Order ID is fine. Order date is fine. Is it? No, right? So you can just select both the columns and change the data type, right? So here you have the option of change the data type, where you will change the data type from a whole number to date, so that you get a date, right? So you have that. The first transformation step, changing data type, has been recorded here. So this is like Excel VBX or macro, which will save all the steps and will apply to all the upcoming files, right? You have to change the type of delivery date as well. So we will be finding the how many days it took to deliver, or if the delivery got delayed, right? So we can test that. And here, if you see, yes, we requested customer ID and customer name. So we got customer ID along with the name. So we don't want that. We want that in two separate columns. We can do that. So you can just select the entire column, go to the split column option over here, select by delimiter, So I think it all automatically recognized that for us. But there is one loophole. We have a space delimiter space option. So just press OK and they should be helping us with the customer ID. So let's rename the customer ID to just customer ID and this to customer name space name. Right, and that's done. Here we have product, which is fine. Quantity is fine, traffic is fine, leads is fine, orders, and here comes the money part. So we have revenue, cost to company. So we don't know the profit yet, right? So to calculate the profit, what you need to do is subtract revenue from cost to the company, and automatically you will get your profit. So in some instances, you might get a negative value. Don't worry about that because that can be a discount offer or some 50% off, 75% off that you regularly sell out your products which are selling in less numbers so that you can just, move out the products from the stock. So that can be done. And order status. So we have order status as delivered in transit, not delivered yet, or order cancelled, right? So we might have to rule out some status here, right? So we are calculating profit here. So we don't want the profit for cancelled orders or not delivered. Okay, maybe okay, not delivered orders. This might be considered as the cost to company and revenue because it takes some delay to refund the amount to the customers. So we can just add a filter to this particular column and we will unselect not delivered products and order cancelled products. So not delivered happens when the vendor is not available to deliver the product to the delivery agencies. So in that case, the order gets automatically cancelled and the order will be the money will be refunded to the customer. So we will rule out these. Now the data is clean. Now, as we thought to calculate the profit, select these two columns, first revenue, then cost to company, because we are subtracting cost to company from revenue, right? So we will go to add to column and standard, and here we have some options. So we will subtract that. So we will get the profit here. So now you can name it as profit. Done. So we just move that column to the money part of this particular data set. So profit, cost to company, and revenue are the money parts. So we will change data type from just values to currency, right? So then that should be converted into the dollars format. Now the first one, we don't need this source name, so you can just rule out this. You can just remove this column, and there you go. Now you have a clean data. You have the order ID, order date, delivery date. Yeah, we forgot the another part of this particular data set transformation where we wanted to find out the number of days it took to deliver the product. Okay, I think we changed order ID, so we don't want this. So the first, okay, let's change this to the whole number as it was. Okay, so order ID, fine. Now we wanted to find out the number of days it took to deliver the product. So we will select the delivery date first and then the order date second. Go to add column and we will select subtract in days and we should have that. Now let's change the subtraction name to days to deliver. And you can move this column, right? Select the whole column and hold it, drag it, and you can move this column along with the dates part of this data set where we have the ordered date and delivered date, right over here, and you will find how many days it took to deliver a certain product. Now let's recheck once. Order ID, order date, delivery date, days to deliver, customer ID, customer name, what product did he or she order, and what quantity, and the traffic which we received to the website, the number of leads we got out of those traffic numbers, the number of orders we got out of those leads, and what's the revenue we got out of those orders, and what was the cost of the company, and what is the profit that we made out of that order, right? And we also have the order status. Remember, we only considered two types, right? We considered in transit and delivered statuses only. We ruled out cancelled orders and not delivered orders so that we have accurate results of our profit made and revenue made out of this, right? Now I'm completely satisfied with my transformation and the cleaning of my dataset. Now let's go to home, and here we have the option of close and load. So we will go with that, and this particular dataset should be loaded to the data visualization where we have selected Excel, right? So we have the orders data for 2020, correct? Okay, let's not add date here because after all we will have some more data for 2021, 2, 3 and 4, right? So let it be the way it is. And if you just check the filter here, we have only 1 year. And if you just check the filter here, you will have only 1 year. And if you just check the filter here, you will have only 1 year, 2020. And if you go to the delivery date, which let's say if you have an order placed on December 31st and it got delivered on January 5th or something, so you'll have a little bit of a part of 2021 data, which is completely all right, not to be worried about. So the main important thing is order date. So we want the order dates of 2020. So that is loaded here, right? Now you can just select the whole data set over here, and you can add or insert some pivot tables here, right, from the selected range. And let's go with the default option, which creates a new sheet and everything in a new location. Right here you have it. Now let's say you wanted to make out some insights from this data set. Let's delete the other sheet which we don't want, and let's name it as pivot. Now the products will be loaded to the columns, and profit will be loaded to values. So you have a data set over here, sum of profit from beds, chairs, cupboards, sofa, teapot. So here you have the pivot table which has sum of profit, bed, chair, cupboard, sofa, teapot and grand total. Sum of profits made from these and these. Now select this entire data and go to the insert option here. Go to the pivot chart, and here automatically here you can see that it is suggesting or recommending us to go for the bar chart, which is a lot more better. Just select OK, and you have your pivot chart over here, right? And see the grand total here, 224811 4.15. Now this is only for 1 year of data. Now what we will do is go back to the downloads folder, select the remaining years, which is 2021, 2, 3 and 4, add that to the file location. So let's quickly go to our folder here and go to downloads, select the folders. I'm going to cut them from here, go to orders data and paste them here, right? Now our job is done. If we go back to the data here, go to home and data. Okay, so now that we have added the data to our folder, go to the orders data and here select the data segment and just select refresh all. So everything is refreshed. Now let's check the order date filter, and we will have all the 5 years from 2020 to 1, 2, 3 and 4, and let's press OK for that. And if you go to the pivot table, you can also see the changes here. Just press refresh all, and there you go, you have the updated data right over here. Now that saved a lot of time for you, and now that time can be utilized to plan a strategy and focus on the lower parts of your business and improvise them and bring a big change to the revenue. And with that, we have come to an end of this session on how to use Microsoft Power Query.
Today, we are going to talk about descriptive statistics in Microsoft Excel, and I will walk you through a step-by-step guide on how to perform this in Excel. But before we dive into that, let's first take a quick look at what descriptive statistics really means. Descriptive statistics is all about summarizing and describing the key features of a dataset. It helps you get a quick snapshot of your data by calculating things like mean, median, mode, standard deviation, range, and more. These are essential to understanding patterns and trends in your data without having to look at every single value. It's the first step in analyzing data before jumping into more complex statistics. Now that we have a basic understanding of what descriptive statistics is, let's get into Excel and see how we can easily calculate these statistics using the built-in tools. I am in MS Excel and I have a sample of data in my Excel to perform the descriptive statistics over. There is an amazing feature in Excel that many people are not aware about is a data analysis tool pack. If you have not come across this word, the data analysis tool pack in Excel is an add-in that provides advanced data analysis tools for statistical and engineering calculations. It simplifies the complex data analysis task by offering the built-in features to perform various statistical tests and data processing without needing to write formulas manually. So we need to ensure first if we have activated the tool pack correctly. So for that, go to File, then Options, and then Add-ins. Inside Add-ins at the bottom we have Manage, and where you make sure you have selected the Excel add-ins. And then click on Go. And then in the checkbox, make sure you have chosen the Analysis Tool Pack option and then click on the OK button. Now when you see the topmost bar in the data bar has a data analysis button, now we are all set to perform the descriptive statistics. To perform this, I will click on this data analysis button and from there I will choose the descriptive statistics option and select OK. Now in the input range here, we need to enter the range of cells containing your data. For that, I will click on this upper arrow and highlight the cells containing my data and press enter. The next option is grouped by, depicts how your data is arranged in your sheet. If it is arranged in columns, just like mine, you can obviously choose columns, and if it is arranged row-wise, then you go for rows. If you have labels on the first row of your data, you can tick on the checkbox here, labels in the first row. I don't have that, so I will skip this. Then if you go for the output options, this is where you want your descriptive statistics result to be returned. The first option, that is output range, is where you can specify a particular cell in this sheet only where your result to be returned. Second option is new worksheet that will answer your descriptive statistics in a completely new worksheet. The third option is new workbook, will enter the result altogether in a different Excel file. I want to enter my data in the same sheet here. So I'll go for output range and I'll choose somewhere here and I will press enter. Underneath I have various options available. I will tick all of them and don't worry, I will explain each in more detail. So go for OK. And here you go, you have got the whole descriptive statistics over here, mean, standard deviation and more. Now moving on, the first value we got is the mean. Basically it is the average of all the data values. The mean is actually the sum of all the data points divided by the number of the data points available in the sheet. It tells you the central value of the data. You can separately calculate it in Excel using the function average. Now moving on, we have the second one, which is standard error. It is nothing but the measure of the variability of sample means in a sampling distribution of means. If you want to calculate the standard error separately in Excel with the formula standard deviation divided by the square root of count. Now moving on, we have median. In short, it is the middle value when data is sorted. If I elaborate it, then the median is the middle value in a data set when it's ordered from smallest to the largest. If the number of data points is odd, it's the middle number. If it is even, it is the average of the two middle numbers. Separately, you can perform this in Excel by using the function median. Now we have mode. It is basically the most frequent value. Rather, it refers to the value that appears most frequently in a data set. We can perform it separately in Excel using the function mode. Next we have is standard deviation. The standard deviation measures the spread or dispersion of your data. A higher standard deviation means the data points are spread out widely, while a lower standard deviation means they are close to the mean. You can perform this by using the function stdv. Now, coming to sample variance. Variance is the square of the standard deviation. If it gives an idea of how data points spread out from the mean but in squared units. To perform this, you need to use a var function. Now, we are going to kurtosis. Kurtosis measures the tailness of the data distribution. High kurtosis means more outliers of the heavy tails, while low kurtosis means the data has fewer extreme values, describing the higher kurtosis and the lower kurtosis. Next, we have skewness. Skewness measures the asymmetry of the data. A positive skew means the data is skewed to the right, more lower values, while a negative skew means the skewed to the left, that is more higher values. Now, moving on, we have range. Range is the difference between the maximum and the minimum values in your data set. The maximum value we have over here is 90.23. And the minimum value we have is 11.67. So the difference is 78.56. To find out the minimum value in the Excel sheet, use the function minimum. To find out the maximum value in the Excel sheet, use the function max. Then coming to sum, as you all know, sum is the total addition of all the values in your sheet. We can calculate sum separately by using the function sum. Then we have count. This is the total number of values in the sheet. In my case, it's 20. It will vary in everyone else. Then we have the largest. The first written in the bracket denotes the first largest number, that is 90.23. If the number would have been 2, it will denote the second largest number. Same goes for the smallest. The smallest number in my case is 11.67. Last but not the least, we have confidence level. This is the number we need to add and subtract from the mean. The addition of the CL and mean is greater than 95% of the CL. The subtraction of CL from mean is lower than 95% of CL.
Ever wondered what those people with fancy charts on their computers are doing? They are probably business analysts. So what's a business analyst? Think of them as the Sherlock Holmes of the business world. They look at lots of information and figure out how to make companies run better. And guess what? It's a pretty cool job right now. Lots of companies are trying to hire these folks. Want to know how much they make? On average, about $85,000 per year. Some of them even make over $120,000. Not bad, right? But here's the thing. To be really good at this job, you need to know some special words. It's like learning the secret code of business. And in today's video, we are going to look at the 10 important words every business analyst should know. And by the time we are done, you will be talking like a pro. So let's start with a little story. Meet John. John works at a company and is always overwhelmed by all the data terms his colleagues use during meetings. So words like KPIs, data warehouse, and analytics were thrown around, and John often felt lost. He knew understanding these terms was crucial for his career growth, so he decided to dive into learning about business intelligence. John started by learning what business intelligence actually means. He discovered that BI involves strategies and technologies that help companies analyze and manage their data. For example, if he worked at Spotify, BI could tell him which songs are getting the most plays, when people listen the most, and even predict the next big hit. This realization made John see how powerful BI could be for making informed business decisions. Alright, so let's dive in and let's understand what business intelligence actually is. Imagine you're running a popular ice cream shop, and business intelligence is like having a super smart helper that tells you everything about your business. Cool, right? So what exactly is business intelligence? It's all the tricks and tools companies use to understand their data better. It helps them make smart choices based on facts, not just guesses. For example, let's say you use a tool like Power BI in your ice cream shop. It might show you which flavors sell the most on hot days, what time your shop is busiest, and which toppings are most popular with kids. This info helps you make smart decisions like stocking up on popular flavors or hiring extra staff for busy times. Business intelligence is super important because it turns boring numbers into useful information that helps businesses grow and succeed. It's like having X-ray vision for your company. Next, let's talk about data visualization. So data visualization is the graphical representation of information and data. By using visual elements like charts, graphs, and maps, data visualization tools provide an accessible way to see and understand trends, outliers, and patterns in data. For example, a bar chart showing the most popular pizza toppings in a delivery app. This is crucial for presenting data in an easy to understand format. Moving on, we have analytics. So analytics involves the systematic computational analysis of data. For example, using analytics to understand which times of day are busiest for a pizza delivery app. This term is important because it helps in making sense of large amounts of data and aids in decision making. Next up is KPI, that is key performance indicator. So a KPI is a measurable value that demonstrates how effectively a company is achieving key business objectives. For example, tracking the number of pizzas sold each month as a KPI to measure business performance. KPIs are essential for measuring performance and progress towards strategic goals. Now let's discuss data warehouse. So a data warehouse is a centralized repository for storing large volumes of structured data from multiple sources. For example, storing customer data from different gym branches in one place for analysis. It is used for reporting and data analysis and is a core component of business intelligence. Data warehouses are important for consolidating data from different sources and making it available for analysis. Next, we have database. So database is an organized collection of data generally stored and accessed electronically from a computer system. For example, a database storing member records for a gym. Databases are foundational for storing and managing data efficiently and are critical for any business intelligence processes. Moving forward, let's introduce data mining. So data mining is the process of discovering patterns and knowledge from large amounts of data. For example, a gym analyzing member attendance to identify the most popular class times. Data mining is important for extracting useful information from large data sets. Next, let's talk about dashboard. So dashboard is a business intelligence tool that allows users to track key metrics and KPIs. For example, a dashboard for a gym showing daily attendance, most used equipment, and membership growth. It provides a visual representation of data and helps in monitoring performance at a glance. Dashboards are crucial for real-time data monitoring and decision making. Next up is reporting. Reporting refers to the process of organizing data into informational summaries to monitor how different areas of a business are performing. For example, a monthly financial report summarizing income and expenses for a gym. Reports are essential for tracking progress, identifying trends, and making informed decisions. Finally, let's discuss SQL, that is structured query language. So SQL is a standard programming language for managing and manipulating databases. For example, writing an SQL query to retrieve all gym members who joined last month. It is used to query, insert, update, and modify data. SQL is fundamental for anyone working with databases and business intelligence tools. Remember, whether you are running a multi-million-dollar corporation or a neighborhood lemonade stand, these BI tools and concepts can help you make smarter decisions and grow your business. They turn raw data into valuable insights, helping you understand your customer better, optimize your operations, and stay ahead of the competition. So with that, guys, we have come to the end of this session. I hope this video has helped demystify some key business intelligence terms for you. If you found this video helpful, don't forget to give it a thumbs up and subscribe to our channel for more business and tech insights. If you have questions about BI or want to share your opinion, you can comment down in the comment section below. Welcome to Simplilearn. In this video, we are focusing on ChatGPT and its groundbreaking role in data analytics. In a world where data is the new gold, understanding and analyzing this wealth of information is crucial. But as the volume of data grows exponentially, traditional analysis methods are being pushed to their limits. Enter ChatGPT, a revolutionary AI developed by OpenAI that's transforming how we approach data analytics. But what makes ChatGPT stand out in the crowded field of data analytics tools? How can it not only streamline complex processes, but also uncover insights that were previously hidden in plain sight? Stay tuned as we unravel the capabilities of ChatGPT, share real-world applications, and show you how it's being used by analysts and businesses alike to make smarter, data-driven decisions. And whether you are a data scientist, a business professional, or just a tech enthusiast curious about the future of AI in data analytics, this video is for you. So let's dive in and discover how ChatGPT is not just revolutionizing data analytics, but also how we understand and interact with the vast universe of data. And don't forget to hit that like button, subscribe, and ring the bell to stay updated on all our future explorations into the fascinating world of technology. Now let's get started and unlock the potential of ChatGPT for data analytics together. So guys, an Excel data analyst always looks for ways to improve their efficiency and gain deeper insights from the data. That's where ChatGPT comes in handy. So ChatGPT is an AI-powered language model that can assist you in various tasks, including Excel-based data analysis. And for that data analysis, let's dive into some demos to see how it works. So guys, as you can see, this is the ChatGPT 4, and you could see this has the support of DALL-E, browsing and analysis, and usage limits may apply. Like we have the version that has some usage limits. And for the data, I have downloaded the data from the Kaggle. I will provide you the link in the description. If you want to download the same data, you can. And I have that in my downloads. So this is the data that we'll be using. So the first thing we'll be doing is data cleaning and preparation. So firstly, let's explore data cleaning and preparation. Before diving into analysis, it's essential to ensure our data is clean and ready for processing. So for that, we will write a prompt in ChatGPT and ask him to clean the data. ChatGPT has the feature to insert the files, provide the Excel file to the ChatGPT, and we'll ask him that can you help me identify and remove duplicates in this Excel spreadsheet. So let's ask him, can you help me identify and remove duplicates? Duplicates from this Excel spreadsheet from the provided Excel spreadsheet. So you could see that ChatGPT has started generating the response, and he is telling us that he can definitely help us with that, and he is analyzing that. So you could see that ChatGPT has provided us the response. So let's first go to our spreadsheet. So this is the spreadsheet: order number, quantity ordered, price of each quantity, and order lines. So you could see that first ChatGPT has encountered an error, and that is with the character encoding mismatch. And then he has loaded the spreadsheet successfully with the second attempt, and you could see that he has provided like the smaller or the briefer version of the spreadsheet. That is, the dataset consists of sales data with columns such as order number, quantity order, price each, order line, sales, order date, status. So he's asking us, could you specify how you would like to identify duplicates? For example, should we consider a row a duplicate if all its values match another row exactly, or are there specifically columns we should focus on to determine duplicates? So we should, or here we will be focusing on the column section. So here we want to identify column section. So is asking which columns they should identify duplicates. So we want the duplicates in order number. So the ChatGPT has started analyzing the spreadsheet. So you could see that ChatGPT has produced the response that they have identified a total of 2,807 rows in the spreadsheet that have duplicates based on the order number column. So this indicates that multiple rows share the same order number, suggesting there might be different items or transactions within the same order. So would you like to proceed by removing these duplicates while keeping either the first or last occurrence of each order number, or do you have another approach in mind for handling these duplicates? So before identifying the duplicates, what we'll do is we'll first get rid of the extra spaces. So we'll ask ChatGPT that first find the extra spaces in the spreadsheet and help us remove them. So you could see that it has started analyzing it. So he is asking us that would you like to proceed with any further cleaning or data manipulation? Yes, we want to proceed further with data cleaning only. And now we will treat all the blank cells if there are any. Now treat all the blank cells if there are any. So the spreadsheet contains blank cells in the following columns with the respective counts of blank entries, that is address line 2 has 2521 blank cells, then the state. So depending on your preference or the requirements of your data analysis, we can treat these blank cells in several ways, such as filling them with a placeholder value that is not provided using a specific value that makes sense for data, that is example a default state or territory, but potentially leaving them as if blanks carry meaningful information in the context of your data. So what we will do, we will provide a placeholder instead, that is not provided or not applicable. Okay, so you would see that ChatGPT has responded that it has replaced the blank cells in the columns, that is address line 2, state, postal code and territory, with the placeholder not provided. So you could see there's a verification sample showing the updates. So this is how you could clean the data. And now with ChatGPT, you can quickly identify and eliminate duplicates in your Excel spreadsheet using built-in functions and formulas, saving your time and effort. So that would be done by the ChatGPT, and you can download the Excel file from the ChatGPT only. After that, you can just ask him that provide me the output or the resulted spreadsheet. So if we talk about now data analysis and visualization, let's delve into that. So Excel offers powerful tools for analyzing and visualizing data, and ChatGPT can help you make the most of them. So for this also we'll write a prompt to the ChatGPT, and we'll write, for example, please create a pivot table and a corresponding chart to analyze sales performance by region. So let's see, like this prompt, what output does ChatGPT show to us. So let's ask him, please create a pivot table and a corresponding chart to analyze sales performance by region. So you could see that ChatGPT has started analyzing the data and the spreadsheet, and you could see that the pivot table below shows the sales performance by region or the territory. So this table indicates that the EMEA region has the highest sales performance, followed by regions where the territory was not provided, then APAC, and finally Japan. So now let's create a chart to visually represent this sales performance by region. You could see that it has provided a chart, that is a bar chart illustrating the sales performance by territory. So you could see the guys that it has provided us the analysis, and ChatGPT can guide you through the process of creating pivot tables, charts and other visualizations in Excel, enabling you to gain valuable insights from your data with ease. So let's move to advanced analysis and automation. So lastly, we will explore advanced analysis and automation. So Excel capabilities extend beyond basic functions, and ChatGPT can help you leverage its full potential. And for this also, we'll write a prompt to the ChatGPT that can you assist me in building a forecasting model to predict future sales based on historical data present in the spreadsheet. So let's see what ChatGPT respond to us. So let's ask him, can you assist me in building a forecasting model to predict future sales based on historical data. So let's see what ChatGPT respond to us. So you could see that building a forecasting model to predict future sales based on historical data involves several steps. So for this, you have to prepare the data, select a model, train the model, evaluate the model, and make predictions. So let's start by preparing the data. We'll aggregate sales by order date to create a time series of total daily sales. Then we'll choose a model based on data's characteristics. So we will grant the permission to ChatGPT to proceed with the steps. So we have started analyzing the data. So you could see that the data has been prepared into a time series of total daily sales. And before choosing a forecasting model, it's helpful to visualize the sales time series to understand its characteristics such as trend and seasonality. So ChatGPT has plotted a daily sales data, and then he has given the visual trends and the possible seasonal patterns. And the next steps would include testing for stationarity, model selection and parameter tuning, model training, and then forecasting. So you could follow all these steps with the help of ChatGPT and could create a forecasting model. If you want, we can move to the next step. So you could provide a prompt to the ChatGPT that move to or proceed with next step. So step by step, ChatGPT will provide you a forecasting model, or it will help you create a forecasting model. As you can see, it has started analyzing it. So the augmented Dickey-Fuller, that is ADF test, gives up a p-value of approximately 0.0033. Since this p-value is less than the common significance level of 0.05, we can reject the null hypothesis that the time series has a unit root, meaning the time series is stationary. So you could see that he is asking us, shall we proceed with the SARIMA model parameter selection? Yes, here is the model parameter selection. So you could select any based on the trends and the bar graphs plotted by the ChatGPT. So you could see, guys, that the ChatGPT has analyzed the spreadsheet and provided the response that the grid search for the optimal SARIMA parameters based on the lower ACLI information criterion suggests the best fit model uses the parameter 011 and for ARIMA and 01112, that is for the seasonal component. So you could see that it has provided the model and the parameters. Now it's asking us, shall we move on to forecasting future sales with this model? Yes, proceed with that. So you could see that with ChatGPT's assistance, you can build complex forecasting models in Excel, allowing you to make informed decisions and plan for the future effectively. So ChatGPT is a valuable tool for Excel users and data analysis, offering assistance in data cleaning, analysis, visualization, and automation. And by integrating ChatGPT in your Excel workflows, you can enhance your productivity and uncover new insights from your data. So you can try ChatGPT for Excel data analytics today and take your Excel skills to the new level. And you could see that there's an error in the analyzing, and he has encountered an error while trying to plot the forecast with its confidence intervals. So this type of error can occur due to data type issues, particularly when handling data indices and forecast. And despite this hiccup, the forecasting process using the SARIMA model was completed and we were able to generate forecast for the next 12 months. Unfortunately, due to the plotting issue, we couldn't visually display it. So we'll ask him, can you try once again? So you could see that this time ChatGPT has provided us the forecast for the next 12 months. That is, the forecast have been successfully plotted along with the historical daily data. So here we have our forecast model, and with the ChatGPT's assistance, we can move with other analysis also.
Today, we are going to talk about ANOVA in Microsoft Excel, and I will walk you through a step-by-step guide on how to perform this in Excel. But before we dive into that, let's first take a quick look at what ANOVA really means. ANOVA, which is Analysis of Variance in Excel, is a statistical method to compare the means of three or more groups to see if they are significantly different from each other. It helps determine if variations in data are due to real differences or random chance. It's useful because it helps in finding differences as it shows if groups have different results. It saves time as it tests all the groups at once. It clears insights and helps make decisions based on our data. For example, if a teacher wants to compare the effectiveness of the 3 different teaching methods on students' math scores, they can divide the class into 3 groups of 14 students each. Using ANOVA, the teacher can analyze the math scores to determine if one teaching method is truly better or if the differences in scores are due to chance. Now that we have a basic understanding of what ANOVA actually is, let's get into Excel and see how you can easily calculate this using the built-in tools. I have a sample of data in my Excel to perform the ANOVA over. There is an amazing feature in Excel that many people are not even aware about is a data analysis tool pack. If you have not come across this word, the Data Analysis Tool Pack in Excel is an add-in that provides the advanced data analysis tools for statistical and engineering calculations. It simplifies the complex data analysis task by offering the built-in features to perform various statistical tests and data processing without needing to write formulas manually. So we need to ensure first if we have activated the tool pack correctly. So for that, we need to go to the File and then Options. And then we have to move to add-ins, and here in the manage, you have to choose for the Excel add-ins and click on go. After that, you need to click on this analysis tool pack and click on OK. Now when you see the topmost bar, that is the data, if you click on this data, you will see a data analysis button over here. Now we are all set to perform the analysis of variance. To perform this, I will click on data analysis button. And from there, I will choose ANOVA single factor and select on OK. Now, here in the input range, we need to enter the range of the cells containing your data. For that, I will click on this upper arrow button and highlight my cells that are containing the data. The next option is grouped by, depicts how your data is arranged in your sheet. If it is arranged in a column like I have arranged, choose columns, and if it is arranged in a row, go for the rows. Now here in the labels in the first row, if you have labels like mine, like group A, group B and group C, do tick this button. Then alpha is generated, and here in the output options, this is where you want your result to be returned. The first option is the output range, is where you can specify a particular cell where you want your result to be returned. The second option will enter the answer in a new worksheet, and the third option will enter the result in a particularly new Excel file. I will choose the second option and will name it as ANOVA. Now we have got this result. Within just one click, you can definitely get the ANOVA single factor results. Now I will explain each factor, what it means, count, sum, average, variance, SS, DF, MS, etc. in the next PPT. So the first table depicts a summary of the data available in the analysis. So the first one we have got is count. Count is the total number of data points in each group. Here in group A, group B and group C, we have 14 data points. Now moving on, we have sum. Sum is the total value if we add up all the values in each group. So the sum of group A is 958, sum of group B is 1093 and sum of group C is 1280. Now moving on, we have average. Average is the sum divided by the total number of data points in each group. So the average of group A is 68.42, the average of group B is 78.07 and the average of group C is 91.42. Now, lastly, we have variance. Variance is the average of the square differences from the mean. Now, the variance of group A is 141.34, the variance of group B is 209.60 and the variance of group C is 119.49. Now the second table here is divided into 3 groups, the between groups, within groups and total. So the first row depicts the result when the between rows are classed as a source of variation. The second row depicts when the source of variation is within the groups. And finally the last row is just the total. Now we will see what each column represents. So the first one we have is SS. SS stands for sum of squares. Between group SS is the total variation explained by the differences between the groups. Within group SS is actually the total variation within the groups due to the random error or individual variability. And the total SS is the sum of the between group SS and within group SS. So the between group SS over here is 3735.19, within group SS is 6115.78, and the total SS is 9850.97. Now moving on, we have DF. DF stands for degrees of freedom. This is calculated slightly differently. For between groups, DF is the number of groups present in your data minus 1. I have 3 groups, so 3 minus 1, I have got 2. To determine this, within groups, DF is the number of observations minus the number of groups, that is 42 minus 3, that is equal to 39. Then we have MS. MS stands for mean square. You can think it as the variance for each source of variation. To calculate this, we can simply divide the sum of squares by the degrees of freedom. Now moving on, we have F. F stands for F statistic. Here the F statistic is calculated as MS between the groups divided by the MS within the groups, and it is equal to 11.90954. Now moving on, we have the F critic. F critic stands for F critical value. It is calculated easily by Excel, or you can perform it manually by looking at the critical value table. So the F statistics is then compared with the F critical value. If the F statistical value is greater than the F critical value, we can conclude that the test is significant. Now moving on, we have the p-value. The probability of obtaining an F statistic as extreme as or more than the observed value assuming the null hypothesis is true. A small p-value that is less than 0.05 suggests that the significant differences between groups exist. As my p-value is more than the alpha level, that is the 0.05, we fail to reject the null hypothesis. Therefore, there is no difference between the means of the 3 groups.
So window, here we have some data set. So we have row ID, order date, ship date, etc. So these are the rows over here. Let's quickly select the entire data set and remove any filters that we have. So the filters is gone, and at the last you can see country, region, product, category, subcategory, and extending further we have sales data, quantity ordered, discount, and profit. So now let's proceed and try to build one single dashboard. Okay, now imagine yourself in a situation where you're working for this particular store or a company which sells products, and you have a team meeting with leadership, and you are supposed to be hunting for simplicities in complexities, and you need to present an interactive dashboard which gives a visual representation of what exactly is happening with the company, the sales, the quantity ordered, profit, etc. Right? And if you show this particular data set as it is in the form of named rows and columns, your leadership might not be able to understand it, or they might not be able to justify what exactly needs to be done in the future to keep the numbers same or improve the sales, right? So in that scenario, an interactive dashboard could be beneficial. So in today's session, we're going to create the same and creating a chart, that is an interactive chart, or a dashboard which is interactive. Everything lies on one single point, that is the pivot tables and pivot charts. If you're good with pivot tables and pivot charts, you can create interactive charts, you can create interactive dashboards, and much more. So the process is simple, but in case if you need a quick overview of how exactly a pivot table is created or performed, then you can check out the link in the description box below, which will give you a complete detailed description and to understand how to create a pivot table and a pivot chart in real time and move further. Right? Now we will continue with this particular topic for today, which is creating a dashboard. Now click anywhere in the cell, select the entire dataset using Ctrl A, and go to Insert option over here and choose Pivot Table. Right? From the table range should be the option. here you can see the table range has been selected, and you also have 2 more options which will help you understand where exactly to create your pivot table. So we will be creating that in a new worksheet. So click on a new worksheet and press OK. There you go. You have the pivot table here. And let's say we want a few charts. So here we have a region-wise sales, country-wise sales, and shipment majorly used, subcategory, category, segment, and let's say we also want quantity-wise, country and quantity, right? Or let's say, okay, country and quantity. So how many number of orders basically you receive from each country, right? So let's say we want all these charts. Now, how many number of charts do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. Remember, creating a chart which is interactive relies on pivot table. Now, so far we have created one pivot table or one pivot chart or one pivot sheet, but we want 7 pivot charts. How to do that? It's really simple. Just hold Control and drag that sheet, and you have a new pivot chart, right? You can do that few more times. 7. So we have 7 pivot tables as we required. There you go. And now let's get back to the first sheet and let's see the first option we are looking for. So we want region-wise sales, right? We have 5 different regions: North, South, East, West, and Central. And we want region-wise sales in a pictorial way. For that, let's go to the options over here. We have the row names or the metadata. You can drag region into either columns or rows, wherever you want. I'll choose, you can just drag and drop it in the columns. And now go back to sales, and you can drag sales to rows, sales in each region, right? Now you can go back to this particular pivot table, go to home, eliminate any, and go to pivot table analyze, and here you can see pivot chart. Click on that, and now you have all charts window on your desktop, screen. You can choose the one which you feel is good, right? So I'll prefer a bar chart, column chart here. Click on OK, and there you go. Now you can edit this particular data set and chart, and you can also remove any of the things you don't want. So for example, I don't want legends, so I'll remove legends, and this is what I have here. You can also edit from a few more things, right? Now I can simply copy this particular chart and go to the dashboard. So let's create a new sheet and name it as dashboard. Margin center. You can add a color. So now here you can paste the first chart. Now you can rename this chart title. So you can rename this as region wise sales. So therefore you have the first chart over here. You can also increase or decrease the size of the chart by just dragging the corner points. And let's go to the second pivot table. We have the second pivot table right here. What was our second request? So the second request was country wise, right? Now, close this. Choose the country and drag it to columns or rows. Let's go with rows this time. And sales. So go to pivot table, analyze, pivot table chart, and here you can choose a pie chart since you're going with the country wise, and click OK. Now you have the pie chart over here. You can rename that as country wise. You can copy this and paste it onto the dashboard. In case you want to, keep the size of the pie chart and the column chart in the same, width and height, you can do that. Just go to format. Here you can 5.6 and it can be 9.9. And similarly, you can go with 5.6. This can be 9.9. Just so that you can accommodate a few more charts in the dashboard. You can align them. There you go. Right? Now our next request is subcategory. Shipment, sorry. So go to shipment. So this is the fifth sheet. So we need to go to the third spreadsheet where we have the pivot table. So close the format shape and we have shipment here, ship mode. So select the ship mode, drag it to rows or columns, sales to here, and we have, or you can count it, right? You can change it to count, okay? So you have standard class with the highest number of, sales happening. So many sales which are happening in your store, choose the standard class of shipment, right? So very least people choose first class or same day shipment, which is highly expensive, and the standard shipment will take minimum pricing, and most of the customers have chosen that. Now you can choose the same data here, go to pivot table, analyze, and here we have pivot charts, and out of this you can select any one. Let's say if you want to go with the tree map, or if you want to go with the bar, or any one, you can go with that. So let's go with the bar graph. You press OK, and here you create it. Now rename this particular chart as ship mode. Now you can copy the same chart and paste it onto the dashboard. You can close that. If you go to format, you can do the same setting, 5.9 and 9.9, 5.6 and 9.9. There you go. We have everything lined up. And this space that we have over here, we can add a few more things which will come under slicers and filters. So we'll have to wait for that until we can finish the rest of the charts. Now we will go to the fourth sheet. So what was the fourth request? Let's check our list here. So subcategory wise sales. Now we can check the categories, subcategories over here. Yeah, we have the subcategory. Select that and drag to rows or columns and sales to values. Okay, and there you go. And if you want to sort, you can also sort by right clicking and sort it to minimum and smallest to largest to smallest. There you go. So the highest number of sales are happening through mobile phones. Next comes the bookcases, next come copiers, etc., etc. Now select this and go to pivot table, analyze, pivot chart, and you can choose any one of those. We can go bar chart or the column chart, and you can also rename this as subcategory wise. You can copy it, paste it on the dashboard, and you can also make few arrangements if you want. You can resize it, 5.6, and this will be 9.9. The next request is about the category wise sales and segment. So we have the category here, drag it to rows, and sales here. You can keep it the way it is, or you can go to pivot analyze, and here go to charts, choose the one you want, and proceed. Copy it and go to dashboard. You can paste it over here. There you go. Country wise and segment quantity. So now you have country over here, like a country to rows and sales to columns, or you can, yeah, let's go with sales. Since this is a sales dashboard, this should be beneficial. Now we have, we can also sort it again, sort to largest to smallest, and we have France with the highest number of sales. I can copy that or go to pivot table, analyze, and here pivot chart. I can go with pie chart. You can rename it as country wise. So there you go. and copy this, paste it on the dashboard. I think we already did a country-wise sales, so I think we can proceed with the next type of chart, which is segment-wise. Let's go to the same sheet where we created the country-wise sales and close the format, delete the chart. Instead of country, we can select segment. So which segment has the highest number of sales? Paste it over here, format to adjust the size of the chart. There you go. So we have region-wise sales, country-wise sales, ship mode, subcategory-wise, category-wise, and segment-wise sales. Now we have a dashboard, but to make it a little more interactive, we might require a few filter-like options, which are also called as slices. So when you add slices onto the sheet or the dashboard, what you can do is you can select the options you want. Let's say I want the region-wise sales in Belgium, then you can identify that. Let's say you want Australia's or Austria's shipment modes. What kind of shipment mode is most used in Austria? You can find out it. And let's say you want to find out the Finland segment-wise sales, then you can find out. This is only possible when you try to include a slicer into the dashboard. Now let's go ahead with it. Now if you select any of the charts, let's say I want to go with the first one. Now go into insert, and here you can see filter options, right? So here you want to insert slices. Now here you have a slices right now. Okay, so you can select the slicer you want. So I want the slicer for region, I want the slicer for country, I want the slicer for ship mode, which is right here, and I want subcategory wise slicer, I want country or category wise slicer, so category, and segment wise, which is here. So I want 6 slicers. There you go, I've got the 6 slicers created. Let's minimize to make it look a little more better. There you go, and we will paste the slices right here. You can also modify the size of the slicers. Let's try to make them fit here, and the next one should be right here. There you go. Now let's drag this here. The last slicer in the last section. There you go. Now we have a dashboard, but is it interactive? I guess not. So how to make it completely interactive? So you might have a doubt. Let's say I want to click on machines. Now only one out of the 6 charts is reacting. Let's say I want to click on papers. It is giving me the data for phones and etc. And if I click for Belgium, you can see only one chart is being interactive, right? Now what should I do so that every chart which is on the dashboard gets completely interactive and shows all the data in real time? That can be done. All you have to do is select any of the slices, right click, and go to the option which says report connections. So select all the pivot table which are present in your chart right now: sheet 1, sheet 2, sheet 3, sheet 4, sheet 5, sheet 6, and sheet 7. Press OK. Now all the charts are interconnected with each other. And now if you click on any one of the options, so let's say I want the data for Austria country, and every data changes. Correct? Report connections. You need to do that with all the slices. Press OK. There you go. Now if you select Finland, Denmark, Austria, you can see the charts are changing, right? Every chart is now interactive. So that's exactly how you create an interactive dashboard. Now you might be having a doubt. Okay, it's working for the existing data. But what if I add some new data? So here we have data until 2022 and this is the new data until 2023. Now, if I add this particular data to the end of this particular data set, right here, and remove the row headings and go back to dashboard, go to pivot chart. On data dashboard, we need to go to data and here click on refresh all, then you will get the updated data set. And now you have the updated results as well. And with that, we have come to an end of this session on sales dashboard in Excel or real-time interactive dashboard using Excel.
Hello everyone, I am Mayank and welcome to Simplilearn's YouTube channel. Are you want to get really good at using Excel? Well, Google Gemini can help make it super easy. Excel is all about handling data, organizing it, doing math with it and making it look nice. With Gemini, you can learn all about Excel step by step. Whether you are just starting out or already know a bit, Google Gemini can teach you everything from the basics like how to write formulas to more advanced stuff like analyzing big sets of data. All you have to do is ask Gemini questions or tell it what you want to learn, and it will explain things to you in a way that makes sense. Plus, you can practice right there in the chat by following along with the examples. So if you want to get really good at Excel without any hustle, just start chatting with Gemini and you will be an Excel wizard in no time. So before jumping on to the demo part, so yeah guys, this is our Gemini prompt. So here first we will write how to learn Excel using Gemini, right? Just for the clarification. Okay, so it will give some prompt. See here you can see there seems to be slight misunderstanding. Gemini is the large language model you can interact with. Okay, so learn Excel basics. You can do you can learn data analysis with Power Query and like this. So here we will write give me week wise Excel syllabus. Okay, so it will give you week wise Excel syllabus. So okay, so this is week by week Excel syllabus, basic to intermediate. Okay, not advanced. You can learn advanced too. So in week 1, what you can do, you can object and navigate Excel interface, understand basic spreadsheet topics. You can learn introduction to Excel environment, working to cell rows, and even you can just particular modify the selected text. So in week 1, you can learn these type of things, entering data, text, number, dates, and these. And in week 2, you can learn building formulas with references related and absolute, and you can learn lookup functions, VLOOKUP, index match. Okay, in week 3, you can learn conditional formatting, and in week 4, you can learn a little bit of data analysis like this. Okay, so here we can write. So this is like you are chatting with someone. Okay, so you can write here, give me brief about the week 1 syllabus briefly for the same. Okay, so see, it elaborate particular thing for you. So see, master the interface, data entry and editing, formatting fundamental, formula fun. Okay, so what if you want to learn particular only logical function? Okay, or you want to learn building formulas with references, or you want to learn lookup function, or you want to learn date and time function particularly. So here you can ask Gemini, give how to work with date function in Excel, explain me with example. Okay, so till then let me open the Excel file for you, Araf. Okay, so yeah, so see, the date function is Excel is a handy tool for creating specific dates or working with existing ones. So here is a background. So year, month, day, example, right? So enter today date in a cell, let's say cell 1. A1. Okay, so Excel is now here. Okay, so what he's saying, so what it's saying, enter today's date in a cell, let's say cell A1. You can type directly, that is 2024, this. Okay, let me copy it directly. Okay, and paste it here. Okay, why it is not? Okay, or use today function. Yeah. Okay, fine. Or else you can write today function, right, like this. So if I want to write here equals to today, enter. See, you can see the same date, exact date. Or in another cell, that is B1, either enter the following formula. You can use this formula, date, year, A1, month, this. Okay, so what it will do? So this part extract the year cell from A1, which has already did this, then month from cell this, from cell this. So this is how you can learn any formula using Excel. Okay, so I will write give me example of data in which I can learn basic formulas of Excel. Okay, so we will sort some try to formulas of Excel. So this is our particular data set. So as you can see, export to sheets. So either you can go directly to the sheets, and you can say sheets and this Excel are both same. Okay, so after that, what you can do, you can, okay, first let me try to copy it. Okay, if possible. Okay, I'm not sure. No, it came in one cell only. Okay, so I can directly, so it's creating a spreadsheet. Fine, open sheets. So yeah, so this is the data. So now what learning with formulas. So this data allows you to learn practice. Okay, what I will do, I will just copy everything, copy it and paste it here. Fine. So now the thing is that I want to learn sum function. So calculate the total quantity of each product sold by using the sum function on the quantity sold column. Okay, so what you have to do, formula in cell E2 for choco chips cake, right, equals to sum B2. Okay, so I can write here in which column? E2 column. E2 column equals to sum B2. B2. Enter. It's 50. As you can see, 50 is here. Okay, so this is how you can learn. You can learn average function. Okay, let me copy it directly from here, and you can paste it anywhere. Okay. Okay. Average of C2. Let's see if I'm okay. Fine. Why it's coming like this? Okay. E5. Okay, I will write here. See what's the issue. Okay, what if I can do equals to average of average. Okay, my bad. Average of this, comma this, comma this, comma this. Okay. Okay, so because of dollar, it's happening. Okay, so this is how you can learn. Or you can find across all using a function on the price per unit column formula in cell E5. 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 If I will copy it. So this is how you can. Okay, because of dollar it's happening. Okay, see how it will work now. See, because of dollar it's happening. So now the average of C2 to C5 is 2. Okay, so this is how you can learn. You can multiply, you can apply VLOOKUP. So these are some additional tips from the Gemini. Okay, so I want to create a chart. Give me, explain me with example. Okay, so this will give you some data. See, data is a export sheet. So we'll copy later. Okay, fine. So these are some additional tips are here. So these are the data. Okay, copy it and paste it here. Okay, so now what can I do is, see, select the data, highlight the data you want to include in chart. This typically includes category, labels, product names. Okay, in our example, select cells A to D5, A2 to D5, from here to D5. Okay, it's mean all. Right, select data. Then what you can do, you can choose a chart. Go to Insert tab on the Excel ribbon and locate the chart section. Go to Insert. Then, okay, these are some charts. So what you can do, I want this chart. Okay, 2D column chart. Okay, I selected this. The best chart depends on the data, but you want to work. Here are some options: column chart, line chart. Okay, let's select column chart. Okay, insert. Where is the chart? Where are you? Column chart. Okay, so here you can choose recommended section. Okay, so these are some recommended by Excel itself. Okay, so stack chart is there, clustered column chart is here, and the stack bar is here, then clustered bar is here. So we will choose this stack column. Okay, so as you can see, this is your data is ready. Okay, chocolate chip cookie, cupcake, bread lovers, muffin. So this is how you can learn Excel using Gemini. You can ask anything from beginner level to advanced level from Gemini. It will give you through. It will explain you with example. Okay.
So, Microsoft 365 Copilot is one of the latest AI products launched by Microsoft. So, the Microsoft 365 Copilot will be your AI assistant for all your Office suites from Microsoft. So, it can help you ease up your process of making PowerPoint presentations. It can help you write down the notes on Microsoft Word and many more. But today, we will be using this particular 365 Copilot for our data analytics using Excel. So let me mind you, this particular AI tool works with the versions of Microsoft Office 365 and later, right? Now, there should be a new feature added upon to your Excel on the top right corner of your home button. But again, if it's not, it's completely alright. You can use your Microsoft home button where you can find the Microsoft 365 Copilot. So let's navigate to the home button. Yeah, now I'm on my home button and here you can see a small icon which is completely new out of nowhere. This is your Copilot, right? And you can just click on it and you can fire your Copilot. And today's point of discussion is about Copilot with Microsoft Excel. So when you are starting Excel, there are some prerequisites when you're working with Copilot. So currently it is in the preview mode, so it is capable of using some dataset which is in the tabular format. I have converted this into a tabular format. It's really simple. Control A to select all the cells and then Control T to convert this table. The option my dataset has headers, and okay, so your dataset will be converted into a table. And another prerequisite is when you pop up the Microsoft Copilot, it will ask you for a dataset which is under 1000 kilobytes. So my dataset here is about 800 kilobytes, which should be here. So the only process is you just have to click on this particular option which says attachments, and go to the dataset that you want to work today. So I'll be selecting my sales EU copy
and just press open. It will take a little time because it's completely new, so it might take a little time for that. So the only catch is Microsoft Copilot is a little slow compared to the other competitive Copilots or AI modules. It's not a big deal. They will catch up soon. Let's wait for some time while the dataset loads, and then you can fire some of the commands. Let's say I have given my command here, please help me create a regional-wise sales report for this dataset. And you can also give a few more commands, right? So it's loaded right now. You can see the icon here. Now you can write down, give me country-wise sales report, and just fire the command. You can also perform all your data analytics, what you regularly do, right? When you have a sales data set, you might be wondering what it can do and what it cannot. You just have to build a story about the report, what you want to create, and then just, write it down to the Copilot, and it will generate the report that you are looking for. Currently, it is working on the country-wise sales report, so it should be giving me the report shortly. It's okay. So there are some problems with this. So maybe it's the dataset data type. So here we have country, and the data is general. So you might want to change that to text format or character format. So you have the text data type here, and just okay. Now save it back. Now you can ask the Copilot once again. Okay, or let's try to do a different one. Okay, now here we have the order date and column C, right? Now let's say I wanted to find out which day did they visit, right? Is it a Friday, is it a Saturday or Monday, right? So just try to ask the Copilot. Let me write it down. Can you help me find out which week of the day was an order placed? We have a column named order date. Column is C. We need a new column that tells me the day of the week when an order was placed. So let's fire the command. Now it should give us a column D, which is an empty column right next to order date, or it should give us the steps to do the same. Just fire the command. It might take a little while. Okay, here we have it. Certainly I'll create a new column D in your dataset. Great, this is what we needed, and so on. Let's try to ask another query. Can you tell me name of the customer with highest sale record in the dataset? So the previous query which we fired at will not be reflected on this particular dataset, but it can be reflected on the dataset that we shared with the Copilot here. So currently I don't have a direct connection with my Excel over here. I think it should be taking some time for getting me that update over here. But anyways, it will be updated in the dataset that it is currently dealing with. That's not a problem. Now let us see what's the answer. I apologize, but it seems that I'm unable to extract any text content from the uploaded file. It's okay. Let's try to file. There are some discrepancies, but it should be resolved soon. But let's try some other thing like region-wise sale. So let's say you are an Excel expert, so you can do it within a few fraction of seconds. You can just apply filters and get that data. But there are a lot of people new to Excel. So for them, the Copilot from Microsoft could be a boon, right? But down the line, there are improvements rolling out. So I could predict that it could be a lot faster, and you can have seamless integration with your Microsoft Excel and your Copilot, and things could be a lot easier, right? So far we have the result over here. So it is giving us a few results, and it is finding a little difficulty to extract a few. That shouldn't be a problem in a few couple of days where the new updates roll out. So proceeding ahead, let's try to give it another query or so. So let's check the data set. So here we have the categories and subcategories. I think we can give it, okay, can you give me the category wise profits? So here we can identify which category is performing really good and giving us highest number of profits. So I think let's check out if we have a profits column. Yes, we do have a profits column over here. So let's check that. Brilliant, right? So it's giving us distilled reports in one prompt. So that should be helpful for any of the data analysts which are aspiring, right? And which don't have any idea about how Excel really works. Okay, it seems that I'm able to extract text content from uploaded files. Okay, let's try to copy this and write it down as, okay, is it category? Okay, let's copy this as well. I think it's about the case, right? Category, subcategory. Okay, let's fire subcategory. Category sales report. Okay, it's giving us the previous answer to the previous query. Okay, I think this should help. It's unable to extract a lot of answers so far currently. There should be some discrepancy, but down the line it should be fixed. Unable to extract any text content from the uploaded file. Okay, so basically that's how you can work with your Copilot in Microsoft 365 Excel. So there are some discrepancies so far, so it should be fixed down the line. So that's how you can use Copilot in Excel for your data analytics. And with that, we have come to an end of this session on Microsoft 365 Copilot for Excel. And if you have any queries regarding any of the topics covered in this session, or if you require any of the resources that we used in the session, like the dataset that we used, which is in tabular format and under 1000 kilobytes, please do let us know in the comment section below, and our team of experts will be happy to resolve all your queries at the earliest. Let us know your experience working with Copilot in Excel, and we can learn a thing or two from you as well. So now you can see some data on my spreadsheet. So we have a row ID, order date, and a ship date, ship mode, etc. So this means that this particular data set belongs to a sales data set for a store or something. So what I have done is, if you look out the videos on our channel, we already have created one of the interactive dashboards using the same data set. So we try to extract month-on-month sales, region, category, subcategory sales, country-wise sales, shipment type sales, etc. Right? So I have kept the data as it is and all the pivot tables as it is. Now let's say we do not know how to create all these pivot tables and pivot charts and slicers, etc. We just know that we have the data and you analyze your data. How do you do that? ChatGPT is here for the rescue. So before we get on to ChatGPT, let's quickly remove all our reference pivot tables. About pivot tables, so I'm quickly deleting all these. We're left out with only the data, right? And again, you can do this dashboard using ChatGPT 3.5, or in case if you have a premium version, which is ChatGPT 4, you can directly attach your dataset onto the ChatGPT prompt, and ChatGPT will do all the analysis you need, right? But for now, let's experiment using the ChatGPT 3.5 version, which is basically open source and free to use. Now let's quickly hop on to ChatGPT. So there you go. We have ChatGPT version 3.5. We are not switching to 4. So now let's quickly explain what we are up to. Hi ChatGPT. Just keep it simple, as if you're talking to your friend. The data set belongs to
Superstore sales or is about the dataset is about a Superstore sales report. And I need to create a dashboard for month-on-month sale. So this is the prompt, and basically I just explained in a brief way. I'm not giving a detailed information, but hope this works. So basically what you are supposed to do is give the requirement one by one, but I'm giving it in a single prompt so that I'll get the results in one single prompt. Let's go for that. So what you're trying to explain ChatGPT is that you have a sales data set and you're using Excel for storing it and for manipulating the data and trying to build some innovative, interactive, visually appealing charts, and you don't know how to do it. So you explain that to your ChatGPT and what are the things you are looking to build, what are the charts you're looking to build. So I'm looking to build a month-on-month sales report, which can be a quarter-on-quarter, month-on-month, year-on-year, date-wise, however the way you like it, right? So make sure that your data is properly formatted first. So here, let's check out that your date column is formatted to date data type, right? Sometimes what happens is the representation of date changes to user by user. Let's say this particular data set or this particular inventory has been allocated to 5 different people to entry the data, right? Somebody might use this type of, here you have, let's create a new sheet and try to, let me elaborate what I'm trying to explain. So let's say person 1, person 3. So let's say I use this type of formatting. 15th December 2025, something like that, and somebody else uses 15/12/2025, and another one uses 15 December 2025. And also sometimes few people also intend or may follow a date pattern which looks something like this: December the 31st 2025, right? And it's not wrong. So many people will have different conventions of writing their dates. So you need to make some data cleaning. And okay, if you are coming back to data cleaning, we have listed a video in our descriptions for data cleaning in Excel, and that would help you in various data cleaning operations that are used in day-to-day lives of a data analyst. So that should help. So basically what you are looking for is, so instead of general, go back to the data types, and here you can check out the data type options, and you can either give a short date, long date, or in the case you want to go for some additional formatting, you can also go to more formatting, and here you can check out the custom formatting options. Here you can give a customized option. For now, I want to go with date, and the date I want to go with is this particular one, which gives me date, month, and yeah, click on that, and you should be good to go, right? So make sure that all the dates in your spreadsheet are following one single date pattern, so that when it comes to month on month, quarter on quarter, and year by sales, that will help you a lot. Okay, it will just give you a filtered option. It will give you year on year first, then quarter on quarter next, and if you expand the option of quarter on quarter, you will have month on month, and if you expand the month, then you will have date wise. So you will have a better understanding when we perform this operation in a practical way in real time. And then we have the next type of chart where we want to identify country-wise sales. Then we have region-wise sales. So let's say I have one country here. Let's say I want sales from France, and I want to know what are the sales happening in central region of France, north region of France. So you'll have region-wise sales there, and category-wise, which category is giving you the maximum profits or the maximum sales, and inside the category, which is that subcategory or which product is that which is giving you the highest number of sales. You can identify that, and based on that, you can plan a business. You can get up with a business strategy there. And shipment modes. So which type of shipment mode which should you invest in much so that you can offer better services to your customers. So everything counts. So this is what I want to extract from my data set. So this is my requirement. You have explained this to your ChatGPT through the prompt, and just enter. Now ChatGPT should help you break down the requirements, and ChatGPT should help you how to it'll tell you how to do the process. So here it will tell you the line chart. So basically it's a rule that month on month sales or quarter on quarter sales, basically wherever the time is involved, the line chart is the best to represent your numbers. So now it basically tells you how to represent your charts in what type of chart to be selected. That's good. But now can you help me create the first chart in Excel? There you go. So it tells you how to create it. Ensure you have a column for dates and other corresponding values. So basically it is telling you to have a properly mentioned or properly defined metadata or column headers. Then select the data, go to the insert tab, choose the line chart. Okay, and let's say you wanted to create an interactive dashboard, right? So to create an interactive dashboard, or to basically create a dashboard, you need pivot tables, and you don't know how to create a pivot table. You can ask ChatGPT to help you create a pivot table. Help me create a pivot table for the first type, for all the types, okay, or for the data set. Certainly. So it will mention you the steps to follow to create a pivot table. There you go. So what's the first step? Highlight the range of cells that contain your data set, including headers. And go back to Excel, and you can just click on any cell and Control A. All your data set has been selected. Or these days you can just select one of the cells and go to insert menu and pivot table, and now from the table range, Excel will automatically select the entire range of the table you're looking for or you're working on. And in case if you are having any doubts on that, you can just select all the range and go to the same insert option and select the pivot table. Now click on OK in a new worksheet, and there you go, you have your new pivot table. Let's delete this. Now remember, we wanted to create the month-on-month sale for the first pivot table and pivot chart. So, and remember about the date formatting. So we will be looking on that. Now we will drag order date onto rows here, and you can see here. So this is what I was talking about. So Excel has automatically segmented your dates. We have about 10,000 rows in this particular data set, and it has segregated all the 10,000 rows into 4 different years: 2020, 21, 22, and 23. And if you expand the selection of year, it has segregated again into quarter 1, 2, 3, and 4, right? And if you expand quarter 1, you have month-on-month sales in quarter 1, month-on-month sales in quarter 2, and month-on-month sales in quarter 3, and so on, right? So this is why I was requesting you to have a proper data formatting for all your dates, right? Which could be really helpful when you want to extract the quarter-on-quarter sales and date-wise sales and year-wise sales, right? So now we wanted to find out month-on-month sales, right? Or year-on-year sales. So where is the sales? Yeah, here we have the sales parameter. Just drag that onto the values, and there you go. Now format this into the currency type. So the currency is dollars, American dollars, and you can eliminate the leading zeros here if you don't want them. There you go. Now you have the whole number here. You can also do the same for this. You can select the entire table. Go to pivot table. Okay, let's check the options provided by ChatGPT. So basically we have created a pivot table. Now we want to create a pivot chart. How do I create a pivot chart? So again, it's making really clear statements and really clear steps. So it's again making sure that you create a pivot table first, right? So we have a pivot table, and highlight pivot table data. Click anywhere on your pivot table to highlight the entire range. Insert pivot chart. With the pivot table selected, go to the Insert tab on the ribbon, and then click on Pivot Chart and open the Insert Chart dialog box. Choose the type you want and customize the chart. Select the chart. So customizing the chart will look onto it. And fields, if you want to keep a few fields, you can, and if you want to eliminate a few fields, you can also do that. Refresh data. Let's say, why refresh data? See, ChatGPT is so brilliant, right? So let's say I have the sales data until 2023, and now we're in 2024. Let's say we update 2024 onto this particular spreadsheet, and now we have that particular data in the original spreadsheet, but that is missing here. In that scenario, what you can do is just go to data, and here you will find the refresh all option. Once you click on this, you can find the 2024 data updated here. For now, we have not added yet, but in case if it's added, all you can do is just refresh your sheet and everything will change. So brilliant suggestion from ChatGPT, and save and share in case if you want to share. So let's follow the same steps. Select any cell in the pivot table, select all the sheets, go to Insert tab, and here recommended charts, or go to the charts option and select the chart that you are looking for. So we are dealing with time, so I would go with the line chart. Just click OK. But in case if you want to create an interactive dashboard, just go to Pivot Table Analyze, and here you have the pivot charts. And again, it will give you the same option. Just select the line chart here and press OK. So you have your line chart over here. So again, if you are editing this, so you can remove the legends if you want, remove anything else, or you can customize that. Okay, there you go. And if you want to edit the name of the chart, you can also do that. So I will do this as MOM sales report. Okay, accordingly I'll change the sheet name. There you go. Right now, quickly we will create the other charts as well. So the process is the same. You can hold control and drag this particular sheet, and you have the next sheet. So the next requirement that we requested ChatGPT was the country-wise sales. So everything will remain the same. What changes is, okay, let's close this, and here instead of order data, we will have, okay, let's remove this from rows and quarters,
months, right? Country. So we will drag country into rows, and there you go. Now we have countries. Now country wise, so you can select the cell, go to pivot table analyze, pivot chart, and you can select the bar graph. So it automatically gave you the first suggestion as bar graph. Click on that, and you have the bar graph over here. And you can also edit the chart. You don't want the legends, you can remove them, and edit the name of the chart to country wise sales. So, and quickly drag and drop the sheet again, new pivot table, and here you wanted category wise sales or segment wise sales. Close this particular thing, delete this, and instead of country, you're going to add segment to the rows and remove country, and you have segment wise sales. Select any cell on the pivot table, go to pivot table analyze, pivot chart, and here you can use any of the available charts here. Let me use the funnel chart or histogram. Bar chart will be better. Press OK, and there you go. You have the bar chart. Same. Edit your, customize your chart. Change the name to segment wise sales. Hold Control and drag the sheet. Now you have subcategory wise sales. Instead of segment, you will be selecting the subcategory. You can remove segment, and you can see the chart also changed here. And again, you can do the category wise sales. So this was segment wise sales. You can quickly change the segment to category, and you have it. We quickly go back to, so we have done the category wise, subcategory wise, region wise is remaining, and shipment modes. So quickly drag and drop the region, remove subcategory from the list. There you have the region wise sales. Edit the name. And the last one, which is about the shipment modes. Remove region, and there you go. Now you can create a new dashboard over here and name it as dashboard. You can do some customization to your dashboard, like selecting these cells, giving it a color, there you go. Now you can quickly copy and paste all these charts to the dashboard. Starting from the month-on-month sales, copy, and paste.
So I'll quickly do all the pastings as soon as possible. There you go. You can also manage the size of these charts so that everything fits onto one sheet. So for now, let's try to unpin this so that we have a little better visual appearance. Okay, not a problem. And now we need some filter, right? So something which can make it a little more interactive. That's when you add slices. And let's say you don't know how to add slices. Back to ChatGPT and ask ChatGPT, how do I add slices to my dashboard? There you go. So it is telling you to add everything in a step-by-step way, and it also is talking about the interactivity, right? It is asking you to connect all the slices. It's telling you to report the connections, right? If you just add the slices based on one single, okay, basically you need to select one of your charts here and select a pivot table or pivot chart, go to the pivot table or chart and associate with the slicer and insert, and go to the insert tab and insert a slicer. I'll tell you that. So basically it's telling you in a very beautiful way, step-by-step manner, right? And even after adding the slicer, it is telling you to connect all the basically all the charts or all the dashboards and charts you created in this particular tutorial, and connect all those charts to that particular slicer using the report connections option, and you can get the interactivity, right? So in a very beautiful manner, it has explained you. Let's try the way it has explained to us. Go to the dashboard, select any one of it, and go to the insert option. And here you have the slicer, right? So now you have all the slices over here. So basically we wanted what type of slices. So I have created a month-on-month chart. So I'll go with order date slicer, which is here. Then I have created segment-wise sales, so I want segment slicer, country-wise slicer, category and subcategory-wise slicers, region-wise, so region slicer, and do I have anything else? Let's scroll down. That's the last one. So where is the shipment here? Yeah, ship mode. Country, region, category, subcategory, segment, order dates, and ship mode. So I will have multiple slices in one go, right? Now you have to arrange your slices in such a way that they are interactive and they look like they are sorted in one place. So let me do that quickly. We have some space left here in the bottom place of the dashboard. You can also keep your slices there. So what basically ChatGPT meant was, if you try to use the slices here, it will, the changes will reflect only in one of the pivot charts, not on all the pivot charts. So to get that interactivity, to get that connectivity between all the charts, you need to do a small setting which is called as report connections. So select one of the slices over here, right click, and here you have something called report connections. So when you report connections, you have all the pivot charts and pivot tables that you just created. You can just select all those pivot tables that you created and press on OK, so that all these pivot tables are connected to that particular slicer. You can just expand this and check if all the pivot tables are selected. Press OK. Do the same for all the slicers. I'll quickly do that. So there you go, we have interconnected all the charts. Now let's say I want to find out the sales that happened in the latest year. Just go to the filters, select any of the dates, 2023, and you have the data. And if you want to select any particular country, then you can also do that. I want to go with United Kingdom, and in United Kingdom we have all the data here. Let's say I want to check out only for the phones. There you go. Now you have an interactive dashboard which will tell you the sales that happened on the date of 16th of November 2023 in the region United Kingdom for phones, right? And segment is home or office, shipment mode was standard class, and major sales that happen are from North region, and the category is from technology, right? And that's how you create an interactive dashboard using ChatGPT in Excel. So each and every step has been mentioned very clearly by ChatGPT, and you have all the data in one place. So let's quickly remove all the filters. And there you have the entire dashboard.
If you are new to Excel or looking to improve your skills, learning these functions can really help. Excel isn't just making spreadsheets, it's a powerful tool for analyzing data and managing projects. In this guide, we will cover some basic but important Excel functions like sum, average, if, count, and SUMIFS. You'll see how these functions do and learn and how to use them with practical examples. This knowledge will help you with daily tasks and make you more confident in using Excel. So let's explore these functions together and see how they can make handling data easier and more efficient. Let's get going and make the most of your data with Excel. Why learn basic Excel functions and formulas? Functions and formulas are crucial for mastering Excel. By learning even a few essential ones, you can outpace many around you. They are fundamental for daily Excel tasks. To deepen your knowledge or explore advanced functions, consider exploring a comprehensive database of all existing Excel functions. Microsoft consistently updates Excel, introducing new functions like XLOOKUP in Microsoft 365, enhancing your data management capabilities. So now let's move on to the demo part. Okay, so first we will understand the sum function in Excel. As we know, the sum function in Excel is used to add up the numbers. It provides a quick way to calculate the total of several values. whether they are typed into a function directly included within a range of cells. So these are the cells. So you just have to type the numbers in this cell and give the function over here, and it will give you the desired result. Let's check how. So first we will understand the sum function. I'll just write it over here. So the first step is like open your Excel file in your computer and select any column or row. So like here I'm selecting the column. For instance, you might just put them in cells A1 till A5. So in the A1 part I've mentioned sum for your understanding. So we'll start with A2. We'll type all the values over here. So just type any values, like I'm typing 40. Then we have 78, then 35, and then we have 67. From A2 till A5, we have typed the values. And using the formula in the formula bar, it will add all the numbers from cell A2 till A5, and it will display in this particular cell. So just select the cell where you want your answer to be shown and just insert the formula over here. The formula for sum function is equal to sum A1 till A5. So we just go back to this bar and just select this particular cell. And here in this bar, just type the formula A1 till A5. But then here we have A2. So we're just going to change it to A2 till A5. Alright. And just press enter. So here you get the value 220. Which is the sum of all the values which we have mentioned over here. So it was pretty simple, right? Now let us understand the if function in Excel. Okay. So the if function in Excel is used to perform logical tests and return values based on the results of these tests. This function checks whether a condition is true or false and then returns one value for a true result and another for a false result. It is extremely useful for decision-making process within your dataset. Let us now understand what are the steps to use this if function. So just input your data and put any numeric values in the cells from B2 till B5, okay? So 56, 90, 36, 23, and here I want my result to be shown. So I'll just insert the formula here in the function bar. So, okay, just check out the formula for if function, which is equal to if A1 if greater than 800, above 300, 300 or below. So let's see how it works. We're just gonna enter the formula. Okay, so this will tell Excel to check if the value of B2 is greater than 300. If true, it will display above 300, and if false, it will display 300 or below. Let's check it out. Okay, so there's a mistake. I'm gonna paste the formula here again. So in place of A1, we will mention B2. We'll just type B2 over here. If greater than 300, above 300 or 300 below. Just press enter. So we'll just enter the formula over here, and in place of A1, we will provide B2, alright? So we just type here B2. That's it. And we just press enter. So you can see the result has come to 300 or below because the value is less than 300. And you can also drag and fill handle from B1 down to B5 and apply the same logic in other columns as well, and it will give you the same result. Let us now understand the next function, which is the average function in Excel. The average function. And okay, so what is this average function used for? Basically, the average function in Excel, it will calculate the mean or average of numbers provided to it. This function is particularly useful for quickly finding the central values in a set of data, which can be helpful in various statistical analysis. Let us now understand the steps to use the average function. So the first step is like you just click on the cell wherever you want your value to appear. All right. So just provide any values. Suppose let's provide some bigger values, like bigger numbers, like 430. Here we type 278. Then we have 98. Then we have 79. And here I want my value to be shown. So I'll just insert the average formula, which is, let's check out the formula, which is equal to average. What is the column we have chosen? From C2. So we'll just type C2 over here till C2 till C5. C5. All right. And we will just press enter. So as you can see, the average function value is shown over here. So after pressing enter, the Excel will compute and display the average of all the cells in the selected cell. The next function is the minimum and maximum functions in Excel. It's very simple. Let's discuss what is the minimum and maximum function used for. The min and the max functions in Excel are used to find the minimum and maximum values within a given range of data. These functions are useful for quickly identifying the smallest and largest numbers in a data set, helping you to analyze different ranges efficiently. So let us now understand what are the steps to use this formula. It's very simple. Just type any values over here, 500. Next we have 389. Then we have 200, 190, 198. And here I want my value to be shown, the minimum value. So in the function bar, I'll just type the function, which is equal to min. And in the bracket, you just mention the column, which is starting from D2, right? So D2 till D5. So just type the formula over here. And after pressing enter, you can see the minimum value shown over here is 198. And it's similar for the maximum function as well. So for the max, let's use some different values. And I want my function to be shown here. So same, you have to use the same formula. Just type in place of max, in place of minimum, we are using the max function. So just type max. And then the column name, which is from, I think, yeah, E. So just type, so in place of, we will just write E. Okay, sorry. We just type E2 till, I think it's still E5, right? E5. That's it. And just press enter. So you can see the maximum value shown over here. That is 800. So it's very simple. The Excel will display the largest and the minimum value using min and max functions. The next is to understand the trim function in Excel. Let us now understand the trim function in Excel. So basically, this trim function in Excel is used to remove all the extra spaces from text except for a single space between words. This function is specially used for cleaning up the data that comes from other sources of data that has been entered inconsistently. Let us now understand the steps to use this trim functions. It is same as we have seen for all these functions. The only difference is that this trim function will exclude the spaces. So assume your text data with some extra spaces in cells. Suppose over here I type any sentence, any text, okay, like hello, and then I provide some extra space, everyone. And suppose I want my value to be inserted over here to remove all the extra space, or if you want some bigger text, you can do that. But let us now check how this trim functions work for this text. Just click on the cell where you want your clean text to appear. That is F6. And using the function over here, just write equal to trim. And then in place of, you just have to mention over here, which is F2. Which is F2. Just press enter. Now you can see that I've provided some extra spaces over here, but here using the trim function, it will remove all the extra space and just make it in a clean manner. So you can also drag the fill handle from B1, like from this F2 down to G2 and all of that, and then you can use the trim function in other column as well to clean up the text. The second function is the concatenate function. So let's discuss the concatenate function over here. Okay. So this concatenate function in Excel is used to join two or more text strings into one string. It helps in combining data from different cells, which can be useful for creating full names from first and last names, combining addresses, or any situation where text needs to be merged. So let us now look the steps how to use this concatenate function. So just assume that you have written your name. Suppose I've written Andrew in this column H2, and here I have written Garfield. Now what if I want to combine Andrew Garfield together? So just by using this concatenate function, I can make it happen. Alright, so if I want my result to be shown in this particular cell, I'll just click on this, and then in the function bar, I'll just enter the formula, which is equal to concatenate, and then I have to mention the cell name, which is H. This is H2, right? H2 till, and this one is I2. So I'll just mention the, yeah. And here after mentioning, okay, I have to provide some space over here. So I'll just put comma and then some space, then comma, and then here I'll just I2. Alright, and here I'll just press enter. So you can see in this particular row, Andrew Garfield, both name has been combined, concatenated together into a single name. So this is how we use the concatenate function. And the next function we have is the count function in Excel. Let us now understand how to use this count function. Okay, the count function in Excel is used to specifically count the number of cells that contain numbers in a range. It's a crucial function for quickly assessing the numbers density in a dataset, especially when dealing with mixed data types. We'll just assume that you have added transaction counts in column J, starting from column J2 till J5. So the transaction counts are as follows: 7, 89, 90, 100 till J5. And then click on the cell where you want your count to appear, say J6. And then you just go to the formula bar and just enter the formula over there, which is equal to count bracket. This should be J2 till J5. And just press enter. And you can see the Excel will display the number of cells that contain numbers in column J, which is 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so this was all for count, concatenate, trim, max, min, average, if, and sum functions. Next we have is the count A function. Let us now understand what is this count A function used for and how is it different from count function. So this COUNTIF function in Excel counts the number of cells in a range that are not empty. It is useful for determining the size of data sets that include various types of data, such as numbers, text, or even logical values. So it will just count the number of non-empty cells in a specific column. Just click on the cell where you want the count to appear. Okay, let me just tell you the difference between count and count function is that the count function generally used to count a range of cells containing numbers or dates, excluding blank. Whereas this COUNTIF function will count everything, including numbers, dates, text, or a range containing a mixture of these items, but does not count blank cells. So suppose if I enter 56 and I leave it blank, and then I enter 98, and then again I leave it, okay, and then just enter 56, and I want my formula to be shown over here. So I'll just go in this formula bar and just enter equal to count A, and then from K column, this is K column, right? K2 till K5. Okay, and I just press enter. So as you can see, it's showing 3. 1, 2, 3. It will not count the extra space or the empty cell we have left behind. And also one more thing, that we can also type text over here. It's not necessary to type only the numbers. You can also type the text. For example, I type apple. Here I type banana. Okay. Here is the function. Just press enter, it will count 3, which is 1, 2, and 3. So this COUNTIF function is used both for text as well as the dates as well as the numeric values, but the count function is only used for the numeric values and a date. It will not count the text over here. Now let us understand the COUNTIF function in Excel. We have now understood count and COUNTIF function and what is the difference between both of these functions. We will now understand the COUNTIF function over here. So let's understand the COUNTIF function. Okay, so this COUNTIF function is used to count the number of cells in a range that meet a specified criteria. This function is valuable for filtering and analyzing data based on specific conditions. To count the number of transactions that exceeds a certain amount of value, a threshold value, for example 5. Just click on the cell and suppose you want your values to appear in column L2. So suppose I type here 89, 7, 3, and 5. And here I will enter the formula, which is equal to COUNTIF, and then from L2 till L5. Okay, just close the bracket. And here you just also have to input the threshold value. Suppose I take the threshold value as let's say 3, or let's say 5. Okay, let's take it 5. So this is my threshold value greater than 5. So it will display only the numbers which are greater than 5. And I just press enter. So you can see it's showing 2, okay? Because 7 and 89 are the only two values which are greater than 5. So you can see that using any threshold function, even if I could have written over here, let's say 3, so it will show 3 because the numbers greater than 3 are 5, 7, and 89. So this is how COUNTIF function works. We will now understand the last function, which is the SUMIFS function in Excel. So what is the SUMIFS function used for? Basically, the SUMIFS function in Excel allows you to add up values in a range based on specified criteria. This function is extremely useful for performing conditional sums, where you can want to show the sum numbers that meet certain condition. So to calculate the sum of transactions where the number is greater than 5, click on the cell where you want your total number to appear. Let's say over here I select which is M6, and you just have to enter the formula. Before that, just write any number values like 7, 5, 3 and 10. And over here, just mention the formula which is equal to sum if, and the column name is starting from M2 till M5. Value should be greater than 5, comma, this is M2, right? M2 till M5. That's it. And we'll just press enter. So it's showing 17. So based on this formula bar, the formula will check the values from M2 till M5, and if the number is greater than 5 and sum only those number. So as I've mentioned the value 5, so it will only calculate, it will only sum numbers which are greater than 5, which are 10 and 7, which is equal to 17. So this is how the SUMIFS function is used. We have come to the end of our video, and this was all for the top 10 most important basic Excel functions.
So here I'll be discussing some important questions that you will come across when you face interview for Excel. And we will start with the basics, the beginner level, and most of them will be discussed here will be the beginner level at the beginning, and then we'll discuss it at the further level. Okay, so the first question that you might get asked is, what is a cell address in Excel? So a cell address is a combination of column, letter and a row number that identifies a cell on a worksheet. Basically, each cell will have an associated column number, column letter and a row number. So you have to keep in mind it will always be a column letter and a row number. Each Excel sheet will have, suppose for instance, if you take row 5, rows will be in numbers and the columns will be in letters, column A, column B, column C, column D and so on, and the numbers will be for the rows. So for instance, if you take this particular cell, the cell address is D5, column D and row 5. So this is the cell address. Now let's move on to the next one. Now you will be asked, what is relative cell referencing and absolute cell referencing in Excel? So relative cell referencing is usually the relative references change when a formula is copied to another cell depending on the destination's row and column. Okay, so this is called relative cell referencing. Absolute cell referencing, irrespective of the cell, you don't have to depend on the value of the cell destination. There is no change when a formula is copied. So this I'll explain it in the next slide. The basic difference is this type of referencing is there by default in Excel. Relative cell referencing, you just insert the formula. You don't need to put a dollar sign in the formula. Whereas absolute cell referencing, if you don't want to change in the formula when it's copied across cell, then absolute cell referencing requires you to add a dollar sign before and after the column and row address. So see, for instance, this is relative referencing. If you see this particular cell is having we put the value as A3 into B3. So what it will do is it will multiply A3 and B3 and it will give the product. This is relative cell referencing. Whereas absolute cell referencing is again the same thing, but you have to put a dollar sign before the column and the row number. So here you are specifying this as A3 into B2. Okay, A3 into B2, and it will give you this particular answer. Irrespective of that, it will calculate what is there in this, and it will give you the answer. Okay, now we need to move on to the next point, is basic question. When you scroll across an Excel sheet, sometimes you have a header on the first row, and if you scroll down, you will not be able to see the first row. So there is a process there is a trick to freeze the panes in the Excel. So you just need to have the rows locked. So how do you freeze panes? This is the question. So what you need to do is you need to select the View tab, go to the View tab, and go to Freeze Panes. It's a basic thing, and you will see this. If you see here, select the third row and click Freeze Panes. So you just select this and click Freeze Panes. Okay, so you're going here and you're going to the third row, and you are going to View tab and you're selecting Freeze Pane. So what happens is first two rows will be locked. Okay, these two rows will be locked. Similarly, for if you want to freeze the columns, okay, it's the same thing. I am going to select this particular column and then click on View and then click Freeze Pane. So what happens is the first two columns are locked. A and B will be locked. And if I scroll right, you will always see the customer name and category column. So these two we have locked, and the next will be scrolled. So this is the function of freezing panes. Okay, now coming on to the next one, and you will be asked, and you have an Excel sheet or a spreadsheet, and you want to restrict, you want to protect the data from anyone or from someone from copying the cell for your worksheet. So how do you do that? You need to select that particular data that you want to protect, and then click Ctrl Shift F, and then you will see the Protection tab. Okay, you just need to go to the Protection tab and select Lock. Okay, and you will be asked to put a password, wherein you will be getting the Review tab, where you need to select the sheet, put a password, and just save it. So I will show you across in one of the examples here. So this is particular data that you have and you need to protect. You select it. So here, as I said, I selected it, and then I just press Ctrl Shift F. So here you see the Protection tab. Click the Protection tab and then click Select and then Lock, and then click OK. And then you need to go to the Review tab and then click on the Protect Sheet, and you need to select this Protect Worksheet and Contents of Locked Cells. So you are selecting these and you are protecting the content, and you just need to put some password. Okay, and then click OK. Okay, so this is how you protect the data on a worksheet, and you are selecting this area, Ctrl Shift F, and just put up a password and select Lock Sheet. So this is how you protect the sheet from anyone to copy it, the content. Now the next question that you might be asked is, what is the difference between a function and a formula in Excel? So you will be asked this question, and you need to remember this. Formula is like an equation which is typed in by the user. You are typing it. Suppose A1 plus B2. You are typing this formula in one particular cell. Okay. Whereas functions are predefined calculations. It is like a formula which is already there in Excel and you can use it. So as it says here, it consumes more time and it has to be typed in manually. This is as per the need basis, and this is particularly, it's very quick and very efficient. You have inbuilt formulas in Excel, the sum and multiplication, product, and various other things that you will come across. So this is the basic difference between a formula and a function in Excel. Okay, Now the next question that you might be asked is, or you need to know basically, is the order of operations used in Excel while evaluating the formulas. So what is the order? You need to remember this acronym, PEDMAS, PEDMAS, or in other simple terms, you can use this also. Please excuse my dear Aunt Sally. So these are the acronyms, PEDMAS. Now let's see what happens first. And you in math, when you do some calculations, you have order of operations. Okay, BODMAS is the one of the order of operations. Now in Excel, similarly in Excel, when you put up a formula, Excel will calculate it in a particular order, and this is called the order of operations. And the order of operations is, first it will calculate what is there in the parenthesis. It will perform this function, and then it will see if there are any exponents in it, and if it is there, it will do that calculation the next, and after that it will see if there is any multiplication or division. So PED, and then it will see if there is any addition. Okay, and then the last one will be the subtraction. So Excel knows this, and you have to know this so that when you put up a formula, you will know what is going to happen first, and you will not mess up with your formula. Okay, this is the order of operations. It is one of the important questions in the interview for a beginner Excel level. Now the next one is, how will you write the formula for following? Multiply the value in a cell A1 by 10 and add the result by 5 and divide it by 2. It is quite simple. Okay, so I'm just giving it as an example in this slide, and you might be asked something else. So you will be given a task to calculate or put up a formula for this. So when you are asked, multiply the value in a cell of A1 by 10. So this is particularly thing. Okay, A1 is the particular cell that is being given, and you are multiplying it. Okay, you put it in parenthesis, and then add the result by 5. So it will calculate the parenthesis first. Okay, and if it sees if there are any exponents, you have to think in that way, if there are any exponents in it or not. And then first it will see the parenthesis and then exponent. There are no exponents here, and then it will do the multiplication and then the addition and the division. Okay, so you will get this particular answer, and if you put it simply in this way, your answer is wrong, because it will multiply it into 10, add 5 and divide by 2. So you have to check which one is right, and you have to make sure that you are putting the right parenthesis. Okay, so this is the formula for it. Okay, the next question is, there is a difference. What is the difference between count, counter and count blank? These are three particular important things that you need to. These are similar, but they are quite different when you actually see it. Okay, so first we will see what is count. Count is basically, it counts the number of cells which have numeric values. As the name suggests, it is count. It will count the number of cells which has numeric values. Okay, if you see for this column, and we are at A11, we are putting it as count equals to A10 to A2 to A10. So you're taking this range and you're finding out what are the number of cells which have numeric value. If you see this, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 5 cells have numeric values. It counts the cells which has numeric value. And the next thing is the counter. Okay, what counter does, it counts the number of cells which has any form of content. It can be anything. It can be a number, it can be a alphabet, it can be anything. It will see what are the number of cells which has any form of content. Okay, for example, this is the same example we here taken here, and we have put the function as counter A2 to A10. Now see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So it sees that there are 7 cells have some content in it. It is numbers and letters. It can be anything, but it has some content. So counter is the function for this. Now the next one is count blank. Okay, as the name suggests, it will count the number of blank cells only. So again, the same examples, count blank A2 to A10. Okay, it will see what are the number of blanks. Okay, if you see this is blank and this is blank. So 2 cells are blank. So it will count the number of blank cells only. Okay. Now the next one is what is the shortcut to add a filter to a table? Why do we use filter? And it is one of the basics function in the Excel where you need to do some sorting, and it can be done by using a filter. What is the shortcut key? It's very simple. Control Shift and L. This is the key that is used to put up a filter. You just press this Control Shift L all together and you will find the filter and you can sort it. Now the next question that you will come across is how do you create a hyperlink in Excel? So it's quite simple. There is a simple shortcut, Control K. You press these two together and you will get the option. You will select it will select the cell where you have to insert the hyperlink. Hyperlink basically it redirects to any other document. It can be a web page, it can be a Word document, it can be another Excel sheet or so on. Okay. So these are the things. Okay. Now another important question that is how to merge multiple cells, text strings in a cell. So how do we merge the text strings in multiple cells into one cell? There is one particular simple function that you can use which is called as concatenate. Concatenate function is used to merge text strings present in multiple cells. Okay, and it's a very simple thing. You just need to put this equals to concatenate, and then if for example this is the formula, concatenate text1, text2, text3, or this is concatenate A1 comma B1 comma C1. This is the data in our 3 cells. Excel is found in A1, B1 and C1. So now if you want to put them all in one, and you can merge it in one cell using the concatenate function, and it's very simple. Concatenate and parenthesis A1 comma B1 comma C1. Okay, and you will get it all merged in one particular cell. Okay, so this is how you use the concatenate function. And you can also use the AND operator to combine cell values. It is the same thing. You can use the AND operator instead of commas. Okay, and I will show it to you in the example here. Okay, now we have this. I'll just copy this thing to here. Okay, and let's make it simple. And now I want to put this here, equals concatenate and A1 comma B1 comma C. I just close it and I put enter. So you see this all the different text is merged in one particular cell, and you can perform various merge functions using the concatenate function. It's a very simple thing, and it is a frequently asked questions in the interview. Okay, the next question it is a very important one again, and a very basic as well. So how can you split a column into 2 or more columns? You have some particular text or a sentence written or data written in your cell or a column, and you want to put them across in 2 or more or many number of columns. So how do you perform this function? It's very simple again. You need to select that particular cell. So for instance, we have it here is India is a democratic country. India space is space a space democratic space country. So it's a different text here, and you want to split this particular sentence into different columns. Okay, you need to select that cell and then go to the data tab and then choose text to columns. There will be an option wherein you need to select text to columns. Okay, and you will see this screen. Okay, and you need to select choose the delimiter here, and what we are specifying here is first it is delimited, and then we are selecting a delimiter as space, because we see that it is space here which is very common, and we want to split it. So you will see a preview here which shows what your output will be like. India in one column is a democratic country, so the delimiter is space here, and you need to select this and then click next. Okay, so you will see the options. Select the columns data format and choose the destination. Now you see the data view and you need to select the destination where you want to put this output as, and you select that and then click finish. And this one, what it does, it splits the text into multiple columns. Okay, so you see this, you have selected this as the output and it starts here. India is a democratic country. So you will come across some data which is huge, and there are spaces or obliques or anything that is differentiated it with, and you need to put them in different rows or different columns. So this is the function that you need to use to split the text into different or multiple columns. Okay, the next question can be very simple one, or most widely used in fact. And what is the use of VLOOKUP and how do we use it? So what is this particular thing in Excel? VLOOKUP function is used for looking up a piece of information in a table and extracting some corresponding data or information. So you have some set of values in one particular column and you want to retrieve or extract the data corresponding to that particular column or a cell in the whole sheet. Okay, so the syntax is something like this. It is, you need to go to one particular cell where you want the output as, and you type the function VLOOKUP and you are selecting the value where is the cell exactly where you want the output to be, and you are selecting the table here and you are specifying the column index and range lookup. So value, this indicates the value that you have to look for in the first column of a table. Okay, and then the table basically this refers to the table from which you have to retrieve a value. We will show this in the example in the next slide. And the column index, it provides the column in the table from which we are to retrieve a value. Okay, you will specify the column index, which one you are looking for. The next thing is range lookup, which is optional. True with if you put true, it is approximate match, which is default, and false if it is exact match, if you are looking for the exact match. So what is the use of VLOOKUP and how do we do it? Okay, so find the product related to a customer name Richard. Okay, you have this sheet, and in this one you want to see what Richard has bought. Okay, what is a product that he has bought, and you can do this with the VLOOKUP function. Okay, so you just go here and you type in the function VLOOKUP. You are naming it as Richard, and first thing is the value, it is H4. Okay, and then the next thing is the table. Okay, table is A2 because this is the table. Okay, and you're looking for customer name Richard. Okay, and then you're selecting this, the whole column index, which is E15. I mean, you're selecting this whole table till 15. Okay, E15. You're selecting this, and then the next thing is optional, which is giving you the range lookup. Okay, what it does is it's optional. It is, you're looking for an exact value or an approximate. By default it is approximate match. So how it performs the function? Okay, so it gives you the answer as camera. It goes and lookups for Richard in this particular, it will give you the output here, and the A2 is the table that it will look for, the customer name, and it will search for Richard, and then it will give you the output as camera. Now the next thing will be VLOOKUP, different from lookup function. How different they are. VLOOKUP lets the user look for a value in the leftmost column of a table. So as we've seen in the example, it allows you to look for a data in the leftmost column of the table and returns the value in a left to right way. Okay, it sorts in left to right way. Whereas lookup function lets the user look for data in a row column and returns the value in the another row or column. It will give you the lookup function in the next row column. Okay, not very easy to use as compared to the lookup function. Okay, as we see, it's a bit complicated when you compare it to the lookup function. It's quite simple and it is used to replace the VLOOKUP function. Okay, so this is the different lookup and VLOOKUP function. Now, Excel is basically used for reporting, mainly used for reporting to management. You have to extract different kinds of reports. And what are the report formats that are available in Excel? This is one of the important questions again for a beginner level. And there are three formats basically: compact form, outline form, tabular form. Okay, these are the three formats that are available, report formats that are available in Excel. Okay, the next question is about a function, which is how does if function work in Excel? Okay, the if function in Excel, it actually performs a logical test, and you will give a condition, it performs the test and returns a value. If the test evaluates to true, and another value which you again will specify if the test result is false. Okay, for instance, we have here a simple example which is shown in the slide, and what we are doing here is written record is valid if age is greater than 20. We have age here specified, and salary is greater than 40,000, else return the record is invalid. So we are giving two conditions, and it actually checks and evaluates whether these conditions are met, and it will give you then output whether record is valid or invalid based on the two conditions that are specified. Okay, and F2 to axis, which is these column, we are specifying it should be greater than 20, and G2 to G6, which is the salary column, and we are specifying the condition to be greater than 40,000. So based on this two things, it will check and perform. If these conditions are met, then it will give the desired result. Okay, so this is the function that is used in Excel, if function. Okay, the next thing is SUMIFS function. Okay, again, the SUMIFS function adds the cell value specified by a given condition or a criteria. So you are giving a condition and you are actually doing another function which is performing the addition. Okay, it will add the cell values based on a condition. Again, it is shown here the total sum of salary where salary is greater than 75,000. Again, for example, the salary column is G2 to G6, and we are doing a SUMIFS function. What the result will be, it will perform the addition of salaries which are greater than 75,000. So it will see which values are greater than 75,000, and then the output will be, it will be adding these salaries which are greater than 75,000. Okay, now coming to the next slide, we will discuss another important function, COUNTIF, and we'll find the data result based on the data that we have and the COUNTIF function. So we have a slide, the data here, and using the COVID data, find the number of days in which the number of deaths in Italy has been greater than 200. Okay, it's not shown here for some reason, but I will show you in the Excel sheet. Okay, so this is the data that we have, and we will try to find the function. So we'll use the COUNTIF function, and COUNTIF function is again simple. COUNTIF, you are specifying the column, that is the source that you are looking for, that is G2, the column G, and it is 2. It starts from 2, row 2, G2 till G35777, which is the end of the column. And what you're looking for is Italy. You are specifying it in quotes, Italy, and then the next column that it will look for is the E column, the number of cases. Okay, here we have the number of cases, E22. Again, we are specifying the range, and what we're looking for is number of cases which are more than 20. So we'll perform this function and it will show you the output. Okay, I'll show you to you in the Excel. So here is the sheet, and I will try to get the answer here, and so we are performing count F, okay, count F, and you're giving the brackets, parenthesis, G2, which is the countries column. Okay, countries column, here who are specifying the whole range, 3, 5, 777. It is basically a long list of data, and you're specifying the range. And what you're looking for is particularly any country. You can pick up like Algeria, okay, Algeria, and you specify it in quotes, okay, comma. Then what is the next target that you are looking for is the column E, where it is mentioning the number of cases, okay. So you specify the column range for the number of cases, which is again E, and then the 3, 5, 777. I mean, it's basically a long list of data that you're looking for, and then what is the condition that you want to know, and you have to specify it in quotes. And what you're looking for is number of cases which are more than, and you hit enter. Okay, so it gives you the output as 143. So there are 143 days in which the number of cases were more than 20. So let's refine our search further. Let's see 30, and it gives 140. So another example that you can take is, let's pick Afghanistan. And hit. So there are 119 days that you will see the number of cases were more than 30, and this can be done with the COUNTIF function. So the next question is about the pivot table. So what is a pivot table? It's basically is a summary of table of the data set. I mean, the data that is there, that can be, multiple number of rows and columns which has different data that has to be that is there in the reports, and you need to analyze those trends, and you need to create a report and basically present it to the management or in a presentation. So pivot table is a summary of table. Whatever data is there, you can put it in a summarized format. They are useful if you have long rows or columns that hold values you need to track. Okay, so you have long list of data and you need to summarize it and put it in a presentation, or you need to track the values. So it's very simple. You have to select the data and then go to the insert tab and select pivot table. Okay, and then it will show up like this, and you need to select the table, which is table or range, and then you need to specify where you want to put up this pivot table. Okay, and it's quite simple, and I can show it to you in one of the examples. Okay, so what you need to do is you need to select this, and once you generate, or as we have seen in the previous slide, you need to select this and you need to select the output where you want to put the pivot table. And then once you do that, you will see something like this, and you need to select these particular fields and put it in values. So it will, for example, you need to select the deaths, number of deaths. You can just simply click this, select this, drag and drop it in the values. Okay, so these are the different fields that can be put up in the table. Okay, we can show it to you in the example here. So this is our data, and we need to show it in a pivot table. Okay, select this and then go to the insert tab and click pivot table. Okay, select that and it will show you the table or the range, and now where you want to put it. Okay, I will put it in the existing worksheet. Okay, and I'll just select which column. I'll put it here, for example, and it will show you this, and click OK. So this is the table, and now you need to select the fields that you want to show in the table. For example, we need to see the continents, the number of cases as per the continents. Okay, I selected and put it in the row, and we see immediately we see it in a table, where you see the names of the continents. And now I want to see the number of cases, and I simply select it and put it across in the value. So this is quite simple and very informative, very short and crisp form of presenting the data in a pivot table. Okay, so this is how it is being used and it is being presented. You just need to go to the insert tab, pivot table, and it will generate the table, and then you can select the fields. All right, so the next question here is how do we create a drop down list in Excel? This is particularly useful when you need to sort particular data with the drop down list, where a number of different variables are there and you need to select one particular field and sort the data. So you can do this by creating a drop down list using the data validation option present in the data tab. It's quite simple. You select the data and you go to the data validation tab in the data and click select data validation. So once you select that, it will ask you to specify a range. So you need to select what data you need to sort and put a drop down. So you need to select this and click data validation, and you select the list option, which shows you that there is a different option. Okay, I'll show it across in the Excel. For example, what we have here is some particular data, and we have different variables we need to sort or put a drop down list. So just go to data as said in the slides and go to data validation and click data validation. Now as you click it, it will ask you to data validation settings. Okay, and in the drop down, go and select list option. So it will ask you to specify the source. So when you ask to specify the source, just click this particular column and click OK. So here I'm mentioning the source is column B. Okay, B3 to B14. Okay, click OK, and then it will give you the option. So here you can put this in anywhere across the Excel and click the option. Okay, so this is the way to drop down using the data validation option. So in the next example, we will see how do we apply advanced filters in Excel. We use the advanced filter option present in the data tab. So this is the scenario wherein you have multiple set of data and you need to sort it, and it's actually huge data, and you need to sort a particular column or a field with this criteria, and you can select it and specify the criteria and specify a range what you want to select, or based on what criteria the range can be specified, and you can just get it in a single click. So this is the option. You have to go to data tab, advanced, and you have to apply the advanced filter, and then you need to specify the list range, that is basically the source, and then the criteria wherein you specify the criteria present here. I mean, you are specifying, in this case we will take an example wherein we are trying to sort the data or the number of cases based on number of deaths and in a particular country, and we are specifying the output. The copy to field is the output, where you will see the output. So I'll show it to you in the Excel. So here we have a spreadsheet wherein you will see all the data, COVID data that we have, and based on the countries and the continents and the number of deaths, number of cases, and so on. Okay, and it also has different fields like the date, year, and month and all. So here I am going to sort the data which is particularly for Europe and which has deaths of more than 200 in a day. So how do we do it? Go to data, advanced, and you need to select copy to another location. Okay, and this is the list range, so it's basically given in this countries. Okay, and the criteria range you have to specify this. So I am going to select this as my criteria. Okay, and then I have to put the output in one particular cell, so I need to select it again, let's say here. Okay, and then I just click OK. See, it's quite simple. Instead of running through the whole thing, we can just do it with a simple function. Okay, so it shows me the deaths which are more than 200 and for which particular country and for which particular continents. All right, so this is basically made very simple with this option. The next question is you need to highlight some particular cells using a particular criteria. In this case, we are trying to analyze or highlight those cells where the total sales is more than $5,000. So what we do is we use conditional formatting to highlight the cells based on the criteria. It's a very useful tool in analyzing data, and visually it helps. You can have a look at the data in quick flash. You will see the data and it's quite visible using the conditional formatting. So how we do that is I will show it to you now. So as said in the slide, we have the data of the sales that is provided to us, and we need to see who has done more sales which is greater than the $5,000. So just go to home and you need to say go to conditional formatting. So for that you need to highlight or select this, go home, conditional formatting, highlight. Okay, and you have different options here. You select greater than and you specify the value. Here my criteria is $5,000. Okay, we can select which color. So let's go for green. Okay, see this, you will immediately see the option. You don't have to dig or look in deep into the data and find out which one is more than 5,000 or any particular value. Okay, so conditional formatting. Now moving on to the next question, the index and match function. You must be familiar with the index and match function and why it is used. Basically, index function is a very powerful tool wherein for example, you have a table of planets in our solar system and you want to get the name of the fourth planet, Mars. So you can do it with a formula using the index function, and at the same time you can use the match function. Okay, with the match function together you can play wonders with it. Okay, match function is another function that is designed to find the position of an item in a range. For example, we can use the match function to get the position of a word, or in this case we have a name, and we can use the index and match function to find the city. How we do that is shown here. Okay, it looks quite complicated here when you see the formula, but I can show it to you in the Excel and explain it further. Okay, so here I have, and I want to know where these people are and where they belong to. Okay, so let's see how it goes. We have seen it, and we use the index function. Okay, index. Okay, now when I have to specify the range. Okay, so the range is A2, and it selects the name, and I want to select it from A2 to A7. Okay, E7, sorry, E7. Okay, so as you see, it highlights the whole table. Okay, now what I'm going to do is I want to match it. Okay, match it with a condition. I am specifying a condition A10. Why? Because I have to specify a name here, and it will show me the city where he belongs to. Okay, where it shows is A2. Okay, if you see A2, it shows the name. Through A7, I have to specify the range here. Okay, not just one name, we are specifying the whole range. As you see, if you put the values, it will show you the selection. Okay, A7, and what it should be the exact match. So 0 denotes the exact match, parenthesis close, and I am putting another match condition. Okay, what is this? And this will give me the output. What output is? Okay, B9. Okay, this is my city. B9 is the city where I'm trying to find from. Okay, and what it should look for is A, column A1 through E1. Okay, it should select this particular row, and what it should be the exact match again. Okay, let's see how it goes. It will give you an error because you haven't put the value here. Okay, so let's see. Andrew. Okay, hit enter and you will see the city where he belongs to. Okay, now let's see where Anna belongs to. Enter and it shows Dallas. Okay, so this is the one other function, index and match function, being used, and it can be asked frequently in the interview questions. Okay, the next question will be how to find duplicate values in a column. Okay, there are two ways that you can actually do this, and one is basically the very simple one, which is the conditional formatting, and the other one is, we have seen this before, COUNTIF function. Okay, how we do that? You need to simply select the data and go to conditional formatting and select duplicate values. It's quite simple. And there is another way which give you the color coded conditional formatting. Okay, and there is another way, which is the COUNTIF function. How we do that is, again, you have to put another column and put up a COUNTIF criteria, COUNTIF function, wherein you see that you are specifying the range and the value which is being twice or entered duplicate, and you have to put up a condition. I'll show it to you in the Excel. So here we have the data and I need to find the duplicate values here. So I just select this, and as I said, it's quite simple. Go to conditional formatting, home, and then go to conditional formatting and select highlight cell rules and simply go down and select the duplicate values. Okay, it will give you which color you want. You can simply select red or anything. As you see, the moment you select, you will see the duplicate values highlighted. Okay, so I just cancel this, and there is another way, in COUNTIF function. So I'll put another column where it says duplicate names, and I will put up a COUNTIF function here. Okay, so let's see how a COUNTIF function works here to check or find the duplicate names. So as I said, I will put up a formula function here for the COUNTIF, and we'll drag it to other cells. Okay, COUNTIF, and since it's an absolute reference, I have to put up a dollar symbol. Okay, my reference here will be H, the column here, H2. Okay, and again dollar, because I'm using it as an absolute reference, colon, through, dollar symbol again, 9. Okay, so it drags till at the whole, it drags till all the names. Okay, the H9. All right, and then what I'll do is I'll put a comma. In why I want to do is I have to select H2. Okay, this is my criteria. I mean, it is repeating twice. All right, and I have to close the parenthesis, and if it is more than 1. Okay, so this is my formula. I just put enter and it should say true. So this is the condition and it is true. Okay, I simply drag it, the whole thing, and whether events is repeated, yes, it's true. Andrew, it's a duplicate entry, false. Emmy is a duplicate entry and it says true. And as you see, Emmy and Evans are duplicate entries. So this is how we use the COUNTIF function and the conditional formatting to sort duplicate entries in the data. Now let's move on to the last question for the beginner level. And since we have duplicate entries, there is also a problem to remove duplicate entries. So how can you remove duplicate values in a range of cells? Okay, to simply do that, you can delete the duplicate values in a column by simply selecting the highlighted cells and press the delete button. So you go in each column and you see the duplicate values, select it and delete it. Okay, and this is one tedious way of doing it. And you can also, after deleting the values, you can go to the conditional formatting, choose clear rules to remove the rules from the sheet. So this is one way. Okay, the next thing is again a simple button that is there in the data tab. That is one of the tools present in the data tab, which is simply called as remove duplicates. It's quite simple and it's there in the data tools. Let me show you in the Excel. So here we are, and we have this data and we need to check and remove the duplicate. So as I said, go to the data tab and simply click on remove duplicates, and when you click on it, it will ask you want to continue or expand this selection. I just say continue with the current selection and remove duplicates. Okay, select all, click OK. 2 duplicate entries that were removed. Previously we saw that Evans and Anna were there, Emmy were there, so that has been removed. Okay, so that's it for the beginner level, and we'll go to the intermediate level in the next slides.
Choose from over 300 in-demand skills and get access to 1,000 plus hours of video content for free. Visit SkillUp by Simplilearn. Click on the link in the description to know more.
So here we are at the intermediate level questions, and these are like higher level or intermediate level compared to the previous things that we have discussed with the basic level questions for the Excel interview. So let's move on to the next thing. And so there are some scenarios where you enter the date or some dates in particular data sheet, and you need to find out what is the day of the week. Okay, so you might be asking a question, how do you find out the day of a week for a particular date? So that is the function. We have a specific function, and that is the weekday function to find out the day of the week for a particular date. Okay, so as we know, these are the 7 days of the week, and we just put the function as it says equals to weekday, and we need to enter the column or the area or the cell address here. So weekday is the function, and it will give you the which day it is of the week. Okay, as it says 1, it denotes Sunday. Okay, and 3 is again Tuesday. Okay, so this is the function that is used to find the day of the week. So now we move on to the next one, and there might be a question, what are the wildcards available in Excel? So basically Excel supports 3 types of wildcard, which are asterisk, the star, it represents any number of characters. It can be used in different formulas and all, like multiplication and all. So it represents any number of characters. Okay, the next wildcard is the question mark. It represents one single character. Okay, you just need to memorize this in the back of your mind that it represents one single character. Okay, whereas asterisk is it represents any number of characters. And the third one, which is rarely used in Excel, it is the tilde. It is used to identify a wildcard character, that is tilde, asterisk, question marks in the text. Okay, and it is very rarely used. So you need to memorize these 3 things, that there are 3 types of wildcards. We can see the functions of these in the later sessions. Okay, the next one is we have a question here. What is the data validation? Illustrate with an example. You might be asked this question, and you have to know what is data validation, what is it used for, and you should know how to set up in an example. Okay, data validation is a feature in Excel that is used to control what a user can enter into a cell. Okay, so you have, with the data validation, you are not allowing a kind of data that should be input in the cell. Okay, for example, you have the authority by setting up the data validation that you can enter either a number or a text or just a number and so on. Okay, using the data validation. And where is it available? It is in the data tab. Okay, select data validation option present under data tools. Okay, and you just need to select the particular cells where you want to set up the data validation. I'll show it to you in an example. So this is how it looks like. You just need to go to data tools and click on data validation and it will show you. And you have the options here, allow, and if you click on the drop down, you will see different options. Like I will show it to you in the example here. Okay, for this particular thing, if I want, this column should have only names, and it should have, if you insert a number, you will be thrown with an error. Okay, you will get an error message saying that this is not a valid option. Okay, so there are some columns where you have to put only names or you have to put only numbers. So you can set this up with the data validation technique. Okay, you just allow it or customize it as per your requirement. So this is how it looks like when you set up an error. So here we have set up a data validation saying that it should not allow you to put any text. Okay, so you will get an error when you put a number here. The value does not match data validation restrictions defined for this cell. Okay, so here as an example, I have some data where I am putting the names here and I'll put the salary here. I want to make sure that we cannot enter any numbers here. Okay, it should be only text. It should have only names. So how do I perform that? How do I restrict any user to that they should not be able to enter any number and it should only enter the text? Okay, so there is a function. Okay, you just need to go to data validation, click data validation, and here in the settings I'll go to custom. There are different options here. You can choose whole numbers, decimal, list, date, time. So these are the options, and I go to custom and I'm giving a particular formula here. Okay, what is that? It should be only text. Okay, so it's a simple thing. It should be text, and I need to define the range. Okay, so how I'll define the range? I just select this. Okay, and I select the range. Okay, so I have selected the range here, and if you go to input message and error alert, you can customize it, and here we are taking the default one, and this is the input message if you want to set or customize something. Okay, so let's see how it works. Okay, I have set this and then I try to put a number here and it throws me an error. The value you entered is not valid because we have set a restriction. A user has restricted values that can be entered into the cell. So this is how the data validation works. Okay, the next thing is you will be given a situation wherein you have to you will be given data and you have to perform a function. Like in this example we are taking a condition wherein you will have data and you have to specify the result based on the data. You have to formulate it. Okay, so given below is a student table. Write a function to add pass or fail to the results column based on the following criteria. You will be given a criteria. So this is the student table. You are giving the student names, marks and attendance, and then based on that you will have to specify a formula wherein you will see the result. Okay, based on the past student data, you have to put a pass fail results in the column based on the following criteria. What is the criteria? And for example, here in this example what they're saying is you have to say that the student is passed if his marks is more than 60 and the attendance is more than 75%. Okay, so how we perform this function? As it says, you have to use the if function and check with the and condition to fill the results column. Okay, so let's see this in the example here. So here is the example and we will perform the if function and check with the and function. So how we do that is here. Okay, so I have to put the if function here. Okay, and check with the and function. Okay, and I have to specify the conditions. I have to specify where it should see the or check the conditions. Okay, so we are checking the conditions here, and the marks should be in row in the column U, and it starts with U5. So let's see U5. Okay, it will immediately go to column U and 5, row 5. Okay, and then what is the condition we are specifying here? It should be greater than 60. Okay, and the other condition is the column V, that is the attendance column. Okay, and what is the condition we are specifying? V5 should be greater than 75. Okay, and we just close this conditions with the parenthesis, and now we have to specify the result, whether it is pass or fail. Pass, comma, in quotes again, fail. Okay, so let's see how this works. Okay, see, this works. Okay, the marks is 50 and attendance is greater than 80. So he is failed because his marks are 50. His attendance must be more than 75, but yes, he has not scored marks more than 60. So we drag the same formula to the whole thing, and you will see the result. Okay, this is quite simple, and you will see this formula and using the if and check, and check with and condition. Okay, now moving on to the next question. You might be asked to, this is a simple function wherein you will be asked to calculate your age in years from the current date. Okay, so how we do that? There is a particular function, and it's very simple. Use the year frac or dated if function to return the number of whole days between start date and the end date. So you specify a start date, which will be today's date, and the birthday, and then the end day will be today's date, for example. Okay, and you will get to know the age using the year frac function and dated if function. Okay, so here is a small example, and this is how we use the year frac function. Okay, you specify this function and then specify the input dates, that is the today's date and the date of birth and the today's date. Okay, and this is one of the ways to get it, and there is also dated if. Okay, this again, it is dated if function, and you specify the input cells. Okay, so let me show you an example for the same. So here we are, and we have today's date, that is 4th of May, and date of birth for anything it could be. So I will specify the year frac function. Okay, equals year frac. Okay, and then I should, as soon as you enter, you specify the start date and the end date. Okay, and I will specify the start date as today's date. That picks the column, and then I put the comma, and then the end date should be this thing. Okay, and just close it, and it will give you the age. Okay, so this is the age. For example, if you want to find out my age, I don't want to reveal my birthday, but it's okay. Okay, let's see if it calculates. I'm 32 years old. Okay, alright, so this is one of the ways, and similarly you can use the dated if function shown in the example. Alright, now moving on to the next question. You have nested if statements. This is very important, and you will definitely be coming across this question. How are nested if statements used in Excel? What are nested if statements? The if function can be nested. It can be loop when we have multiple conditions to meet. Okay, it can be nested. The false value is replaced by another if function. Okay, you have specified some condition, and you are putting up a condition, and if that condition is not there or not met, then if it will be replaced with another if function. So the syntax will be like this. Below is an example. So we use two if statements in conjunction. Okay, So here is an example. Here we are specifying a condition wherein the result is excellent if it is more than 80, and if it is less than 60 it is bad or average. So this is very simple. You perform one if condition, and if that is not met, it will go for the next if condition. So we are nesting two if conditions, we are joining two if statements. Okay, I'll show the same example here in the Excel. So here we have some data and the students and their marks. Okay, and we are specifying a condition wherein if the result or marks are more than 80, the result is excellent, and if it is less than 60, it is bad or average. Okay, so how we get this is we use two if conditions, if statements. So as we have seen it, if now the first condition is our source, or the source is B2. Okay, so B2, and what I'm specifying is it should be greater than 80. All right, I just close this, and the result should be excellent. Okay, excellent if it is more than 80, and if this condition is not met, it will go to the next if statement. Okay, we are nesting another if statement. What is the condition here for the next statement? It will check B2 is less than or equal to 60. You can specify any marks. All right, so if it is less than 60, it should give the result as bad or average. Okay, specify anything and you and just close the double parenthesis. So let's see how it works. Okay, see, it works like this. Now let's pull up the same formula for the other results. Okay, see, if it is more than 90, it is 90, it is excellent. So it is checking the first thing. If it is greater than 80, it is excellent. Okay, and now in this case for mark, it is bad. Why? Because it will first see whether it's excellent or not. If it is not excellent, then it will check the other condition. If it is less than 60, it will give you the bad result. All right, and similarly so on for the other marks. All right, so this is how we use the nested if statements. You are adding two if statements, the first condition and the second condition with another if statement. Okay, when it comes to Excel, it is basically involves a lot of data and a lot of data to be analyzed, and we have some powerful tools which are used in Excel to analyze the data. One such important tool is descriptive statistics that is used to analyze the data. So we might come across a question and you will be given a data or a table, and you need to find the descriptive statistics of the columns using data analysis tool. Okay, so you will be given maybe for example anything, and you will have a lot of data. You have to use the descriptive statistics option in Excel for the data analysis. Okay, how you do that is you have to add a pack. Okay, you should be knowing that you need to add a pack which is called the analysis tool pack, which you go to file options and then just click on the add-in and select the analysis tool pack, click Excel add-in and just click go. Then it will add the option, and then when you select the data, you have to go to the click on the data analysis option, which will show up when you select the add-in or when you add the add-in. Okay, and then you need to select the descriptive statistics. What we need to do is we need to analyze this data, and it will show you the values like mean, and you can also customize. You see you have these data, and for you to check each and every row and find the mean, the smallest, the maximum number and things like that. So this can be easily done using the descriptive statistics for the data analysis. I'll show the same thing in the Excel, how it can be performed. So here we are, and I'll show you first how to add the option to it. Okay, go to add-in, select analysis toolpath as shown in the slide, and you need to click go. If you just click OK, it will not add, so just click go, and then you need to select analysis toolpath. Okay, it will give you, these are the different options. For now we are selecting analysis toolpath, and then click OK. As soon as you do that, you will see the data analysis. This option gets enabled when you add that pack. So this is the data that you have, you need to find or analyze using the descriptive statistics. So as you see it, click data analysis and click select descriptive statistics. Okay, and it will show up the option like this, and you need to select the input range. Okay, for some reason it's already there, and if you want me to show, I will show it to you across. You have to select the whole data. Okay, this is my input range, and you need to select this labels in the first row so that you know it doesn't take the first row. Okay, I'll show. Okay, and now I'm putting the output in another worksheet. Okay, you can specify or you can specify a new worksheet, and these are the options that you can select. So you are getting a summary statistics, which is the default, and you can select the confidence level, that is the mean value, and you can set it up by whatever value percentage you want, and you are selecting the largest one and the smallest number. So all these data will get analyzed and it will open up in a new sheet, and just click OK, and you will see this. So these are the, if you see, this is our data: paid, organic, social, and revenue. So this is okay, make it more precise. Okay, so with a single click, all our data is analyzed. Okay, this is the mean value, and this is the minimum is 0, maximum is such and such. This is the total, and the number of count is 1000. So you don't need to scroll down and check what is the largest amount that is paid. So this is the largest amount for the paid. Okay, and so on. So the largest revenue generated, all these things are generated with a descriptive analysis. Okay, descriptive statistics with a data analysis tool. So the next question is about a pivot table, and this is more refined or more advanced compared to the last one that we discussed in the beginner level. So here you are asked to create a pivot table to find the total cases in each country belonging to their respective continents. You are being asked to put up a table or pivot table with two variables, basically each country and their respective continent. So again, we have the same data, and we need to set up a pivot table which shows the continents and the countries with the respective continents, the number of cases. Okay, so let's see how we get this in the example. So here we have the same data. It shows the days, months, year, cases, countries, and their continents. Okay, continents here and so on. Okay, so I'll go to the insert tab and select the pivot table. Okay, again the same thing, I will be asked to enter a input range. Okay, so I select this, and since it's huge, I'll just put the number to be 7777. Okay, let's assume. Now this is our input data, and where you want the output to be, it's already selected. You can put it anywhere. I'm putting it here. Okay, just click OK, and it will give you the option to select the fields. Now what we want is number of cases, okay, which will show you the value, and the countries and territories, their respective continents. So okay, so this is how it looks like, and we have to check. Now it is asking us to find the countries. Okay, so with their respective continents. You see this, you see Africa as a continent, and you will see, okay, you will see Africa. If you just remove this, you will see the number of the cases with the respective continents. And if you want to include these countries, territories with the respective continents, you will see as such. If you just expand this, you will see the countries that are having the cases in the continent Africa. Okay, so country wise sorted with the continents. Okay, this is another advanced step to get the data or show the data in the pivot table. Okay, another question that you might be asked, this is a basic and we have already seen this in the previous example that I have shown. How do you provide the dynamic range in data source of a pivot table? You have to select a particular data source in your input table to show up in the pivot table. So you have to select the input range. But how do you create or provide a dynamic range in this data source? So just need to create a name table to provide a dynamic range. So where is the data of your table? So as we have seen in the previous example, you will be able to select the input range, and you just need to put this value, any number, so that it will pick up the dynamic range for your input source for the table. Okay, so now we move on to the next one, and this is about the pivot table again. Is it possible to create pivot table using multiple sources of data? Yes, you can create a pivot table from multiple worksheets. Sometimes you will have different data in different sheets. Can you create a pivot table for all the worksheets in a single pivot table? Yes, you can. But there is a condition. There should be a common row in both the tables. So you cannot have different types of data. There should be a common row. Okay. So then only it will act as a primary key for the first table and the foreign key for the second table. Okay. So this is something that you have to remember. And you need to create a relationship between the tables and then build the pivot table. So you have to analyze what kind of data it is. It should have a common row in both the tables on both the sheets, and then you have to establish a relationship between this table and then build the table. Okay, there is a wizard for that. We'll see that later. Now let's move on to the next question. So the next question is again, with the pivot table, wherein you will be asked to further refine or refine your search and show it in the data. So here we have with the COVID data example again. You will be asked to create a pivot table to find the top 3 countries from each continent based on the total cases using the COVID data. Again, as we have done this before, we have created a pivot table for this, and we need to further refine it, showing the top 3 countries with the number of cases. And I will show that same thing in the Excel, and we already have created a table, and we'll refine it further to show the top 3 countries which are having the highest number of counts in the respective continents. So here we have the table already with us, and I just click on the show field list. It will show me the countries and territories. What we are asked is to show the countries with the top 3, that is number of cases. So you just need to go here and you need to select the value filter. There is a filter which you can select with the value, and now I select top 10, and what I need is top 3. It's very simple, and you just need to know these things. Okay, and based on the number of cases. Okay, this is our field already. Then just click OK, and it will show you the top 3 countries. So it's quite simple, and it is very important to know this field and how you play with the value of the filters for each particular field in the pivot table. So it shows you these things. All right, and now you can refine it further with the continents and all. Okay, so different continents, and you can see this. So you go there, and there is a value filter you can set up. All right, we have set up a value filter. Okay, now there is another one. How do you create a column in a pivot table? Okay, like you will be given a situation where you need to add one more column and show it in the pivot table with a particular calculation or with a particular value, and you don't have that actual value in your data, but you have to calculate it and show it across in the table. So there is another option which is called pivot table analyze, and you need to create a calculated field from pivot table analyze option. So when you go to your table and then go to pivot table analyze, you will see the option to add a calculated field. Okay, just go there and select calculated field, and you need to define. So in this example, we are going to define another column where we calculate the bonus of the sales, and there is a particular formula. The formula is you put an if and statement, and then you calculate the formula. You specify what is the bonus and what is the way that you're calculating the bonus, and it will particularly add it another column to your table. So let's see how we do that in the table act. So here we have this table, and I have inserted a pivot table, and I am putting it in output here. Okay, and then you will get the table. Okay, now you need to select the customer name and the unit sold, unit price, sales. Okay, so we will add another column to it. How we do that is this: go to pivot table tools, and then you go to analyze. Okay, click on field, items and set. Okay, you need to select calculated field here. Select that, and we are defining a new field here, which is the bonus. Bonus, and as I said, we will put up a formula for this, and we will define it how we calculate the bonus. Okay, with an if and statement, which we have seen before, how we put up a and if and statement. Okay, now I'm going to say it as like this: sales, my sales should be, I'll specify a condition how they will calculate the bonus. If sales is greater than 4,000 and the unit sold, okay, I am trying to put it as the unit sold. It also depends on the units sold is greater than 1,000. Okay, for example, let's say 1,000. A person who is able to do sales of 4,000 and the unit sold should be more than 1,000, then the sales, what is this? The bonus will be sales into, that is the amount of sales he has done, into 5%. Okay, let's say 5% bonus, and sales is, if it is 2%. Okay, okay, we are adding this field bonus and click add. Okay, so we have added this, and we have put up a calculation for the formula, and you will see this in the, so this is a simple way of adding the column to your existing data, and we are doing the calculations and showing it up. Okay, so this is one way. Go to pivot table, analyze, and field, items and sets. You can select this option and add it. Okay, you can customize this, as I said, with adding different fields. This is pretty handy in analyzing the data which does not exist in the table, and you add some value to your pivot table. Okay, the next question will be about slicer. You must be familiar with what a slicer is in a pivot table, and how do you use it, what are the purpose of using it, and how do you put up a slider in the pivot table. So how does a slicer work? Basically, slicers are used to further filter data in the pivot table. Suppose you already have some data, and it's for ease that you can do it by just adding a slicer. You can select particular data in or a field, and you can see the output for that particular field that you have chosen in the slicer. Okay, So it's very simple. Go to the insert tab and select slicer under filters. Okay, and then it will be like this. Okay, and here, if for example you see this is our pivot table, we have added two slicers to filter our table, that is month and countries and territory. So this will be the general pivot table that looks like, and we have added another two slicers, that is month and country. So if you go for example, if you want to see what is the number of cases and some of the deaths for a particular month and for a particular country, you can just do it by a single click and it will show that particular data only in the table. Let's see and do this in our Excel. Okay, so there is a table pivot table already created for this, and I want to add a slicer. So how do I go ahead and do this? Is I go to the options and insert slicer. Okay, at the moment you click on it, you will see what are the options that you want to add. You can select different fields and select the slicer for it. For this example, we are choosing month. Okay, this is one of our sliders. You can just put it here, adjacent to the, and again this will be our slider. Okay, let's add another slicer here. Okay, and this will be the countries and territories. Okay, click on that and you will see two simple badges here that you can choose from. So if I want to know in the month of Feb how many number of cases were there for particular, let's see, the moment I choose the month, it will show that particular number of the corresponding table for the whole. And now I want to further refine it to a particular country. So for example, Australia. Okay, so there were a total number of 18 cases and 0 deaths. At the same time, if I go for Algeria, it is like this. So as you see, it goes like this. Okay, so this is one of the very important tool that you can use to show the data in a much simplified manner and ease. Okay, so the next question is about the pivot table again. What is the percentage of contribution of each country and continents to the total cases? Again, the same example for our code, the COVID one. And this time we want to show the output as the percentage of contribution for each country and continents to the total cases. So we have the same data and we generate a pivot table and we should show it as the sum of the cases to be percentage. Okay, and this is how we do it. This is our data, and I'm going to create a pivot table for this. Okay, so it shows the table, and here I have to show what is the fields that we need to select. Okay, for ease we are just selecting the cases and the countries and territories. Okay, so cases to be the values. Okay, so this is how it looks like. Now when I see, okay, let me show it to you. See, it shows the number of cases. Now if I just want to refine it further and see it as number of percentage as the number of cases. Okay, so how I do it? Show field list. I go here and I go to value field settings. Okay, then again number format, show the value as, okay, sorry, show the value as, you need to select this thing, percentage of grand total, and then just click OK, and you will see this to be the percentage. So it shows the data in the form of percentage. Okay, this is very simple, and you just need to remember, as we have seen before, show field and then value field settings. Okay, this is the thing that you need to check. Okay, grant percentage. There are other options also, and you can select from whatever you want to. But in this case, we are showing it to be the percentage. Okay. Okay guys, now the next question is about a very important aspect of presentation when we come to pivot charts. How do you create a pivot chart in pivot tables? This is very basic or very important aspect of pivot tables, that you can represent data in a form of a chart. And there are different types of charts which I'll show it to you in the example. Okay, so we have a data here and we want to show it right now it is in a tabular form. Okay, we have put up a pivot table for this, and now the same thing can be put up in a pivot chart. Okay, so what you need to do is go to the insert tab and select the pivot chart. It depends on different versions of Excel that you have different forms or different buttons. So I will show it across to you, and this is how it looks like. Okay, it's very simple. It can be a pie chart, it can be a bar chart, it can be different forms, and we can see that in the example here. Okay, so let's go to the example. And so we have the pivot table generated here already. What you need to do is you need to select the table and go to insert and see the options. There is a column chart, there is a line chart, there is pie, bar, area, scattered, and other parts. Okay, there are different forms. Okay, so right now what we do is we will select the column chart here. Okay, you need to select the pivot table and click on the column chart. Again, there are different forms which can be seen in some time now. So this is the basic form. Okay, and it will show you the countries. And it will show it as a form of a chart. Okay, again, you can change the chart type. You can change it to pie. Okay, this personally is very good in presenting or doing presentation. And you can select different forms, different styles. Okay, it will also show you the percentage. So this is one form of presenting your table into a chart. Okay, again, bar type is also there. So this won't suit here in our example. There are different ones. I'm just showing it to you as how it looks like. So depending on your the aesthetic, you can see and select what kind of chart is best suitable. Okay, so this is how you put up a pivot chart in pivot tables. Okay, so this is one last for the intermediate level. And what are macros in Excel? Create a macro to automate a task. Basically, you have some daily tasks that you perform in Excel. Okay, and you can do this with quite ease using the macros. Okay, it basically is a program that resides within the Excel file, and it is used to automate tasks in Excel. Some daily tasks that you run, like when you come across any data and you have to scrub that data, and you do some daily routines, and by removing some columns or adding some formulas, and adding some colors and changing the fonts, or be it anything that you perform, and you have to do a repetitive task. So all that can be done by recording a macro, and this is what macro is used for in Excel. So how you capture those steps in Excel is through a macro. To record a macro, you can either go to the developer tab in the Excel and click on record macro, or you can use or access it from the view tab. Okay, so these are the ways to access macros. Okay, just go to the developer tab and click record macro, wherein when you click record macro, it will record the steps that you are performing in each step, and it will capture that, and you can save that. It is like a daily routine that you run, and you can do all these multiple steps, maybe n number of steps, within a single click by running that macro later on. Okay, so you record a macro and run that. Okay, you do it through the developer tab. Go to developer tab and click record macro, and it records all the steps that you are performing. Okay, you need to name it, and you just need to perform the actions, and it will record the macro, and you just save it later on. Whenever you come across the same daily task that you run, you can just click it by running that macro. Okay, wow. So in a single click it will perform all the actions that you have done or steps that you have performed on that particular Excel sheet or any other Excel sheet. Okay, this is very handy when you have similar data and you do the similar task each day. Okay, so this ends the intermediate level, and in the next slides we will see the advanced level. So now we discuss the advanced level interview questions for Excel. And when it comes to the advanced level, you will come across, definitely you will be asked about what if analysis. How does it work? How does what if analysis work in Excel? So what if analysis, as the name suggests, you have to have an analysis done, okay, with the help of different complex mathematical calculations like formulas, and using different formulas and calculations you can experiment with the data, and you can analyze if this particular input changes, what will be the scenario, how will your output turn out to be. So as you can see, it is about different variables to see how your changes would affect the outcome of a situation. So this is what if analysis is, and the same thing can be done with Excel. And how it is done is, you need to go to the data tab and click on the what if analysis under forecast. Okay, so there are three options, and one is the scenario manager, goal seek, and the data table. So these are the three situations or three tools which are available in the what if analysis in the data tab. Okay, so goal seek is basically for reverse calculations. Okay, and you have some idea, you have some set goal in mind, and you have certain variables and what you need to do and what you need to achieve to have certain set goals. Okay, you will set a value for the goal, and with the goal seek option you can get to know what value you have to achieve to come to that level. Okay, so this is what goal seek is. It is one of the simplest sensitivity analysis tool. And so for example, you know that a single outcome you would like to achieve, like you have a set goal that you have to achieve this particular grade. Okay, and the goal seek feature in Excel allows you to arrive to that goal by mathematically adjusting a single variable within that equation. So you set the goal and you will do the what if analysis goal seek option to know what you have to do or what you have to achieve for the set goal. The next option is the data table, and it is basically used for sensitivity analysis. Okay, so in this scenario, the data tables allow the adjustment of only one or two variables within a data set, but each variable can have unlimited number of possible values. Okay, so basically they are used for side-by-side comparisons. It makes it very easy to read the scenarios. Okay, but you need to set up the data table correctly. Okay, and what you do is you give the input in the table, and then you set up the formula. And for instance, you need to calculate the monthly payments for a loan. Okay, you provide the principal amount, like whatever amount you're taking, 2 lakhs, 3 lakhs, and you set the interest rate in a formula. Okay, and you set the term in, and then you need to provide different input options, like what loan amount that you're taking, and you set the formula and go to data table and go to what if analysis and select the data table, stretches across, and then you will see the monthly payment options or the monthly EMI that you can calculate. There are different things that you can calculate. You can calculate the target or the sales bonus or things like that, okay, giving different scenarios in the variables, okay. But you need to set up a data table. It might be a little challenging, but yes, it is a very powerful tool, okay. So the next one is the scenario manager. It is a bit more complicated compared to the other two, but then it is more advanced than goal seeker, as it allows you to adjust the multiple variables at the same time, okay. And this is very complicated compared to the other two, and it is even, it gives more better output when it compares to the other two what if analysis tools. So here, when you go to what if analysis and the scenario manager, you have to select the data and provide different scenarios, that is different values for each scenario, and then it will analyze, calculate, and create different scenarios, okay. So it becomes very easy for you to analyze what if you are changing the value of your interest amount or the term of loan, or your targets like monthly targets or an yearly targets and things like that. And you just have to see what the scenario will be when you set this particular value for a table or for data, whatever targets that you need to set. You can use this what if analysis in Excel for the different scenarios and different calculations, okay. These are very powerful tools and you need to know this. Now, as we move on to the next one, you might be asked, what is the difference between a function and a subroutine in a VBA, okay. Even though these two are used quite frequently, there is pretty much different from each other, okay. So a function always returns a value of the task it is performing, okay. So when you are writing a module, you will have a function. When you have a function, it will always give you a value, okay. For example, you are performing an addition, using the function, it will give you a value for sure. Whereas subroutine, it does not return a value of the task it is performing. Functions are called by a variable, okay. You can set up a variable and you can call the function, okay. Whereas subroutines can be recalled from anywhere in the program in multiple types, okay. In many different ways you can recall a subroutine, like we have seen. We write a subroutine and we put up a button, and we can, when you click the button, it will recall the subroutine. Functions are called by variable, okay. You have to set up a variable, and when you enter it, it will come up, okay. Functions are used directly in spreadsheets as formulas, whereas subs cannot be used directly in spreadsheets as formula, okay. This is very important difference. And the next thing is the functions can be used to perform repetitive tasks and return a value, whereas users must insert a value in the desired cell before getting the result of the sub. So this is particularly limited, okay. Whereas functions can be used to perform different repetitive tasks and return a value. User input is not required. Whereas if you see the subroutines, user must insert a value, okay, in the desired cell, that too in a particular cell which is defined in the subroutine to getting the desired result, okay. So these are the differences between functions and subroutines. Now the next one is what is the difference between this workbook and active workbook in VBA. So when you work on modules and different Excel spreadsheets and workbooks, you will have these different workbooks open, and there is a particular difference, and you might be asked, what is the difference between this workbook and active workbook. So as the name suggests, this workbook refers to the name of the workbook where the code is actually running from, okay. You are running a code, VBA code, and it is the actual workbook where you are running the code from, and that is this workbook, okay. And you have multiple spreadsheets open, and you are working on particular, suppose for example you are working on sheet X, okay. And active workbook is the workbook that is currently active from the different open workbooks. You have different open workbooks, but you are working on one particular workbook, and that is called the active workbook. So this workbook is the refers to the name of the workbook where the code is actually written, whereas active workbook is the one that is currently open, currently active. Okay, so this is the difference between this workbook and the active workbook in VBA. As shown in the example, this is a simple sub that is written, a code that can be written to find out which workbook is the this workbook in the VBA and the active workbook as well. Okay, so this is a simple thing that you can run to determine. Okay, it shows the active workbook and the this workbook. Okay, so as we move on to the next one, so this is the question: how will you pass arguments to a VBA function? Okay, there are two ways. Basically, arguments can be passed to a VBA function as a value or as a reference. So this is an example that you can see. It is by reference. The key word for this is by reference. Okay, so when you are passing an argument by reference, the keyword should be by ref, whereas by value, you're specifying a value and the keyword is by val, value. Okay, so these are the two ways that you can pass an argument in VBA. So when you pass an argument by reference in a procedure, the variable itself, okay, the variable itself is accessed by a procedure and it is to the location or the address in the memory. Okay, the value of the variable is changed permanently by the procedure in this case. All right. Okay, so to pass an argument by reference, you should use by ref. That is the keyword before the argument. Okay, so in this example, it is clearly shown what is the keyword that is being used. Okay, and by reference is the default in the VBA unless you specify something else, which in this case is by value. Okay, and as I said, the keyword for by value, passing the argument by value, is by val. Okay, so when you set the keyword by val, the variable, what happens is the by value argument function or argument is passed through by value. Okay, the number function is called here, which means it assigns a value to the variable x here. Okay, because the variable was passed by value in the function, any change to the value, okay, any change to the value of the variable is only the current function. So it ends after it performs the function. Okay, then it reverts back to the value when it is declared again, where it is set to 0. So if the variable has been passed by reference in the function, then the variable would have permanently assumed the new assigned value. So this is the basic difference by reference and by value. So now we move on to the next one. So there might be a question that you will be asked that how do you find the last row or a column in a VBA? Okay, so to find a last row, sometimes you have long list of data and it has like n number of rows and n number of columns. So instead of scrolling down altogether to find the last row, you can use this VBA code. You can write this code. It's a very simple one, and it will give you the last row. You will find the last row with a single click. Okay, let's see it in the VBA. So here I have a sheet which it has long list of rows, and instead of scrolling down, I can just find out the last row with this VBA code. Okay, I just click on this, and as seen in the slideshow, I have just written it, and you will see the, you just run it and you will see the number of rows. It will give you the last row in the sheet. Okay, similarly we can do this for the column as well. Okay, in case if you have long list of or large number of columns, instead of scrolling right, you can just run this VBA, and you can see, you can know the last number of columns. Okay, number of columns. So as we've seen in the last row, now we'll see the code for the finding the last column. It's the same thing. Instead of row, you will see it as column. All right, and it will, when you run it, you will give the, it will give you the last column. Okay.
With this, we have come to end of this video. If you have any question or doubt, please feel free to ask in the comment section below. Our team of experts will help you as soon as possible. Thank you and keep learning with Simplilearn.
Staying ahead in your career requires continuous learning and upskilling. Whether you're a student aiming to learn today's top skills or a working professional looking to advance your career, we've got you covered. Explore our impressive catalog of certification programs in cutting-edge domains, including data science, cloud computing, cybersecurity, AI, machine learning, or digital marketing. Choose any of our programs and set yourself on the path to career success. Click the link in the description to know more.
Hi there, if you like this video, subscribe to the Simplilearn YouTube channel and click here to watch similar videos. To nerd up and get certified, click here.